Day. I ask all honourable members to stand and observe a minute's silence to mark that occasion and to remember Matt Ratana. Thank you. I will. Are you online, Colin? Okay. We now come to question of Secretary of State for the Home Department. I will ask the substantive question on behalf of Roger Gale, Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the whole House shares and expresses their condolences following the murder on Friday of Sergeant Matt Ratana. Mr. Speaker, the UK government is working with law enforcement and intelligence networks to address the issue of illegal migrations and the cross-channel trafficking of migrants. Our work is continuing, and we're also arresting and prosecuting those responsible for the illegal trafficking of people.
Sir Roger Gale. Sir Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I, from the backbenches, associate myself, and I'm sure all colleagues, with the condolences expressed in relation to the death of Matt Ratana. Mr. Speaker, all the children and women and men who seek to cross the Channel are themselves the victims of criminal activity. So, further to her answer, can my right honourable friend tell the House how many of the perpetrators of these vile crimes, either in France or in the United Kingdom, have been arrested and sentenced? And can she also tell the House what discussions she's had with her German counterparts to seek to prevent the provision of the outboard motors and inflatable dinghies that I understand emanate from Germany and are used in these crossings?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend raises some very, very important points about the illegal trafficking of people via small boats. In answer to his question directly, we have arrested 179 individuals, resulting in 24 convictions related to people smuggling alone this year. We have a further 296 disruptions against organised criminal gangs and individuals who are also responsible for the organisation of immigration crime. 124 of those are related to people smuggling. We also have 176 live investigations into this illegal activity relating to maritime activity. My honourable friend also mentions Germany. If I may, Mr. Speaker, it is not just Germany. Discussions are taking place, not just with Germany, but also with France, but Belgium and counterparts in the Netherlands as well. The issue of boats also relates to the issue of criminal upstream activity. I should also add that when it comes to convictions, we are, of course, working with the courts and the Crime Prosecution Service and obviously our intelligence networks to ensure that more work is taking place to pursue those who are responsible.
SNP spokesperson Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also extend the condolences of the Scottish National Party to the family, friends and colleagues of Sergeant Matt Ratana and mark our horror at this terrible crime and our acknowledgement of the debt we all owe to police officers across these islands. I'd like to ask the Home Secretary the following question. On the 4th of November last year, when the Home Secretary was still a member of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the committee found that, and I quote, a policy that focuses exclusively on closing borders will drive migrants to take dangerous routes and push them into the hands of criminal groups. Does the Home Secretary still agree with that statement? And if so, does she recognise that safe legal routes for people with a connection with the United Kingdom must be part of the answer to the problem we face in these cross-channel crossings?
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I fundamentally agree that we need safe legal routes, and that is part of the work that the Home Office are currently looking at and working on. The fact of the matter is, too many individuals are coming to the United Kingdom, but also, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, to other EU countries, because over recent years we have seen the mass movement of people. People are being exploited. That exploitation is fundamentally wrong. We actually owe it to everyone, including those individuals who are being trafficked, those that are being vulnerable, and those that are being exploited, to ensure that there are safe legal routes. But at the same time, we have to, and it's right that we go after the criminals, the perpetrators of illegal migration, the perpetrators of exploitation, and also we want to ensure that, quite frankly, our asylum system is not being abused by those, quite frankly, who are not genuine asylum seekers.
Mick Whitley.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Brokenshire.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group this question with questions 4 and 5. As a government, we are committed to vigorously countering extremist ideology, making sure every part of government is taking action. This includes ongoing conversations between the Department of Culture, Media and Sport and the Home Office on the implementation of the online harms framework to tackle hateful content. We will continue to work across government to challenge extremism in all its forms.
Mick Whitley.
Mr. Speaker, at a session of the Home Affairs Select Committee last week, the National League for Counter-Terrorism, Neil Basu, warned of growing numbers of young people being drawn towards right-wing terrorism. During this pandemic, social media has also done much to amplify hateful extremism. What steps will the Minister take to prevent young people being drawn into extremism?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman highlights, I think, an important point about the exploitation of the online world to trap the unwary and what that can lead to. That is why we are working with the companies concerned to see that content is removed. Equally, and I highlight the online harms work, how that will lead to a new regime to put new responsibilities onto those companies to equally support the challenge of extremism and content that might not be illegal but profoundly is harmful. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent Home Affairs Select Committee session heard that Facebook had deleted 9.6 million posts about hate speech in the first quarter of this year. And the DCMS Select Committee, subcommittee that I serve on, has considered online disinformation during COVID. What assessments has the Minister made between the links between hate speech and disinformation? And is this the discussion of, between his department and the Department of DCMS?
Minister.
Well, as I've already indicated in the previous question, we are in discussion with DCMS about these issues. And it does trouble me that sometimes these disinformation, these conspiracy theories can be used to galvanise more extremist behaviour. So I can say to the Honourable Lady, it is something we are very alive to in terms of working with our colleagues at DCMS and also in terms of our broader work in the prevent space as well, where this can move into terrorism, because the issue of the extreme right wing, far-right extremists seeking to exploit the online world, trapping some quite young people as well, is something we are very focused on and very conscious of.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 2 weeks running, we've seen anti-lockdown conspiracy theorists clashing with police across the country, with 4 people being arrested in Newcastle over the weekend. This is being fuelled online by far-right opportunists and some high-profile individuals, such as Ian Brown of the Stone Roses. Can the Minister outline what his department is doing to build trust in government information and scepticism and concern about vaccination?
Minister.
Well, I would highlight to the Honourable Lady the work that is being led by DCMS. We are working with them on the Cross Whitehall Counter-Disinformation Unit, stood up during this time of acute disinformation to challenge some of these conspiracy theories and false information. So I can assure her that there is extensive work across government to analyse and then work with those companies as well to take false and misleading information down. Clearly this is an ongoing challenge, but we are determined to take firm action where there are those false narratives that are being perpetrated.
Shadow Minister Bambos Sherrill-Ombos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The scale and accessibility of hateful extremist content online is deeply worrying and causing serious damage to society, and it needs to be identified speedily and dealt with. Last week, in her evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee, the Counter-Extremism Commissioner called for a more rigorous classification system for assessing hateful extremist material for the Online Harms Bill in order to get to grips with the vast spread of extremism online. So does the Minister support this call, and does he agree with the Commission's report from last year that the Government's counter-extremism strategy drawn up in 2015 is insufficient, too broad and out of date?
Minister.
Well, what I would say to the Honourable Gentleman is that the 2015 strategy was the first of its kind in the world, having a unit dedicated to countering extremism. And I paid tribute to the work of the Commissioner and read very carefully her words to the Select Committee last week. We will work with the Commissioner. Indeed, the Home Secretary met with her last week. And we're working with DCMS and Ofcom to consider the appropriate design for the regulatory framework, and will continue to develop this as we prepare to introduce the legislation, and will consider the Commissioner's proposals as part of that work.
Robert Largo.
Number 7, sir.
Minister Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, during lockdown we continued to legislate on the Domestic Abuse Bill. This vital bill and our non-legislative programme of work will support and protect victims and ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. In response to COVID-19, we have worked with charities, the police, local authorities and the Domestic Abuse Commissioner to adapt to the pressures of lockdown and local restrictions, including additional funding for charities and the launch of the National Advice Campaign, #YouAreNotAlone.
Robert Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that answer. It's no secret that lockdown was a time of heightened risk for victims of domestic abuse, and I pay tribute to the work of local charity Crossroads Derbyshire and the important work that they do providing support for people in my constituency. Can I ask the Minister to provide an important point of clarification on the latest COVID rules? Can those individuals who are at risk of domestic abuse still leave their homes even if there are local COVID restrictions in place?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend sincerely for his question. The answer is yes, they absolutely can leave their homes to seek help. And of course, if anyone is in immediate danger, please, they must dial 999 and the police will help. For longer term advice and guidance, we have set out a range of services on the gov.uk website. But please, can we all send the message to our constituents that wherever they are in the country, they can seek help if they need it, if they are victims of domestic abuse.
Shadow Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo the calls of the Minister in her calls to get people to reach out, and what we have to make sure is that there is help when they do. On a call last week with the children's sector, professional after professional told me that the availability of specialist community support for child victims of domestic abuse is at worst non-existent and at best patchy. Can the Minister tell the House if her department has a strategy in place that will enable every child in this country who lives in an abusive household to access the support that they need? Can she share that strategy with the House and not just read out funding sums from her folder that she and I both know only cover certain select areas for a short-term period? Perhaps she could enlighten us all in how we can access the support for the children in our constituencies, because for many in this place, services for child victims in their area don't exist.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She knows just how carefully the government considers the role and the victimhood of children in abusive households. She will know that we have recently announced £3 million to help charities specifically who work with children who are victims of domestic abuse. I know she writes that off as yet another funding announcement, but I think that these funding of these charities is very, very important. In addition, we have a range of strategies and funding across DFE, MHCLG and the Home Office to help the most vulnerable children. And in addition, I'm sure she welcomes the work that the Domestic Abuse Commissioner is undertaking to map domestic abuse community-based services across the country so that we can build a sustainable programme of support for victims, whether they are adults or children.
Now a substantive question to Minister Malthouse from Mark Menzies.
Mr. Speaker, for your convenience, I'd like to take this question with the next one. The Home Office, the National Police Chief Council, the College of Policing and all forces are working flat out to recruit 20,000 new police officers, supported by £700 million from the taxpayer.
Let's head up to file with Mark Menzies. Mark Menzies.
Indeed, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government was elected on a pledge to recruit 20,000 more frontline police officers, something that's very important to people in Fylde. Can my right honourable friend update the House on how many people have joined the police since this recruitment drive was launched? And can he confirm that we are on target to deliver on this promise?
Minister Malta.
Mr. Speaker, I can well understand the honourable gentleman's impatience for his area to see an increase in police officers, and that impatience is shared both by me and the Home Secretary, and I think probably everybody in the country. He will be pleased to hear that we've now had over 100,000 applicants to be police officers and recruited a little over 4,300, and we are ahead of schedule.
Palsy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the tragic death of rugby player Sergeant Matt Ratana, we're reminded of the very dangerous work that police officers do on our behalf. So, will the Minister join me in paying tribute to Warwickshire's Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, Philip Seckham, who, in addition to additional government funding, has used his own powers to bring in an additional 216 officers, with new officers in vehicle crime teams, enhanced safety neighbourhood teams, more detectives and more 999 response officers.
Minister?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is quite right. It has been a sombre weekend for us all, with the tragic events of Friday reinforced by Police Memorial Day just yesterday. And so I am pleased to congratulate Philip Seckham, with whom I've had many meetings over the last year or so, for his efforts to increase the number of police officers out there that will make everybody in Warwickshire and indeed across the country safer.
I now come to a substantive question from Dr Neil Hudson to Minister Malta.
Mr. Speaker, again for your convenience, I'd like to group the next two questions together. This government has announced a police funding settlement which sets out the biggest increase in funding for the policing system in a decade. In total, we're increasing the funding available to the policing system by over £1 billion this year.
Dr Neil Hudson. We go up to Cumbria with Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Rural and wildlife crime sadly continue to affect our local communities, from theft of farm machinery to burglary to animal theft and cruelty, antisocial behaviour and vandalism. These are just some of the issues facing our rural areas. Cumbria has the excellent Cumbria Farm Watch scheme, a partnership between people and Cumbria Police. But what reassurances can my right honourable friend give my constituents in Penrith and the border that the government is supporting the police and communities in the fight against rural and wildlife crime?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a rural member myself, I know exactly the type of concern to which he was referring, and it's shared by people in my constituency too. Obviously, the provision of significant extra numbers of police officers to Cumbria Police will help the Chief Constable in their deliberations, if you like, as to where to put those resources. And while it's an operational matter, one would hope that they would devote some of it to rural crime. I certainly hope that will happen in Hampshire. I would also say on the issue of wildlife crime, I'm very pleased to report that we are putting £136,000 into the National Wildlife Crime Unit so that they can continue with their very valuable work.
Danny Croker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very good news to hear about the extra policing that has been committed that the Right Honourable gentleman mentions. And in Wiltshire, we're thrilled because we're getting over 100 new police officers for Wiltshire Police and even more police and community support officers to help with all the crime we import from Hampshire. But does he share my concern that so often funding formulas designed in London have urban places in mind, and that sometimes sadly applies to police funding formulas as well? And can he update the House on any work that's being done to review the police funding formula to ensure that rural areas get properly treated?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my constituency neighbour for his question, although not for the aspersion that he's cast upon my fellow county residents. I thought crime flowed in the other direction, but nevertheless, he is right that the funding formula that we currently use, while it is the best available formula we have, is quite old now and does need to be reviewed. It does contain a number of indicators which skew funding towards urban areas. And we do have to reflect on over the next couple of years the fact that crime has changed, in particular that rural areas are seeing more crime perhaps that they've been used to. And no doubt the Home Secretary and I will be working on some form of funding formula review before the next election.
We now come to a substantive question to Minister Philp from Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to group question 13 with questions 14, 15, 16 and 17. The government is committed to completely ending these dangerous crossings facilitated by ruthless criminals, which are also unnecessary because France is a safe country. Our clandestine channel threat commander, newly appointed, is working closely with his French colleagues to stop these embarkations in the first place, and we're also working tirelessly to return people who have made this journey.
Heading to Crawley with Henry Smith. Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that answer. Can he say when legislation will be brought forward to update immigration and asylum law? And will that contain provisions such as those who enter the United Kingdom illegally not being able to subsequently apply to stay in this country?
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to draw attention to the legal system. It is quite frankly, in my view, not fit for purpose in this area when it comes to asylum and immigration enforcement matters. We are often frustrated by repeatedly vexatious legal claims, often made at the last minute, with the express intention of frustrating the proper application of the law. So I can confirm that we are working at pace on legislative options in the way he describes, and everything is on the table.
We now come to Sean Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Wensbury, Albury and Tipton are rightly angry at the images they're seeing of people arriving on our shores illegally, often in small boats. Can I ask my honourable friend, to solve this crisis in the long term is going to require cooperation, and whereas we seem to be on this side in this country, gold-plating a lot of the regulations that would enable us to solve this problem, and a lot of our European partners aren't. So what representations is he making to our European partners to ensure that they actually follow through with the obligations that they have actually made?
Well, we are working at the moment with other European countries to return people back to European countries where they have previously claimed asylum. Indeed, return flights went last week and are going this week as well. However, he's right to say that leaving the Dublin regulations creates new opportunities. We have already tabled a draft readmissions agreement for consideration by the European Commission, but he can rest assured that once we are out of the transition period on the 1st of January, this government will be redoubling its efforts to make sure people that come here from safe countries, for example, are rapidly returned.
Marquis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Minister is working tirelessly to bring the criminals facilitating the illegal channel crossings to justice and to tackle this exploitative crime. Does he agree with me that we must uphold our obligations to genuine asylum seekers, but there can be no justifiable reason for migrants to be crossing the channel, putting themselves and our border forces at risk when France remains a safe option?
Minister.
Well, I think my honourable friend from Dewsbury puts it very well. We are pursuing the ruthless criminals who facilitate this wicked process. 24 of them have been convicted so far this year. He is right to say that where people are in genuine fear of persecution, we should protect them. Indeed, we do so, and our resettlement scheme has been the leading scheme in Europe over the last 5 years. But he is also right to say that when people are in France, they are already in a safe country, and if they want protection, they can obtain it by applying to the French government.
Robin Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Channel crossing route is clearly being promoted by people smugglers as an easy route in. And Mr. Speaker, these are individuals who don't give a damn about the welfare of those that they exploit or the lives that they put in danger. So what steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure that this route becomes entirely untenable and illustrates loud and clear that these organised crime gangs that Britain's border is closed to such illegal crossings?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend from Keighley is quite right to say that our objective and the Home Secretary's objective is to make this route completely unviable so nobody attempts it in the first place. It is dangerous, it is illegally facilitated, and it is unnecessary. We're working with the French to prevent the embarkations happening in the first place. We're looking at tactics we can deploy at sea to prevent the crossings from happening, and we are looking at what more we can do to return people once they make the crossing. Those measures taken together will make this route unviable and end these crossings.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Stoke-on-Trent are extremely concerned about the number of people we're seeing crossing the English Channel illegally. So would my honourable friend agree that asylum should be claimed in the first safe country and we should deport those here illegally?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. France is a safe country, and as I've said already, those people who wish to claim protection from persecution when they are in northern France should do so by claiming asylum in France. There is no need at all to attempt this dangerous and illegally facilitated crossing. Where people do make the crossing, we are using all the legal means available to us to ensure they are returned, for example, to countries where they previously claimed asylum under the Dublin regulation, and flights doing that took place both last week and will take place this week.
Number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom, over the last 5 years, has, I'm proud to say, run Europe's leading resettlement scheme. We've resettled more people directly from conflict zones than any other European country. It is currently paused owing to coronavirus, but as soon as we are safely and properly able to resume activity, we will do so.
The UK's refugee resettlement schemes have been a lifeline to many thousands of people who have come to the UK after escaping some of the world's most brutal conflicts and regimes. However, the government has still not allocated any funding for these schemes beyond September 2021. What assurances can the Minister give me that the UK will continue to provide safe sanctuary to those fleeing war and persecution after this date?
Minister.
Well, the honourable member will know that we're going through a spending review process where questions of funding will be considered. Although the resettlement programme is, as I say, currently paused owing to coronavirus, it is our intention to appropriately recommence it when circumstances allow. And I thank her for the tribute she's paid to the scheme that's operated for the last 5 years. It is, as she said, the leading scheme anywhere in Europe.
Drew Griffiths.
19, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Maltos.
Mr. Speaker, we are determined to drive down crime in both rural and urban areas, which is why we're recruiting an extra 20,000 police officers and, by the way, investing £85 million in the Crime Prosecution Service to ensure that the criminal justice system can deal with the results.
Griffith.
Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer. Will he join me in thanking the Sussex Rural Crime Team, something I long campaigned for and which was set up by Police Commissioner Katie Bourne in June of this year? It's now doing excellent work protecting our rural communities, farmers and isolated towns and villages in Arundel and South Downs.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the honourable gentleman has made a huge impact in his constituency since he got elected recently, and this is a result of something that I know he's campaigned on for some time. I do applaud Katie Bourne, who's one of our leading police and crime commissioners, always innovating on the establishment of this unit, and I hope it will make a big difference. But, Mr. Speaker, I would just say I am reminded with rural crime of that interesting philosophical question, which is, if a tree falls in a forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? If a crime happens and no one reports it, do the police see it? And I would urge him to encourage his constituents, particularly in rural areas, and we've had a number of questions on rural crime today, to report every single crime, because modern policing is driven by data. And if the crime isn't reported, then as far as the police are concerned, it probably never happened.
Go for those trees. Here we come to Sarah Jones, the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Croydon MP, as well as Shadow Policing Minister, can I pay tribute to Sergeant Matt Ratana for his years of service in my community? Our community spoke as one on Friday, both in our grief but also in our gratitude to the many years of service from a wonderful officer who was the very best of us, and we will not forget him. Mr. Speaker, community policing is the bedrock of our communities, but it has suffered deep cuts. These cuts have an acute impact in our rural areas, where vulnerability and isolation can be particularly severe. Only 1 in 14 crimes lead to court proceedings. Most victims get no justice at all. Mr. Speaker, this government has overseen a cut in the number of police community support officers by nearly 50%, and there are no plans to replace them. What does the Minister say to the victims of crime who deserve justice but under this government just aren't getting it?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, obviously I acknowledge the Honourable Lady's words about the awful events of Friday. I know it hit hard home in Croydon for her, and that I think she was due to visit the very custody suite that day or the following day. It was a terrible time, and hopefully justice will follow that awful crime. On her wider point, this is obviously a discussion that she and I have had a number of times now over the dispatch box, and while repetition isn't, I know, infrequent in this chamber, I would just urge her to reflect on the fact that for the first half, I guess, of the coalition and then Conservative government, obviously we were struggling with a difficult financial situation nationally, and also at the same time crime was falling, which required a different kind of response than we see today. She is right to point to the fact that over the last couple of years we have seen a rise in crime, albeit different kinds of crime that we've seen previously. That's why we are massively increasing police capacity and bringing enormous focus through the National Policing Board, the Crime Performance Board, which I lead, and the Strategic Change and Investment Board at the Home Office, which is looking at national systemic problems that she raises in the hope that over the next 3 years we can drive them down very significantly.
We have a substantive question to Minister Phil from Stuart C. MacDonald.
Well, Mr Speaker, as another Croydon MP, I'd like to add my words to those of my neighbour from Croydon Central, paying tribute to Sergeant Ratana and his long track record of service to our local community. Everybody in the borough, from north to south, feels it very deeply, and our sympathy and condolences, of course, go to his family at what must be just an agonising and heartbreaking time. On the question of resettlement, if I may group questions 21, 22 and 23, Mr Speaker, we are continuing to welcome family reunion cases as we're obliged to do under the Dublin regulations, including from Greece, in fact, in particular from Greece. And already this summer, 3 flights have come in, bringing in refugees to reunite them with family members who are in the United Kingdom. So we're continuing to discharge our obligations.
We now go to Stuart C. MacDonald. Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Conditions on the Aegean Islands were an overcrowded living hell for asylum seekers, even before the fire at Moria left 13,000 homeless. Given what the Home Secretary said to my honourable friend about the importance of safe legal routes earlier in this session, surely the government must now join those of Germany and France in offering to relocate some of the most vulnerable asylum seekers from the Aegean Islands, even beyond those for whom they have responsibility under family reunion rules.
Well, we're investigating ways the United Kingdom government can help our colleagues in Greece. This includes the possibility of using overseas aid money to assist them, as well as looking at people who are entitled to be relocated to the UK under the Dublin regulations, and what we can do to assist and expedite that process.
We have Shadow Minister Holly Lynch. Sorry, I've got to go across to Stella Creasy. Sorry, Stella, you're there.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some numbers for you, Mr Speaker, to put this issue in context. 13,000 refugees without any shelter as a result of the recent fires in Greece. 3,800 of them children. 21 confirmed cases of COVID in the camp, which has a quarantine capacity of just 30, and 10 countries who have already agreed to take some of the hundreds of unaccompanied young minors in that camp, including France and Germany, Croatia and Portugal. At present, we have just taken 16, when this place promised to take 3,000 under the Dove scheme. Will the Minister give me and others who are concerned about this issue just one meeting to discuss what more we can do to our obligations to these vulnerable young children?
Well, we've fulfilled our Dubs obligation in full. 380 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children have been brought to the UK from European countries, in addition to 3,500 who came here last year, higher than any other country in Europe. But in addition to that, we are honouring our Dublin obligations to Greece, and over the summer, it's not 16, well over 100 people have been taken from Greece directly back here. And as I say, where we have further obligations, we will do everything we can to make sure we meet them. In addition to that, as I said to an earlier question, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office are looking at ways we can help provide the kind of shelter she referred to. So I think there's a lot the government has done and will continue to do. But of course, if you'd like to meet to discuss that, I'd be delighted to do so.
Shadow Minister Holly-Lynch.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that on the 15th of September, partner agencies were notified that the Home Office was lifting a ban on asylum evictions with immediate effect. I appreciate that the pause in the system cannot continue indefinitely. However, to evict people into destitution and homelessness as we enter a second wave of infections completely undermines public health efforts to keep everyone safe from the virus, especially in areas like mine which have local restrictions in place. Can the Minister share with us the plan in the House so that we can ensure that these risks do not become a reality?
Minister.
Yeah, well, as the Shadow Minister said, at the end of March, I think the 27th of March, we paused cessations whereby people leave asylum accommodation when their decision is made positively or negatively. On the 11th of August, we resumed those for positive cases where they'd been granted asylum in a very phased, very careful, week-by-week, step-by-step way, moving them where necessary into local authority and other kinds of accommodation. We are now just beginning the process again for those negative cases where asylum has not been granted, because clearly we can't continue to accommodate people at public expense indefinitely when their asylum claim has been rejected. But again, we're doing it in a very careful, phased, week-by-week way to make sure that the sort of risks that she is describing don't come to pass, and where there are safe routes home to the country of origin for these people whose claims have been rejected, we are working to make sure those safe routes home are taken.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Number 24, please, Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, our police officers have been on the streets every single day, working tirelessly to stop the spread of coronavirus. And I'm in contact virtually every day now with the National Police Chief Councils and policing leaders to ensure that we have the right plans and the right approach to make sure that the police play their role in stopping the spread of the virus and maintaining public order.
Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her answer. During lockdown in Runnymede and Weybridge, we saw huge community response and support to get through some of the real challenges of the lockdown. But unfortunately, there's a small minority who have been making life miserable for people with antisocial behaviour. And with the new measures coming in, I've already heard that this is starting up again. Would my right honourable friend confirm the importance of tackling antisocial behaviour and that the police have the support and resources necessary to do so?
Well, my friend is absolutely right, and he is correct to point out we saw impacts of antisocial behaviour previously. They are manifesting again, and that is why police leaders are also working with local authority partners to address many of these issues. But in answer to his question, he is right to point out we back the police. They have the tools, they have the power, they have the support, and we will ensure that they are backed all the way to make sure we can deal with issues such as antisocial behaviour.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 25, please.
Mr. Speaker, I've said it before in this chamber and I'll say it again. In my view, anybody who lays a malicious finger on a police officer or indeed any emergency worker should face swift and severe retribution through the criminal justice system. And we recently announced our intention to double the sentence, the maximum sentence for assaults on emergency workers.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm encouraged by the Minister's response to my question. Last week, Sussex MPs met with South East Coast Ambulance Service teams, and we were disturbed to hear of an increase in assaults where drink and drugs seems to be a factor. Can the Minister, through his department and across government, work to ensure that when it comes to the policing, prosecution and sentencing of those individuals, that drink or drug abuse is an aggravating factor, not a mitigating factor, and that we stand by our ambulance personnel and ensure that those who abuse them go behind bars?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no excuse for assaulting any kind of emergency worker, whether you're on drink or drugs or completely sober. And I have to confess to you, I do not comprehend what goes through the twisted mind of somebody who would assault somebody in an ambulance, particularly, who is coming to the medical aid of a fellow citizen. He raises a very good point about aggravating factors, and when we consider this, the doubling of the sentence in legislation shortly, hopefully, I will certainly take that into account. I would also outline to him, just highlight to him, that I believe the Sentencing Council is about to start a review of the sentencing of assault, and I would urge him and others to make a submission into that forum as to the aggravating factors.
We have a substantive question to Minister Philp from Martindale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I've mentioned already, during the coronavirus pandemic, we've been allowing people to remain in their asylum accommodation even after their asylum decision has been made positively or negatively. And we started cessations in August for positive cases and more recently in England for negative ones. I must say that as a result of that, the number of people we've been supporting has gone up from about 48,000 across the UK to about 60,000. It's gone up by a huge amount. It's put enormous strain on the system, but we've been working night and day to accommodate that strain.
Heading up to Linlithgow with Martindale. Martindale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As COVID's second wave hits, the Minister must recognise that evicting asylum seekers into destitution will be a disaster for both asylum seekers and the communities that they're evicted into. So will he reverse the utterly reckless plans, and will she confirm whether public health directors and bodies were consulted about this specific decision, and what were they advised?
Minister.
Well, I'm a he, not a she. And look, no, I won't. We won't reverse the decision because we need to make sure that where people's asylum decisions are made, they are moved on into the community. We can't accommodate people on an indefinite basis. As I said in answer to your first question, the gentleman's first question, the number of people we're accommodating has gone up from 48,000 to 60,000 as a result of stopping the move-ons over the summer period. The system is under huge strain. It's not reasonable to ask the taxpayer to accommodate people on an indefinite basis, but we are doing it in a very careful, very measured way. We're not doing it all in one go. We're doing it week by week, very slowly, very carefully, and at all times in consultation with public health bodies.
Shadow Minister Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Minister could make me two promises today. Firstly, to publish in Parliament the report of his evaluation of asylum accommodation and support in Glasgow, including the use of hotels and the tragic deaths that have occurred. And secondly, to provide a copy of that report to the Lord Advocate, who is currently considering whether to initiate a fatal accident inquiry into those tragic deaths of asylum seekers in Glasgow during the lockdown.
Well, as the Honourable and Learned Lady says, there are formal investigations going on, and of course the Home Office will support those in any way that we are asked to do. In relation to the internal review going on, I haven't received that yet, but when I do, I will look at it carefully and consider how best to proceed thereafter. But on the question of hotel use, I think all of us agree that the use of hotels is not ideal, and we're working as rapidly as we can to reduce and then eventually end the use of hotels, not just in the city of Glasgow, but across the whole United Kingdom.
Yeah. We now come to topical questions to the Secretary of State for the Home Department. I call Secretary Priti Patel to make a statement on her responsibilities. I will then call Richard Berg and Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, we saw the senseless murder of Police Sergeant Matt Ratner while on duty in Croydon. His tragic death in the line of duty is a reminder to us all of the risk our brave officers take each and every day to keep us all safe. I know the House will join me in paying tribute to his courage and service, and also in sending our sincere and heartfelt condolences to his family, friends and colleagues. A murder investigation is now underway, and I remain in regular contact with the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. The entire policing family are grieving, and they have my full support. I will continue to do everything in my power to protect them, including spearheading work to double sentences for attacks on emergency workers, and also legislating to introduce a police covenant to enshrine support for our officers and their families in law.
Heading up to Yorkshire with Richard Bergen. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The PCS union has raised fears that Serco could be handed contracts to carry out the very sensitive interviews of people seeking refuge here in our country. Serco's disastrous handling of much of our test and trace system shows once again why such giant outsourcing companies shouldn't be running key public services. So does the Home Secretary accept that we must protect vulnerable people seeking asylum, and that means not handing sensitive asylum interviews over to Serco or other private contractors to make money from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman has heard already throughout oral questions. The fact of the matter is we are totally committed, and rightly so, to protecting the way in which those who are seeking asylum are treated within our system. He's already heard about strains and pressures, and it's right, Mr. Speaker, that we undertake all interviews in the right and proper phased way, and that is exactly what we are doing, and in a responsible manner.
Mr. Speaker, proportionally, the UK is not a major destination for asylum seekers, but those who have a legal claim here face a catch-22. So may I ask my right honourable friend, given that you need currently to be in the UK to establish a claim, what plans she has and her department has for creating safe legal routes so that we have the ability then to robustly disrupt traffickers trying to bring people in illegally?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right about the need for greater need for safe and legal routes. But I should also add, Mr. Speaker, that it's right that as a government we pursue the individuals that are facilitating criminality. And the honourable gentleman has heard this afternoon already the figures of arrests, the number of convictions. We will continue to do that. And of course, we are working right now to look at new routes, safe legal routes, for the protection of those that need our help.
We now come to Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomas-Symonds with the first of two questions. Nick Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I know I speak for the whole House in saying how devastated we all were to hear of the death of Sergeant Matt Ratana on Friday. The tributes we've heard have been heartfelt and deeply moving. Our deepest condolences are with his friends, family and fellow officers, and indeed the wider community in Croydon. His death gave National Police Memorial Day yesterday a particular poignancy. Mr. Speaker, the levels of violence against police officers is worrying and it is rising. As John Apter, National Chair of the Police Federation, said on the weekend, we are seeing more firearms out on the streets. And we are doing a lot to combat it. More and more are being seized. So can the Home Secretary outline what additional steps are now being taken to deal with this increase in possession of firearms and to keep our officers safe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I associate my remarks with the honourable gentleman's comments, obviously following the appalling death of Sergeant Matt Ratana. I too have spoken to the Chair of the Police Federation. In fact, I spoke to John Apter yesterday on a number of issues, Mr. Speaker, and first and foremost to restate this government's commitment and determination to addressing assaults on emergency workers. But at the same time, he is right to point out, as many have, and we know this when it comes to policing, the risks that our officers face every single day. And that also relates to the number of firearms in circulation. Now, in terms of the work that we as a government are undertaking to address firearms entering our country, clearly we work with our national intelligence agencies and our services and the National Crime Agency as well. They themselves have a great deal of work taking place on firearms that are being imported to our country, but not just weapons, but component parts, and also ways in which they can intercept and tackle criminals that are facilitating firearms and obviously the harm that they undertake. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that, of course, within policing, we are also developing greater legislation to look at more police powers in terms of where they themselves can do more work when it comes to tackling serious violence, high harms, and that also includes firearms.
Nick Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I also praise the work of the National Crime Agency and will, of course, consider carefully legislation coming forward. But I'm sure the Home Secretary appreciates that help is needed now. The work of our police has become harder and harder as numbers have fallen and violent crime has risen in every part of our country. Now, I've written to the Home Secretary pointing out that the Violent Crime Task Force has not met for over a year and it has not been replaced with a similar specialist body, leaving a vital strategic element of addressing violence missing. So as a consequence, will the Home Secretary commit to working on a cross-party basis to convene a replacement strategic task force that can address violent crime and the issues that drive it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I say to the honourable gentleman, as he will know, these issues of serious violent crime are addressed at the National Policing Board. And we are looking at those issues and working on those issues day in, day out. So in answer to his question, the government is already not just committed, we are spending the money, we are investing the money, and also through not just a serious violence reduction task force, but also funding that is going directly into policing right now, not just as we speak, but money that has been materialised and operationalised on the streets of our country. We're absolutely tackling serious and violent crime, and also that leadership is coming from the National Policing Board.
Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps are the Home Office taking to tackle the demand from sex buyers which drives the sex slave industry? And will the Home Secretary meet with me and colleagues who have produced a report on this subject from the Conservative Party Human Rights Commission entitled The Limits of Consent?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Honourable Lady's question and also the report that has been she is referring to. And we have seen that report. I will absolutely commit to meeting with her and fellow colleagues as well, because it's quite clear we as a government, we as individuals are committed to tackling the harm and exploitation that is associated with prostitution. And of course, our priority is to protect those that are exploited, protect vulnerable people, and there are certainly some very proactive ways in which we can do this.
Chair of the Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the tributes to Sergeant Matt Ratana? No one should ever underestimate the bravery of police officers and the risks they take to keep us all safe. Mr. Speaker, last week the Select Committee heard evidence from the Counter-Extremism Commissioner and the National Counter-Terror Chief on the way that extremists have exploited the COVID crisis. They also called for new action, coordinated action against extremism to be set up through a task force led by the Home Secretary, something that was first recommended over a year ago. Can I ask the Home Secretary, does she agree that we need this coordinated action as part of vital work to protect our national security? And if so, why has the task force not yet been set up? Why has it not yet met?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I met last week with Sarah Khan and had a very constructive discussion with her about ways of working going forward. And clearly not just the work of the task force, but actually the entire field of counter-extremism, the work that is associated, lessons to be learned from the past as well. And obviously using the expertise of the committee itself to look at learnings and how we can address the threat spectrum across the board. We have many experienced practitioners in this field, and I'm working both with Sarah Khan and with others, obviously to develop learnings and look at the approach that we're going to take going forward.
James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We owe our frontline police officers a debt of gratitude, and I saw firsthand recently the great work that they do when I joined Thames Valley Police for a night shift on their ride-along scheme in Bracknell. Is it now time, Home Secretary, to enshrine the police covenant in law?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and if I may pay tribute, obviously, to Thames Valley Police as well, who are an exceptional and outstanding police force, and I know his community has served well by them. He's heard my remarks on the police covenant, and it's absolutely right that we do much more to protect our frontline officers, but also their family members, provide the welfare support that they all need as well. And I absolutely concur with all members of the House as well, recognising that Friday's murder absolutely highlights and exemplifies why we do need to put that into law.
Heading to Lewisham with Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Angela, was detained in 2011. She was abandoned in the UK as a child with a man who imprisoned her. He and others beat and repeatedly raped her until she escaped as a teenager. 2 clinical professionals and a human trafficking expert have reported to the Home Office that her story is credible. The Home Office refuses to consider this evidence, insisting that Angela is covering up her true identity and has attempted to deport her. Will the Home Secretary conduct an urgent review of Angela's case, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the honourable member to contact me directly with the background, the history of this particular case, and I will look into that for her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer, my constituency of Arundel and South Downs has seen a real spate of antisocial motorcyclists causing real distress and potential danger to my constituents. Will the Home Secretary agree with me that such dangerous driving needs to be robustly challenged?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I do want to pay tribute to his police force in particular and his police chief for the outstanding work they're doing. I know rural crime was mentioned earlier on, but when it comes to tackling nuisance driving and quite frankly the wrong kind of driving, speeding and all those types of issues, mopeds and scooters, we need to make sure people can go about their daily lives in the right kind of way. We are already providing, through Police Uplift, more funding for more police activity. And of course the police do have powers under the Road Traffic Act 1988 and the Police Reform Act 2002 to seize vehicles that are driven illegally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Treasury Committee reported on economic crime. Its report found an estimated £90 billion of dirty money laundered through the City of London every year. Economic crime isn't victimless, as the Home Secretary will know. It includes human trafficking, child sexual abuse and exploitation, the sale of illegal drugs and firearms, and much else. In light of the recent FinCEN report and reported in the Panorama programme, what action will the Home Secretary take to redouble her efforts to get a grip on this kind of financial crime?
The Honourable Lady for her question, and she has highlighted the severity, the absolutely gross severity of what is taking place, not just with economic crime, but actually how our financial systems, are also associated with the facilitation of dirty money. And of course, we as a country do not want to be associated with that. There is much more that needs to happen. The FinCEN example was a very, very strong indication as to where there have been gaps in the system. Extensive work is taking place right now. I'd be more than happy for the Honourable Lady to come and discuss with officials more in this area, the work that is being undertaken, because there are far too many sources of illegal economic finance and obviously perpetrators of economic crime. And there is no doubt through our international financial system we can all do a lot more.
We've got Tim Lawton down in Worthing. Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our frontline police officers have performed an incredible service throughout the pandemic, keeping us safe whilst putting themselves in the line of danger, as we saw so tragically with the killing of Sussex officer Matt Ratana. That job is not made any easier when groups of demonstrators take it on themselves to flout social distancing regulations and take that anger out on the police. So does the Home Secretary agree that there's no excuse for such irresponsible gatherings at this time, however worthy they think their cause is, and that they should desist? And can I also just echo the calls by my honourable friend for Bracknell that we should speedily enshrine the police covenant into law?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right to point out a number of key facts. Assaults on police officers are thoroughly unacceptable. And I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, this weekend alone we saw a range of assaults on officers serving in the Metropolitan Police when they were policing protests. They were ugly scenes, they were unacceptable scenes, and there's simply no excuse for assaults. The other point to make, of course, is that we are in a national emergency. We are still in a health pandemic, and the police are working valiantly to attempt to stop the spread of the virus. And the public are acting brilliantly by being conscientious and undertaking the measures and obviously safeguarding in the right kind of way. It is right that we all play our own role, but to turn our fire on the police is completely wrong. It is inappropriate at every single level, and I think the public, not just when it comes to protests, but also when it comes to their own conduct with coronavirus, they must be conscientious and respect the police in every single way.
I'm sorry, that was the final question due to the length of time. Can I just advise members, this should be short and punchy questions and answers. We're defeating the idea of topicals, hence we've not got very far today. So hopefully we can learn from today. In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order. Order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Dr. Rumpelhoek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wondered if I might seek your advice. Exactly a week ago in this chamber, I asked the Secretary of State for Health about the efficacy of vitamin D as an extra bit of armoury against coronavirus, and he said he'd conducted a trial and that there was no effect. It turns out, Mr. Speaker, that there was no trial. Apparently, this was a nice review of secondary evidence on the 1st of July. Trial implies fresh evidence, not reheated leftovers. I wondered if he's there, he can correct the record. And also, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, I did put this in as a written question to his department. The answer came back that they've not been able to answer in time. It was the press office who told me about this secondary review of evidence. Isn't that unsatisfactory, Mr. Speaker, when we do things through the correct channels and it's their spin doctors who end up answering these things? Can we do better at not embellishing the facts and also getting things in the proper way?
I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of a point of order, and that the Secretary of State, in fairness, was here if he wished to make any comment. If not, I don't. Do you wish to or not?
Point of order. The evidence is as described, and I'm very happy to take the Honourable Lady and any others through the existing evidence and to listen to any further evidence that she has, because what matters in this is getting the best and the right clinical advice, and I'm enthusiastic at listening to all possible scientific advances that might be helpful.
As it's not a point of order for the Chair, I think we've got a satisfactory that you've got a meeting just been offered, and I think that is important. The only thing you did put on record, and I'm sure the Secretary of State is well aware that we do need speedy replies to MPs. Okay. Right, let's come to the general debate on COVID-19. I call the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, to move the motion. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today's debate comes at a critical moment as coronavirus continues its deadly march across the globe. Too many lives have been cut short and too much hardship and suffering. And here at home, we've seen a sharp rise in the number of cases, and this must concern us all. We know from bitter experience in so many countries that the nature of exponential growth is that once the virus is spreading, it accelerates with all the consequences that brings. Mr. Speaker, it is the first duty of government, of any government, to keep people safe. And our duty, each one of us here in this House, is to seek to represent our constituents to the best of our ability in their interests and in the interests of the nation. And in tackling this unprecedented pandemic, we must, each of us, seek to balance the cherished freedoms on which people thrive with that duty to keep people safe. Balance in each judgment the needs that are economic, or social, educational, and of course health, on which our nation's future depends. With pleasure.
If the first duty of government is to keep people safe, would he remember the first duty of Parliament is to hold government to account? And therefore, I know he wants to take public opinion with him, but will he also reassure us that he's determined to take Parliament with him? And may I urge him in that respect to meet with my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale, and come to a compromise and ensure that if there are further national lockdowns, Parliament is fully involved in this process?
Mr. Speaker, I thought this might come up. I was going to develop the argument further before coming to the nub of this particular point, but since my right honourable friend has given me the opportunity, I strongly agree with the need for us in this House to have the appropriate level of scrutiny. We've already, as the Prime Minister set out last week, put in place further measures. The aim is to provide the House with the opportunity to scrutinise in advance through regular statements and debates, questioning the government's scientific advisers more regularly, which has already started, gaining access to local data, and having the daily calls with ministers, including my right honourable friend, the Paymaster General. We're looking at further ways to ensure the House can be properly involved in the process in advance where possible. And I hope to provide the House with further details soon, and I will take up the invitation to a further meeting with my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale, with whom I've already met to discuss this matter to see what further progress can be made. And I hope that that, for the time being, satisfies my right honourable friend. I'll give way absolutely here and then here.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way on this point. Has he looked, if he considers the efficacy of parliamentary scrutiny, and what the New Zealand Parliament has done, which is to set up a special select committee led by the Leader of the Opposition, with a majority of the Opposition on it, in order to subject the government's performance to more direct and transparent scrutiny? It appears to have worked very, very well indeed. Perhaps he'd consider that this Parliament could behave in that way.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The structure of select committees is a matter for the House, of course, and far be it for me to impinge on the business of the House and the proper responsibilities of the Leader of the House. I think it's fair to say, though, that the scrutiny, I welcome the scrutiny that this House gives. I have answered 7 urgent questions, given 12 statements, and taken 800 interventions since the start of this pandemic. And I am committed to continuing the engagement, including some brilliant interventions from my right honourable friend who calls for more from a sedentary position. So there is further work to do, and I look forward to engaging with colleagues to make sure that we have the proper parliamentary scrutiny.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Just developing the point from my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough. I accept the scrutiny points that the Secretary of State says, but it's not just about scrutiny, it's about the laws we're making. And the ones that, for example, came in at midnight tonight were 12 pages of detailed laws, lots of detail and criminal offences and duties not mentioned when they were set out in a statement last week, including duties on employers, directors and officers with serious criminal penalties. That's why we need to scrutinise the detail of the legislation before it comes into force and give our assent to it, not, I'm afraid, just allow him to do so by decree.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, sometimes in this pandemic we have to move fast. Sometimes we have had to move fast, and we may need to again. The challenge we have in this House is how to ensure proper scrutiny whilst also being able, when necessary, to move fast in response to the virus. And that is the challenge that collectively we all face. I'll give way here and then over there.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I can reassure I'm going to praise him later. But to my right honourable friend's point, the Constitution Unit of UCL tweeted out earlier about this regulation. This policy was briefed to the media 8 days ago. Was it really not possible to schedule proper detailed parliamentary debate during that time, given the far-reaching consequences? They said, given the current mood, it seems very likely MPs will ask this. Well, I am asking. Surely it was possible, Mr. Speaker, in 8 days to have had the debate that my right honourable friend has called for.
Well, what I'd say to my honourable friend, and I'm grateful for the tone in which he's engaged in this, because he is a great supporter of parliamentary rights, and with him I'm a fellow traveller in heart. The challenge is how to do that and also be able to move at pace, and I'd be very happy to talk with him along with others on how to make this happen. I would say, however, that in respect to the laws that came into place overnight, they were set out. I set them out in a statement. In fact, the Prime Minister set out many of them in a statement last week. And so we have been clear about the policy intent. And the question is how we can make sure that we deal with this appropriately in the future. I'll give way on that point.
I praise my right honourable friend for what he's done through this pandemic. He's got an impossibly difficult job, and he has had to take decisions quickly, and he's right to take decisions quickly. But when it comes to new national measures, and many of us represent areas where the incidence of the virus remains very low. In the southern part of my constituency, in that district, there were no cases last week. Before we embark upon measures that affect everyone, as opposed to firefighting in individual areas, it is really important that this House has the chance to really scrutinise and hold to account and challenge. We know he wants to do the right thing. We want to help him to do the right thing.
Well, help like that is always very welcome. What I can say is that we want to ensure that the House can be properly involved in this process, whilst also allowing the whole nation to move fast where that's necessary. And what I'd say to my right honourable friend and others on this point is I welcome the recognition, the rightful recognition, that sometimes we do have to decide at pace. This is an unprecedented situation, and the truth is that the secondary legislation procedures were not themselves designed for a situation like this. The question is how we can have the appropriate level of scrutiny whilst also making sure that we can move fast where that's necessary. I'll give way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On another point, because with the leave of the chair, we may come on to debate these matters around process in a couple of days' time. But could I just focus the Secretary of State on the positives? Because while there are many challenges, and I'll come on to them if I catch the Speaker's eye later on, we have many things to celebrate in this country in the way that we have approached the response to this pandemic, not least the brilliant scientific community in this country, which has produced the only known effective treatment to COVID-19 and is doing great work on getting us closer and closer to a vaccine. So we like to beat ourselves up, or rather the media like to beat us up, but isn't the truth that we've got many, many things that the rest of the world follow us in?
That's right, and in fact my honourable friend leads me to where I was going to come next in my remarks, because he's right that whether it's the only known treatment, dexamethasone, or having the leading vaccine candidate around the world, or the work that our staff in the NHS did to protect the NHS in the peak of the crisis, or building the Nightingale hospitals in 9 days. They told us we'd never get that done, and we did. Or sorting out the huge problems we had in the provision of PPE. So with the PPE strategy that we have set out and published today, we've made clear that on all but one lines of PPE, by the end of this year, we are on track for 70% of our PPE to be produced here in this country. When I got this job, it was 1%. These changes are all huge areas of progress that we've made in tackling this virus. And I'm very, very proud of the whole team who's come together to make them happen. I'll take one more intervention on this point, and then I'm going to make some more.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? And it's nice to be informed and nice to be consulted and nice to be able to scrutinise. In the end, it's about who decides. Can he explain why he is so against Parliament making the decision, even if he argues for urgency and immediacy within 2 days, for example, to either confirm or revoke those regulations? Why is he against Parliament actually being the ones who finally decide on this? Because it's quite clear it's not even been decided in Cabinet, but just by 1 or 2 members in Cabinet. Let Parliament decide.
Well, I've said what I've got to say on this. This is clearly an area on which I'm very happy to engage with him and everybody else, along with the Leader of the House and the parliamentary authorities, to try to find a way forward. My final intervention before I make some progress.
Very grateful to Secretary of State. Can I have a progress report on something we talked about before, which is infection control? And will this time round there be isolation hospitals so that we can control the infection in the hospital sector better, and will there be good controls to prevent seepage of people with infection back to care homes?
Thank you. The answer to both of those questions is yes, we've learnt a huge amount about those and put in place improved procedures. But I'm going to come on to the question of the impact of that on our strategy, because the virus has shown beyond all possible doubt that the health of one of us begets the health of us all. And so the central question about the control of the virus, without a doubt in my mind, and this is a question that I ask myself every day, is how do we best keep people safe from this virus whilst protecting liberty and livelihoods and the things that make life worth living? And I believe that in reality there is not a simple trade-off between these things. Because the exponential growth of the virus means that there are in reality only 2 paths, either to control the virus or to let it rip. There is no middle option. Because once the virus is growing, it accelerates. And I am convinced that no matter how effectively we protect the vulnerable, to my right honourable friend's point, and of course protect them we must, letting the virus rip would leave a death toll too big to bear. And in reality, the only question is how to control the virus and when to put measures in place. And that comes directly to the question that we've been debating about both how to control the virus, but also how we have to act fast. Because the best thing we can do for schools, for our economy, for both lives and livelihoods, is to act fast together to control the virus and to keep the rate of infections down. And from this goal flows our strategy, which is to suppress the virus while protecting our economy and education until a vaccine arrives. I'll take the...
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State giving way, and isn't this why we need evidence-based interventions? He would have seen on clips of what happened in my constituency on Saturday night at 10 o'clock as the streets filled out with young people enjoying themselves, partying, no social distancing, and clearly creating the worst of environments. Could he now review that policy of a 10 o'clock curfew to ensure that our streets and our neighbourhoods are safe?
Well, we always look at the effects of these policies. We've got to take everything into the round, including the level of social distancing that might have been going on were that to continue all through the night. And we followed one of the reasons that we brought in this policy is because we've seen it work in other countries, as she knows. None of these interventions on social distancing are ones that we take lightly or want to put in place. The question is how we keep control of the virus in the best possible way by reducing the impact on the economy and on education as much as possible. That is the central question. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
To the Secretary of State and for his indulgence in taking a second intervention. Look, I agree with him. Unlike some people, I do actually think we need to take tough measures to deal with the virus, and we do sometimes need to act quickly. The really important question is, are the measures we're taking going to be effective, and do we have the evidence to support them being effective? And that's why I gently say to the Secretary of State, that's why I think actually ministers coming to Parliament, marshalling the arguments and laying out the evidence means that we get better decisions that are likely to be more effective in dealing with the virus and protecting our economy. And I think that is the general view of many colleagues on both sides of the House, and I hope that he reflects on that when he meets with our right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West.
Well, it's a view that I very largely share, and in fact, I'd go so far as to say that the amount of times I've stood at this dispatch box and taken into account a point that somebody's made from both sides of the House are beyond the number of times, beyond what I can count. I mean, that has been part of the rhythm of this of the response, has been to listen to points that have been made. So I would caution against the idea that there hasn't been parliamentary scrutiny. I know it effectively because I've been at this dispatch box usually several times a week when Parliament's have been sitting. But I understand the concerns here, of course I do, and I hope that we can find a way forward that is appropriate. Final intervention.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving away. He mentioned that there were essentially two strategies, but there is a third strategy, of course, based on elimination, which is what New Zealand have been pursuing, and they had succeeded, although there's been a slight resurgence over recent weeks. Is elimination a viable strategy for the UK?
Well, I would love it if elimination were a realistic strategy, but everywhere in the world that has tried an elimination strategy has seen a resurgence, sadly. New Zealand attempted an elimination strategy and saw a resurgence. Scotland attempted an elimination strategy and saw a resurgence. And I think that the virulence of this disease and its prevalence globally, we're almost at the point of 1 million deaths around the world, means that the two realistic options that we have are suppression until a vaccine comes and letting it rip. And I know which of those two I support, and the basis of the government's position is entirely on on the goal of suppressing the virus whilst working as fast as we can towards a vaccine. And the truth is that there are many things which have gone well, and I want to thank the people who've been involved in doing the right thing. I want to thank everybody who's following the rules, for clicking on the QR codes, for washing their hands and wearing a face mask and keeping their space. And I want to thank the people who've been involved in the successes, the Nightingale hospitals that I mentioned, and the NHS and care team. I want to thank those who built almost from scratch the biggest testing capability of all our peers. And tell you, Mr. Speaker, that today we are on track to process our 20 millionth test, which is more than the number of tests conducted in France and in Spain put together. And just this weekend, I want to thank everyone who has played their part in the fastest download of an app in British history, 12.4 million downloads as of noon today. We have done these things together. Never has it been more true to say that no man is an island, and none of this would have been possible without a huge team effort. And the challenges, as we've discussed, have been legion, the biggest crisis no doubt in my lifetime, and yet we know that we can only rise to this challenge if we do so together. I'll give way to the Honourable Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary for giving way. On testing, will it be as appalled as I am that scammers are now calling up vulnerable people, suggesting that the NHS wishes to charge £50 per test? And when the constituent is querying this, the scammer is insisting that they're calling from the track and trace service and to give over their bank details. Will the Secretary condemn this and also raise it with the Home Secretary that these scammers are prosecuted with the full force of the law?
Yes, absolutely. I am aware of these sorts of scams, and we have a programme of action to take against these scammers. It's an outrage that people should try to take advantage of a global pandemic in this illegal way. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to update the House on the changes that we have made and discussed already in interventions and brought into force of requiring and mandating self-isolation. And from today, we've introduced a £500 support payment for those self-isolating on low incomes. And on top of this, I can tell the House that we're also providing £15 million so local authorities can make discretionary payments to people who do not meet the criteria of the scheme but may also face financial hardship if they have to self-isolate and cannot work. We know that self-isolation works, and we know that the vast majority of people want to do the right thing, so we'll enhance support for those who do and come down hard on those who flout the rules. Mr. Speaker, our second line of defence is testing and contact tracing. The 20 millionth test today means that we'll have processed more tests than Italy and Spain combined, and we're expanding our testing capacity all the time, on track to 500,000 a day by the end of the month. Yet, of course, testing only provides the information. What matters is that people act on it. So we've built a veritable army of contact tracers at enormous scale, and they are complemented by the app. It's a cross-party app. I'm grateful for the huge support that it's received, and I would urge everybody, including every single member in this House, to join the 12.4 million. Mr. Speaker, we have so much more information about the virus than we had in the first peak. And that means that we can take a more targeted and localised approach. And over the past few months, local restrictions have allowed us to hone in on areas where cases are high and rising and put targeted measures in place. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this point about the need for testing and being so important in terms of data, does he therefore regret that in recent weeks we've seen 40% of testing capacity taken out of London, and now we are seeing hospitalisations rising and talk about further restrictions in London, but we can't base it on reliable testing data because there hasn't been enough testing done, with constituents of mine and people across London still struggling to access tests? Does he agree that that was the wrong move to make?
Well, we do ensure that targeted testing is prioritised at the areas where there is the greatest prevalence. And we look not only at the number of positive cases, but also the surveys and also the positivity rate. All of these inform the needs. And I can understand why the Honourable Lady rightly fights for more testing in her constituency, but we have to make sure that that testing is used in the places where it is most needed. And we know more about this because we now have the mass testing with capacity over 250,000 of tests a day, and it means we can take a more targeted and local approach. Now, unfortunately, as case rates have gone up, we've needed to introduce more of these local measures. On Friday, we introduced new restrictions on household mixing for Wigan, Stockport, Blackpool and Leeds. And today, I must announce further measures for the parts of the North East where we introduced local action a fortnight ago. Unfortunately, the number of cases continues to rise sharply. The incident rate across the area is now over 100 cases per 100,000. We know that a large number of these infections are taking place in indoor settings outside the home. And so, at the request of the local councils, with whom we've been working closely, we will introduce legal restrictions on indoor mixing between households in any setting. Mr. Speaker, we do not take these steps lightly, but we must take them, and take them now, because we know that swift action is more likely to bring the virus under control. And the quicker we can get this virus under control, the quicker we can restore the freedoms we all enjoy in the North East and across the country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, all the time that we've been fighting to suppress the virus, so too we've fought to protect people. The furlough scheme, the bounce back loans, funding for social care, for the charities, for the arts, unprecedented support for the NHS so we could protect the NHS through the peak and now work through the backlog that the peak inevitably caused. Through the huge challenges, we secured the supply lines for the vital PPE, and hence we can launch our PPE winter plan now. And I'd like to pay tribute to Lord Dighton, his team, and all the businesses who are stepping up, because their work has put us in such strong stead to protect those who are performing heroics on the front line. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the best way to protect us long-term, of course, for our lives and our livelihoods is a vaccine. Work progresses as fast as safely possible. On Friday, the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisations published its interim guidance on how we propose to prioritise access to a vaccine as soon as one becomes available. A huge planning effort is underway, led by the NHS with the support of the armed forces, to ensure that we're ready for a rollout as soon as feasibly possible. Building on years of experience of the annual flu vaccine rollout, this national effort to come brings hope to us all. And Mr. Speaker, all the way through this pandemic, I've welcomed debate and scrutiny in this House. And on Wednesday, we'll debate and vote on extending the vital measures in the Coronavirus Act. And that Act provides for powers that are critical to the control of this virus. And I urge all colleagues to work together to ensure that we come through this in the best possible way, because ultimately, wherever in this chamber we may sit, we are all on the same side, steadfast in our determination to defeat this deadly virus.
Just before I put the question, just to say to members, I'm aiming for 5 minutes after the front bench. So the question is that this House has considered COVID-19. So I now come to Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth. Jonathan Ashworth.
Mr. Speaker, almost 1 million people worldwide have died from an illness no one had heard of 10 months ago. Here in the United Kingdom, almost 42,000 have lost their lives. Last week, I spoke to bereaved families who want justice. They have shared heartbreaking stories with me, such as Tony Clay's. He was 60, fit, healthy, he had mild blood pressure. He had returned from France to be with his family and grandson. He travelled through airports and train stations. He was under 70, so he didn't think he was at risk. After 12 days at home, he felt flu-like symptoms. After 14 days, he was admitted to hospital. He deteriorated. He died, leaving behind devastated loved ones and a heartbroken grandson. There are thousands and thousands of stories of shattered families from these last 6 months. Now, we cannot bring back lost loved ones, but we must ensure that lessons are learned, and an inquiry must take place at the appropriate time. We are now facing a resurgence or a second wave, a second tide. Whatever we call it, we know prevalence is rising. We are seeing an increase in admissions to critical care. According to the latest data from the Intensive Care Research and Audit Centre, September's critical care admissions reveal people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds overrepresented in admissions, as are people from the very poorest backgrounds. A sobering reminder that COVID thrives on inequalities, interacting with a number of long-term conditions such as hypertension, type 2 diabetes and other non-communicable diseases. Conditions that we know are disproportionately cluster in the most disadvantaged groups of society. I will, and then...
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Does he agree with me that despite the evidence on the disproportionate impact on BAME communities and poorer communities, the government has yet to take the steps required to improve their outcomes, and ahead of a potential second wave, it could be further devastating for those groups who have already been hit hard?
National Green is absolutely spot on. We had the Public Health England report before the summer. We need those recommendations implemented. But the point I'm coming to, which reinforces the point my honourable friend has made, is that suppressing this virus, yes, does depend on a vaccine and its distribution, but it's clear we need a health inequalities strategy as well. Now, we face this second wave knowing more about the virus than earlier in the year. Treatment has indeed improved and continues to improve. I pay tribute to the National Health Service and our medical science base for that. But exposure to this virus remains dangerous. Indeed, there are many who catch this virus who are left with serious debilitating conditions, so-called long COVID. Now, the Secretary of State has promised us long COVID clinics. We're still waiting for those to open. But we reject on this side those siren voices who say we must let this virus rip through the population while the vulnerable shield. That may suit those with financial security and support in place, but for the disadvantaged, it could be lethal. Others say we must put the economy first, but controlling the virus and protecting the economy are linked objectives, not in conflict with one another. There can be no economic renewal without a healthy population. So taking action now to save lives and minimise harm is in our long-term economic interest. I will give way, and then I will make some progress if I may.
To him, and he's making a very interesting speech, but I just wonder which member of this House has said the virus should be allowed to let rip, because I know I haven't, and I'm not aware of any other member of Parliament thinking it should be let rip.
And directing my comments at any particular member, but the honourable gentleman will know there is a debate raging on that very point, and I was repeating a comment which was not a million miles away from the remarks the Secretary of State himself made at the dispatch box. But we support, Mr. Speaker, a strategy to suppress this virus in order to save lives, minimise harm and keep children in school. Which brings me to the debate raging about restrictions and the role of the House in these restrictions. Now, neither the Secretary of State nor I came into politics to impose curtailments on our liberties. But when faced with a virus that spreads with speed and severity, when faced with the biggest public health crisis for over 100 years, we understand the need for restrictions. These restrictions are about preventing harm. That is why, when in March, when the Prime Minister invited the then leader of the opposition, my honourable friend, the member for Islington North, and myself into Downing Street to discuss these restrictions, we offered our support and cooperation. And that's not to say we do not have deep concerns about the Act to be debated on Wednesday. The Care Act easements and how they affect people in receipt of care, we believe, must be switched off. We maintain deep concerns about the rights of people detained under the Mental Health Act, and we need reassurances about the rights of children with special educational needs and disabilities, and we'll be looking to ministers to offer us those reassurances on Wednesday. But of course, this House should play a greater role in scrutiny of legislation. As the member for Leicester South, I share members' frustration when restrictions are imposed, when the rules for our constituents are unclear, confusing, because the relevant statutory instrument hasn't yet been drafted, or when rules come out at 11:30 at night. Indeed, I share the incredulity of members when instruments come so late to committee they're out of date. My honourable friend for Ellesmere Port was debating the measures to close zoos on the day that zoos were reopening. And of course, I share the frustration of members when fines are imposed and there has not been proper debate across this House. So if this House can find a way for better scrutiny of these measures, then of course we would be extremely sympathetic to that, Mr. Speaker. But we won't support attempts to scupper restrictions that are clearly in the public health interest. Our priority will always be saving lives, minimising harm and keeping our children in school. And until a vaccine is discovered and distributed, that depends on driving the R value to below 1 through containment measures, social distancing and an effective test, trace and isolate strategy. I will give way and then I will...
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. There's been much mention on the success of a vaccine. One, it's unclear as to when that is likely to be. And secondly, surely even if we have a vaccine, it will not be 100% effective.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise his worries about when a vaccine will be available, but there are many who feel a vaccine could well be available next year. The key thing is that we have a process in place to ensure that vaccine, when discovered, is distributed rapidly across the country. I will give way to the Chair of the Select Committee, but then I will not take more interventions because I'm well aware that there's plenty on the list to speak.
Can I just say to others, those who keep intervening are also on the list. I think it's unfair when others will or may not get in who are lower down the list. On to Gundap.
Very briefly, the honourable member recognised that although he's quite right that nobody came here to restrict liberties, in fact most of us came into this place to promote liberties, the whole point of promoting liberty in this place is that we must balance liberties. There is obviously the liberty of individuals who are seeking to work, and he spoke about the poorest members of our community. Many of the poorest members of the community that I represent are the ones who are suffering from lockdowns in different ways. And would it not be therefore right for this House to debate, quite rightly, not reject all lockdowns, but at least to debate the different political choices that are being made as these questions are being asked?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the honourable gentleman, and many of my constituents are particularly affected by the restrictions that we've put in place. And I'm going to develop this point in a moment. But if I can say to the House, I will not take any more interventions because I'm well aware there's a huge number of members seeking to catch your eye, Mr. Speaker. But heading into the first wave, we were too slow. The first cases to reach the UK was on 31st of January. On 5th of March, the Prime Minister talked about taking it on the chin and boasted of shaking hands. On 7th of March, people were advised to self-isolate. A pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization on 11th of March. 12th of March, testing and tracing in the wider community paused. 16th of March, non-essential travel advised against. 20th of March, pubs and restaurants shut. But still, throughout, infections continued to climb. Finally, on 24th of March, we went into a national lockdown. But we could see what was happening in Italy, Spain and France. But we waited and waited. And we can see what is happening now in parts of Europe again. Now, let me be clear with the House. A second national lockdown would be catastrophic for society, for families who have spent so long apart, and our economy. So action must be taken to avoid that, alongside clarity about which restrictions work and how long they will be in place for. Across vast swathes of the North and Midlands, families have been denied the chance to see each other in homes and private gardens. Restrictions have been placed on visiting loved ones in care homes. Many ask why they can't go round to see their grandmother but can sit with strangers in the pub. There are parts of the country that endured lockdown and immediately, more or less, had imposed upon them another 4 months of restrictions, such as Leicester and Bradford. There will be huge long-term implications in terms of mental health and loneliness. Now, we understand the need for restrictions, but people need reassurance that there is an end in sight. Families want to know that they will be able to enjoy Christmas together. So when will ministers outline the criteria that will allow a daughter in Bradford to hug her elderly parents, or grandchildren in Leicester to cuddle their grandmother? So could I urge ministers to consider whether, if after a certain time limit, if the infections haven't abated in a city like Leicester or Bradford, where they've had restrictions for 4 months, will these instead impose alternative restrictions so families can visit their loved ones again? I understand that tracing data shows infections spread in household, but the virus is caught outside and brought into the house. And the most recent ONS surveillance report states that, quotes, eating out was the most commonly reported activity in the 2 to 7 days prior to symptom onset. Hospitality accounts to 1/5 of all COVID transmissions. Now, we support the restrictions announced last week, but many are now questioning how effective they will be in containing the virus. We've seen this weekend pictures of people piling out of pubs at 10 o'clock on the dot, into busy streets, public transport packed, supermarkets busy as people buy more drink. How does this help contain the spread of the virus? So can I ask the Secretary of State to undertake a rapid and transparent review of all the evidence on the 10 o'clock rule and report back to Parliament this week? And can I also ask the Secretary of State to quickly publish a strategy outlining what further containment steps could be introduced to avoid a second national lockdown or keep our children in school and allow families to see each other? Now, secondly, both the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State last week referred to airborne transmission. The emerging evidence now suggests that there is greater aerosol transmission than we earlier thought. This has huge implications for ventilations in sites which often use circulated air, for example, student halls of residence. So can I urge ministers to come forward as a matter of priority with new guidance on aerosol airborne transmission for buildings? Avoiding a second national lockdown also depends on an effective test, trace and isolate regime. The problems with testing have been outlined by members across the House for weeks now, so I don't need to repeat all the stories. We've rehearsed the arguments back and forth week after week. But can I ask the Minister about, or can the Minister, in responding to the debate later, give us more details about so-called Project Moonshot? The government apparently intends to deliver millions of tests a day, with a plan apparently for 4 million a day by September. It's set to cost 100 billion, more than 70% of the NHS England budget, with more contracts for the very firms that have failed to deliver an effective test and trace system today. So instead of moonshots that cost the earth, why not invest in our network of NHS and university labs? And will he validate, I've asked him before, but will they validate quickly pooled PCR testing? And will he invest in universities like Southampton and Leicester to expand the saliva-based testing they are piloting? We've urged him, and NHS providers urged him today, to introduce regular routine testing for all frontline NHS staff. Will he now deliver on that before the winter to improve infection control in hospitals? And can the Minister, in responding, perhaps update the House on plans for university halls of residence? We've seen the pictures on our TV screens in the last 24 hours. And just as people have struggled to access tests in recent weeks, for those who do receive a test, it's taking longer to actually receive the result. Care home staff report it takes days to receive a test result. Far from taking the 24 hours to turn around a test the Prime Minister promised us, in some instances it's now taking 24 hours, it's now taking 35 hours. Can the ministers tell us when the Prime Minister's promise of 80% of tests being turned around in 24 hours will be met? He knows that we think that his tracing system is not as effective as it should be. Ministers should have invested in shoe-leather epidemiology. Instead, we got a Serco call centre. But for decades, our local health protection teams kept us safe, testing, tracking and isolating infectious disease. They are trained in the fundamentals of infectious disease control. They should be leading this work, Mr. Speaker, not Serco. It would be much more effective. And finally, on a point about communication. Communication in a pandemic is absolutely key. But over the weeks, we've had hyperbole around world-beating, sending it packing in 12 weeks, and so on. Can I urge the government to commit to regular televised briefings from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor? And no, yes then, because they provide the details, I'm afraid, of what is really happening, I say to the Honourable Member from the New Forest. And will he set up a website where the government publish clear location-specific instructions where people can tap in their postcode and they can know what is allowed and not allowed in their local area? Just finally on the NHS, we talked about building surge capacity in the NHS and the Nightingales, but that surge capacity was built on the back of delayed treatment, often postponed cancer screening. Throughout the first wave, staff were sent to the front line with inadequate PPE and many are now exhausted. They need more than rainbows in windows and applause rippling down our streets. They need well-being support and fair pay. And patients need reassurance they will get the care they deserve. The waiting list is at 4 million. Over 83,000 wait beyond a year to start treatment. The numbers getting cancer screening have plummeted. On mental health, we know that many who have lost a loved one will need extra mental health support. We're seeing more drink abuse and no doubt more substance misuse in this crisis. And I just want to quickly pay tribute to the Unison staff, the drug and alcohol support staff at Wigan who are striking at We Are With You. They deserve fair agenda for change pay, and I hope the Minister ensures they receive that pay award. Now, the Chancellor promised us the NHS would get whatever it needs. It now clearly needs a funded recovery plan alongside a plan for social care to get us through this second wave. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we should have been better prepared for this pandemic. A pandemic was the #1 issue on the government's risk register. We entered this crisis more vulnerable, more exposed, after years of restricted growth in health expenditure, after years of cuts to public health budgets and infrastructure, and after years of failing to build meaningful integration between health and social care. And fundamentally, years of austerity left us with widening health inequality, poverty and disadvantage, the conditions on which pandemics can thrive. And because of climate change, deforestation, urbanisation, we are set to see more pandemics, not less. So when we overcome this virus, and we will, let us honour the lives lost and build a society that puts people first.
Simon Clark with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to be called so early in such an important debate. And it's my first opportunity to address the House since leaving government earlier this month. And I do want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those in local government and in my former department who I worked with. It was a great privilege, and they are exceptional people. Having stood recently where my right honourable friend does, I can also testify what a difficult time this is to be in government. I do want to pay tribute to him and his colleagues for everything they are doing on our behalf at a moment of national crisis. I know how exacting it is. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a very important moment in our national debate about our strategy on coronavirus, and I think it's a time for clarity, consistency and courage. I welcome the measures announced by the Prime Minister last week. COVID-19 is an awful disease, and it is essential that the public respect the rules that are in place for their protection, from the rule of 6 to the guidance on hands, face, space, which will undoubtedly save lives. I supported those measures precisely because they are limited and proportionate. Fundamentally, I think we owe it to the British people to be totally honest with them about the situation. Until such time as we have a vaccine, we are going to be living alongside the threat of this virus, and some of those whom we love may die. We do not know when a vaccine will become available, nor precisely how effective it will be. And faced with that reality, we need to be clear-sighted about the choices that are open to us. I believe it must therefore be right that, as the government has chosen, we should seek to keep as much of our economy and society open as we possibly can. If we could say with confidence that by holding on for just a few weeks, or indeed a few months, that we would reach a certain cure, the calculus might look very different. But given we cannot do so, to return to a national lockdown will not only be untenable, I think it would in fact be wrong. The toll such a lockdown would exact would be stark and serious. It would manifest itself in grim statistics it would fall to us in this House to reflect on over the years ahead. The cancers undiagnosed, the jobs and the businesses lost, the soaring demand on our mental health services. It would also creep in like sea mist in less tangible ways. The opportunities forgone by a generation of young people, the loneliness of millions parted from their loved ones again. So it is my firm belief that now is a time for resolution, when we must do our utmost to live without fear, even in the most dangerous times, as generations of Britons have done before us. And this is not a counsel of despair, as my right honourable friend alluded. Thanks to the hard work of so many people, we are incomparably better placed than we were in March to live alongside this virus. From the Nightingale hospitals, to new treatments like dexamethasone, to new capabilities like the outstanding new NHS COVID app, we grow stronger almost every week in our ability to defeat this virus. And that is reflected, of course, in the improved mortality figures that we're seeing this time round. And as I'm sure colleagues across the House have done, I visited my local major hospital this summer to hear firsthand from them about how they've responded to the situation. I pay great tribute to all those at James Cook University Hospital for everything they've done. So whilst respecting everything that the government's doing, I did just want to raise a number of points around the issues thrown up by local lockdowns. Today, my Conservative colleagues from the Tees Valley and I have written to our local authorities asking them not to seek to go further than central government requires when it comes to the restrictions that are presently in place. The new measures announced by the Prime Minister need time to bed in. But this does also lead to a very important question for government. As the number of local lockdowns across the north of our country continues to multiply, are we in effect seeing a national or at least semi-national lockdown imposed by default? 16 million people are now living under the shadow of those restrictions. And what is our exit strategy from this situation? As we look at the likes of Leicester or Greater Manchester or West Yorkshire, none of them are leaving these restrictions. And what hope can I offer my constituents as we stand on the brink of further intervention, potentially in the Tees Valley, that there is a way out? Because it is going to be a long, hard and lonely winter ahead if there is no such exit strategy. And that's why, together with my friends for Redcar, Stockton South, Darlington and Sedgefield, we've taken a stand today. How long can we realistically expect people will comply with those measures? And as lockdown fatigue worsens, we must address the growing risk that tighter restrictions will punish the law-abiding, whilst seeing others unable or unwilling to comply. I will very briefly.
Given that he's addressing the legal aspects of this, has he thought indeed about the implications on other aspects of criminal law?
Well, indeed, it is a potentially significant burden on our law enforcement agencies. I will close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by just referencing the issue of the slightly different local lockdowns that are in place across the country at this time. The lack of consistency, I think, does make compliance harder. And I would just urge my right honourable friend and the government front bench to reflect upon what options exist to try and establish the clearest possible protocol so we can get uniformity of decision-making across those areas. I recognise clearly we're seeking to make the most effective intervention in each given area, reflecting the local circumstances. I do, however, worry that a slightly different situation in the North East compared to, say, West Yorkshire, compared again to Greater Manchester, does risk actually making it harder for those who want to do their best to get behind the government's measures to do the right thing. Better observance, in the end, must be our collective goal. I will conclude by offering my right honourable friend and our health service every good wish as we seek to overcome these challenges. At a moment when there are no easy choices, let us make sure that we enable our country to live rather than simply exist over the period that lies ahead, so that the country we return to on the other side of this dreadful situation is happy, healthy, successful and free.
Lyndon.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman from Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland. I had the pleasure of shadowing him when he was at HCLG and also known him to be incredibly courteous. And I wish him well for however long he's in the backbenches. I know that he's got plans to return to government at some point. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that governments all around the world have faced the same challenges with this pandemic, whether that be understanding how the virus transmits, how a lockdown should occur, and indeed under what circumstances, or indeed on obtaining PPE. And for many, this was unknown territory, and I think for most of us as politicians, no one or nothing truly prepares us for a global pandemic. And it would be remiss of me not to start by mentioning the successful measures put in place, including the public's overwhelming cooperation with the lockdown restrictions, the unity we've seen in our neighbourhoods and constituencies, especially in offering a helping hand to those who were shielding, and the countless community groups and volunteers who have mobilised during the outbreak. I also want to acknowledge and say thank you for the brave commitment of so many of our NHS and care staff who continue to battle this virus every single day. However, with the stark warnings offered by the Prime Minister last week of a second wave of COVID-19 cases and, of course, further restrictions put in place to keep as many of us as safe as possible, we must therefore learn the mistakes made in the earlier half of the year. It's imperative that we all move forward looking at what worked best and, most importantly, what we urgently need to improve upon. And it's clear that the three most difficult aspects of the coronavirus pandemic have been controlling the outbreaks in social care settings, providing enough PPE to those who need it, and setting up a functional and effective test, trace and isolate system. Now, the economic response to COVID and the mental health crisis and the legacy of that are much bigger issues, which I'm sure other colleagues will no doubt focus upon, but I will confine my remarks to the public health aspects of today's debate, particularly in the interest of time and being courteous to other members. So I want to start with the issue of test and trace. Now, the Scottish contact tracing system Test and Protect was based on traditional public health teams who have managed to reach over 98% of cases and 97% of contacts. Unfortunately, the success on that has not been mirrored by the British Government's implementation of its testing and tracing. The Times found that in England, the percentage of successful searches between 1 p.m. on September the 16th and midday on September the 17th was just 43%, and in comparison in Scotland that's 97%. Now, the Scottish contact tracing system is the best performing in the UK, particularly when we compare it to the outsourced Serco call centres in England, which are barely reaching 60% of contacts. People are, on average, asked to travel 27 miles to the nearest centre, and at the peak of the shortages, 1/5 of all UK postcodes were being directed to sites in another nation. Indeed, we heard anecdotes in this chamber only last week of people in Bolton reportedly being told to travel 90 miles to Wales to get a test, and Cambridge residents being told to go to Birmingham, Heathrow or Bradford. Now, the ineffective tracing system in England means that thousands of people who may currently be infected with COVID-19 are not being advised to self-isolate, and as such are continuing to spread the virus at a rate leading towards a second wave. The Scottish Government's also launched the Protect Scotland app, which I've spoken about in this chamber, and certainly urged people to download it. I myself have downloaded the app in England. As somebody who spends probably half the week in England, I'm more than happy to use this position to encourage as many people as possible to download that app. But in terms of the app in Scotland, over 1 million people have downloaded that, helping to effectively trace the virus across Scotland. And that figure of 1 million it represents 18% of the population, meaning that the figure is already above the 15% threshold required to make a measurable impact on viral spread. However, despite the Scottish Government's success, there are still challenges from the UK Government, mainly that the Scottish NHS has increased its testing capacity considerably for hospital patients, but instead of funding testing of the public through expansion of NHS labs, the UK Government set up an entirely separate system organised by Deloitte. And as it is a UK-wide system, we've seen an increase in demand in England, leading to appointments being cut in Scotland. In fact, there are multiple reports over the last week of people resident in England being advised to enter a Scottish postcode to obtain authorisation for a test, even though the test was carried out in the south of England. Now, if not dealt with, this could seriously undermine Scotland's well-thought-out and effective contact tracing system, and the incorrect data could give a false impression of an outbreak somewhere which does not exist. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is vital, therefore, that we prepare for the second wave, and in doing so, we must do everything possible to test as many people as possible. Now, we have the most accurate figures for contact tracing, and we can prevent the transmission of that deadly virus. But I want to turn now to the issue of personal protective equipment. One of the major challenges that we've seen from the outside of the pandemic was the hugely increased need for PPE such as masks, gowns and gloves, amounting to some 485 million items so far. But in Scotland, we've had the advantage of central procurement and the delivery being part of the Scottish NHS, along with having our own stockpile. Now, naturally, with the sheer quantity of PPE needed in the first few weeks of the outbreak, there were difficulties in transportation, especially to extra sites that now needed additional equipment, including community clinics, GP surgeries, pharmacies and care homes. But our Trade Minister and my very good friend Ivan McKee worked tirelessly to maintain imports of PPE which came in through Prestwick Airport, and the Scottish Government invested in the development of a domestic industry so that 50% of all our PPE is now manufactured in Scotland, making our future supply more secure. But when we compare the availability, the transportation and supply of PPE under the SNP Scottish Government with the Tory Government here in Westminster, in every regard the SNP Government has been better prepared and put in place clear plans for the future if we are to face a second wave, as now sadly seems inevitable. The Conservative Government privatised the UK national stockpile and then ran down the stock, with some items up to 10 years out of date, putting at risk the lives of the very key workers in the NHS, those same workers that we went out to clap for every Thursday night at the beginning of the pandemic. Indeed, we know that in 2016, when the government was found to have failed woefully in terms of pandemic preparedness, of course, Exercise Cygnus accurately predicted that the NHS would be pushed into a state of crisis if an infectious and deadly disease ever came to the shores of these islands. And it highlighted that an effect of the pandemic could be shortages of intensive care beds, vital equipment and even mortuary space. Now, these predictions became a reality with the COVID-19 pandemic, and even with the stark warnings of 2016, still no action was taken. Instead, the government chose to effectively hand out hundreds of millions of pounds in contracts to companies with no experience of providing PPE. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth of the matter is the British government has used this public health crisis to benefit their friends. A contract was handed out without any public tender process to Public First, a company which is run by a former aide to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and an associate to Dominic Cummings. It should then, Madam Deputy Speaker, be no surprise to anyone that millions of pieces of PPE were substandard and even unusable. Much of it never materialised, having never been delivered to the countless NHS workers who needed it so badly. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Union Government or England and Wales have done better than Scotland that they might be able to learn from?
It's a surprise to the right honourable gentleman to say that I'm not at a stage of being particularly complimentary to the way the UK government has handled this pandemic, and I'm sure if he's looked at any of the statistics he would also conclude that as well. Yep. But of course that's a matter for the right honourable gentleman to consider as he prepares for his remarks this afternoon. I want to deal now with the distressing issue of deaths in social care settings. We simply cannot ignore the fact that the death rate in care homes across the UK has been utterly devastating. In my own constituency, Cranhill's Burlington Court care home saw 13 deaths in just 1 week. Now, that number of 13 can never just be regarded as a statistic. Each and every one of those residents were family members and loved ones who will never be forgotten. However, the attacks suggesting that this was a problem specific to Scotland are, I'm afraid, incorrect. In May, the London School of Economics highlighted that over half of COVID-related deaths in care homes in England weren't being reported. Now, the Scottish Government made a sustained effort to report all care home deaths so that our figures were as accurate and as up-to-date as possible. Indeed, the data published by the ONS clearly shows that the deaths in Scotland were not significantly higher than the rest of the UK. The data highlights that XF deaths in care homes in England and Wales were 45 per 100,000, almost exactly the same as Scotland at 44 per 100,000. Now, some have blamed the COVID outbreaks in care homes on patients being discharged from hospital, but studies actually suggest there were multiple entry points into care homes from the community, via visitors and staff, particularly staff working in several care homes. So it would arguably have been even more dangerous to place already vulnerable care home patients in hospitals, with space already being a valuable commodity in our busy hospitals, in particular the ICUs. Now, the Scottish Government was quick to set up and step in when it became clear that the social care sector was struggling, providing considerable support in the form of extra funding and supplying additional PPE from NHS supplies. And until this intervention from the Scottish Government, some care homes weren't even paying sick pay, which meant staff could not afford to stay home when they might have had COVID symptoms or indeed were a contact. So to further assist this, the Scottish Government offered NHS staff to care homes, preventing them from being forced to use agency staff who were arguably could be seen as spreading the virus, as I mentioned earlier on. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated some of the underlying problems within the social care system in the whole of the UK. Currently, Scotland is the only UK nation to provide free personal care, which allows 2/3 of those who need it to stay in their own homes. But the vast majority of care homes are private businesses, and until now they were, without doubt, less connected to the rest of the health and social care sector. So in light of the pandemic and the devastating losses from our care homes, the Scottish Government plans to carry out a review of social care provision and consider developing a national care service, which I certainly warmly welcome and see from my constituency experience as being a good thing. But Madam Deputy Speaker, globally the pandemic is still raging, and we must listen to health experts who are very clear on the dangers of a second wave. Summer was our time to learn and prepare for winter. We now have the relevant experience to learn from all the mistakes made in the first part of the year, and they are legion. But in the public health response, it is vital that we focus on those three issues: outbreaks in care homes, the availability of PPE, and having an effective test and trace system in place. Because we know that a second wave is now upon us, and we all know what we need to do. We must all play a role, and my party, indeed Scotland's government, remains committed to playing its part in helping defeat this deadly virus.
Hear, hear.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, less than a year ago I celebrated what I thought was the election of a sceptical and liberal Conservative administration. And now I'm left wondering if the Prime Minister hasn't been abducted by Dr. Strangeglove and reprogrammed by the sage over to the dark side. The purpose of politicians is to impose a measure of proportion, a sense of proportion on science, and not to be enthralled to it. Now, I will make myself very unpopular, but I believe that the appearance of the chiefs last week should have been a sacking offence. When they presented that graph, with the caveat that it wasn't a prediction, but nevertheless, it was clear that they presented it as a plausible scenario, with its 50,000 cases per day by mid-October, based on the doubling of infections by the week. Not once, not on one day since March, have there been infections on that day that were double that of the day of the week preceding. Not once. Where did this doubling come from? What was their purpose in presenting such a graph? It was the purpose of the fat boy in Pickwick Papers. I wants to make your flesh creep. It was Project Fear. It was an attempt to terrify the British people as if they haven't been terrified enough. Now, I've been banging on about this since March, and every criticism I've made, I've been told that the government was relying on the best possible science. So I am delighted by the letter 1 week ago today, the nuanced criticism of Professors Hennigan, Gupta and Sikora. And I believe that it is now the government that has to answer that criticism. I'm glad that the consensus in the scientific community is broken and the critics are speaking out. I don't underestimate for one moment the horrible nature of this disease and its post-viral syndrome. But in terms of the United Kingdom's killers, it is 24th in the league, accounting for only 1.4 of us. And as a consequence, I believe that the government's policy has been disproportionate. By decree, it has interfered in our private lives and our family lives, telling who we may meet, when we may meet them, and what we must wear when we meet them. We have the cruelty of elderly people in care homes, disoriented, being unable to see the faces of their loved ones and to receive a hug. We have the tsunami of deaths that we may experience shortly as a consequence of undiagnosed cancers and heart disease, and the discontinuation of clinical trials. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Friend looked at the advice given to the Swedish government and the different policies they followed, and what does he deduce from that?
I deduce that that was much more proportionate. Of course, all sorts of criticisms are levied against the Swedish government that on examination of the data and comparing like for like actually are without foundation. I certainly hold up the Swedish model as an alternative. We have seen the eye-watering costs that we must now all face for a generation, having closed down our economy for all those months as a consequence of the government's policy. The crushing of enterprises, the destruction of livelihoods, the unemployment that we're going to have to face now amongst young people, all as a consequence of an overaction. I understand now there's some question as to whether students are to be allowed to return from university at Christmas. Can I say most gently to my honourable friend on the front bench that the last administration that sought to restrain celebrations at Christmas was during the Commonwealth, when the Lord Protector, as a consequence, was left musing in public as to whether, if he were to arm 1 in 10, that would be enough. How many marshals will be required? I conclude by saying that the policy of the government has been disproportionate in response to this threat. There may, Madam Deputy Speaker, be a virus one day that threatens our very way of life. But this isn't it, even if we're behaving as if it were.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. I have to say that I agree with precisely zero of what he had to say, but that's not the first time in our time in this House that has happened. As the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK began to recede over summer, some sobering truths became evident. The UK had suffered one of the highest per capita death rates in the world, and we had taken a far larger economic hit than other comparable developed economies too. Many attribute this dismal double whammy of failure to a government which was too complacent at the beginning and too slow to lock down and prevent the death rate spiralling so badly out of control. Madam Deputy Speaker, UK resilience to the threat of pandemics has been badly undermined by a decade of austerity which had weakened the ability of the NHS and both national and local government to react in time to prevent the disease taking hold. This failure became all too evident in the chronic shortage of personal protective equipment, which put key workers at unnecessary risk and led to the deaths of all too many, especially in the NHS and social care sectors. The abandonment of testing so early in the pandemic meant that those charged with protecting us were effectively blind to the development of the pandemic in the community. This increased the chances of a total lockdown being the only viable response that the government could turn to. And the Prime Minister recognised all too belatedly on the 23rd of March. Now, it's unclear how many lives the Prime Minister's personal struggle with his libertarian instincts and his complacent reaction to the looming threat cost. Of course I'll give way.
I listen very carefully to what she says in this House, because she's very experienced on the front bench of her party and government. Can I just just clarify what she's saying? If I understand her correctly, she seems to be suggesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there was a way to avert a national lockdown, as most other countries in the world have done, through different action being taken pre-March of this year. Is she seriously saying that?
What I was trying to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, was that complacency at the beginning caused many more deaths and caused us to have a higher death rate and a bigger economic hit than other countries. I think that from the beginning there's been a problem with mixed and often contradictory messaging from the government about the rules they wish people to follow. There's been a lack of transparency about how these decisions are made in government. Not only has this undermined the efficacy of public health messages, but it has genuinely confused people who wish to do the right thing. The government's moral authority to order the greatest restrictions in personal freedom since the Second World War has been completely undermined by two things, in my view. Firstly, the revelations of Dominic Cummings' rule-breaking trip to Durham and the Prime Minister's refusal to sack him, which prompted public anger on an unprecedented scale, persuading many that there was one law for them and a completely different one for the Prime Minister's friends. Second, the lack of transparency in parliamentary oversight surrounding ministerial pronouncements on the rules. All too often the rules announced appear to be contradictory, almost arbitrary and difficult to justify. And so the public have been told to work from home 1 minute only to be urged to return to work and save the high street the next. Now, as evidence of a second wave of the virus emerges, people are being ordered back home again, but not before the government spent £500 million subsidising meals out over August and opened air bridges to half of Europe, only to reimpose unenforced quarantine requirements on those who'd been trusting enough to believe them. Now we're told we cannot meet people at home or in their gardens unless we're in their bubble, but we can go to the pub with 6 households as long as we leave by 10 p.m. And all these rules are different in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, respect for the rules will evaporate if the government doesn't do a better job in justifying them and ensuring that they're coherent and understood. The government have also centralised all decision-making and outsourced procurement for test and trace, leading to a failing system. They've not involved local public health or local authorities in the decision-making process. Only 2 weeks ago, when I asked the Health Secretary about sudden increases in Wirral infections, he replied that it would be considered by silver and gold committees. But no one had bothered to tell Wirral Borough Council that this was actually happening. At the height of the pandemic, they were reduced to watching daily press conferences to try and discern what was happening. Now, you cannot fix test and trace without more local cooperation. For example, in Wirral, Pillar 1 tests are now taking 48 hours, and we have an infection rate of 157 per 100,000 and rising. Pillar 2, when you can get them, Madam Deputy Speaker, are taking between 5 and 7 days to get results, thereby rendering their effect, which is to get people to isolate, much less likely to work. Now, what can we do to get less centralisation and also more transparency into the government's response to this pandemic? If we look at parliamentary accountability, perhaps we should look at what New Zealand has done. They set up a special committee. They called it a select committee, but it doesn't have to be called that. It has a majority of opposition members on it, although it's a rotating membership, and it's led by the leader of the opposition. They have unusual powers to subpoena both witnesses and papers, and they can subject any of the government's decisions to this unusual but very timely form of scrutiny. This has worked well in New Zealand because it's allowed policy making to be improved by the act of parliamentary scrutiny and accountability. And I believe very strongly, as we move into the discussions about the new measures on Wednesday, that this House should consider very, very carefully actually doing what the New Zealand Parliament has done, allowing the government to give opposition members that duty so we can get some air and transparency and accountability into the decisions they are currently making behind closed doors.
Helen. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady opposite, who has made some very useful points on how we may, as a House, better scrutinise and better be involved in some of the decision-making process. I'm really grateful that we have this opportunity to debate this subject today, and it is the first such time that we do. I will start by thanking all of those who've worked so hard, not just the people on the front line, but ministers too, trying to grapple this awful virus. I do not envy them the burden of their responsibilities, and I know they are doing their very, very best at this difficult time, and not all will go well first time round. And they do deserve our thanks from across this House. Now, it's widely accepted that COVID is here for the long term, and this being the case, we do have to learn to live with it. And as the Chancellor said so eloquently last week, we have to learn to live with it without fear. We know that lockdown is not a cure. The restrictions give us temporary respite, but we are waking up now to the full cost of what that temporary respite means, not just in terms of livelihoods and jobs and people's futures, but suffering and sacrifice that so many have endured in different ways. So I say that long-term lockdown is not a solution. It is not living with COVID. In fact, in many ways, it's hiding from COVID. It's simply hoping it will go away. And we know there is much that we can do to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. And we've seen the measures that shops and schools and pubs and restaurants take to stop the spread. And individually, we have learned to adjust our behaviour. So what we now need is a long-term strategy. It's a long-term problem. We've got to approach it from first principles. We need a sense of perspective. The measures we introduce on the whole population need to be proportionate to the risk. And it is understandable that back in March, decision makers felt a sense of panic. But now we know much more about this terrible, terrible virus. And we know about the groups that are most affected. And we know that the horrifying worst-case scenario numbers we were given were never realised. So now we can be smarter and more targeted in our quest to prevent avoidable deaths. There is no need to impose indiscriminate, sometimes arbitrary or capricious restrictive measures on everyone. This is a new virus, and the science is young. Unlike the scientists, government has to consider wider issues, not just the science. Government has to consider the impact of lockdown on the economy, of course, and the impact on our health, but also the social consequences, the moral consequences. It has to grapple with the big picture issues, such as the value of freedom and democracy, and it also has to decide whether a COVID death matters more than any other preventable death, and I say not. It also has to bring the people with it. Now, we all know those who are most in need of protection, and we can understand why they need protection. But it's far less easy to understand why we are locking down students who can be safely exposed to the virus when we do not place similar restrictions on the people most at risk. We need to understand risk. We need to understand probability, and we need to understand robust, evidence-based data really matters. It's very uncomfortable being frightened to death by scientists presenting charts to the nation that they must themselves know are wrong. That chart last Monday undermined public trust, quite clearly pushing a worst-case scenario without telling us the probability of such a scenario occurring. Was it designed to instill fear in order to control the public? Is that how we want to govern? Now, emergency powers were given to government when this was an emergency, and that was the right thing to do. But we all accept we've moved on from there, and I would urge the government to understand that we now need to involve members of Parliament in this process in a different way to that which has happened so far. We may not be experts in science, but we are experts in the people we represent. Day in, day out, we are engaging with our constituents, with their needs and their concerns, and it's to our constituents that we owe a duty. So I do ask ministers to allow MPs to bring that knowledge and expertise, as I genuinely believe that would aid decision making. I just would like to end by saying that I do thank every member of this government who's worked over recent months. They have my total admiration. And no, it's not possible to get things right every time. And I applaud them for being so brave in keeping on going despite some of the difficulties and challenges that they have experienced. But I do ask that they challenge the science with pragmatism. Do not be blinded by it. Science is often as much about opinion as is politics, and we should never be disregarding the people that we were sent here to serve.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think we should be grateful to the Secretary of State today for his frankness, but not necessarily accepting his binary choice between his way or a mass spread of the virus. Because frankly, I have a concern that his basing everything on waiting for the vaccine, when it may take some time, it may take years, and almost certainly will not be universally effective. And manufacturing and distribution will also have to be effectively managed. However, for many businesses today, particularly those in the hospitality, entertainment, sporting, gambling and leisure industries, and for their employees, today he was effectively telling them they have a very uncertain future, and that's hundreds of thousands of jobs. Of course, we've got to have some restrictions, but they must be balanced, proportionate, and they must be based on firm evidence and involving those involved who really know their own businesses. And I have to ask, do the government have the data of what's going on? Last week I put down a question to the Health Secretary asking how many cases of acute respiratory infections which resulted in at least one positive test for COVID-19 there were in the most recent week, for which figures were available, and what proportion of those cases were in care homes, the workplace, education settings and pubs and food outlets. The reply I got was it wouldn't be possible to answer this question within the usual time period. They haven't got the data. Incidentally, I also asked about which hospital, university and college laboratories, and I didn't want a national answer, in the West Midlands have been commissioned by NHS Test and Trace. They came back, it will not be possible to answer the question within the usual time period. Again, they don't seem to know what's happening in their own business. It is quite absurd. So frankly, either they're flying blind without adequate and current data, or the figures will reveal that they're thrashing around trying to be seen to be doing something. In earlier interventions, we dealt with the question of seeking to bring renewal and variations on regulations under parliamentary control, so that our constituents can give their views and also to hold us to account for our votes and our decisions. That's how it should work in a democratic society. Because at present, it's not only that we don't have parliamentary government, we don't seem to have cabinet government either. Even COBRA is meeting intermittently. Policy seems to be being made by a small clique which seems to comprise the Health Secretary, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, the member for Surrey Heath, with substantial input from Dominic Cummings and some involvement of a debilitated and marginalised Prime Minister. It's not good constitutional theory, and it's not working in practice. And that's why Parliament needs to take back control. So what does the government need to do in order to get the economy going? Government has a number of roles. One is as legislator. The other one is as funder, along with the Bank of England, and they are undertaking those. But government has another role. It's a massive customer, national and local government. And they should be looking at how they can bring orders through in order to get our industry moving again. I find it extraordinary that the Defence Secretary seems to be dithering around with the Fleet Solid Support ships. I find it amazing that the Transport Department, with great fanfare, announced funding for electric and hydrogen buses earlier in the year. And when I talk to the local passenger transport and the local bus company, nothing is happening. We need that money flowing through, we need those production lines running, and we need those supply chains up and running, so we can be ahead of the world. In aviation, an industry in which both in construction and also in airports, that we are in a major position in the world at the moment. The airports are offering solutions that have been tried and tested in other jurisdictions to get airports moving. Yet this panic-stricken government has lockdown on aviation. It's damaging people's holidays, but also it means that when the recovery comes, that recovery will be in Amsterdam, Paris and Frankfurt, and not in London or indeed in our regional airports. There are no easy choices, Madam Deputy Speaker, but many of the other choices: diagnosis, cuts to diagnosis and surgery cost lives, a broken economy and high unemployment crushes hopes, and the education and lack of it blights generations. That's why we need a more effective government, a more effective system of governance, and that's frankly why Parliament has to take back some control to get this country moving again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government rightly wants to get the virus down and limit deaths, but it also needs to promote livelihoods and economic recovery, and it is proving difficult to get that balance right. I do not accept the criticisms that say, well, the government changes its mind. Of course the government changes its mind because the virus waxes and wanes. The situation changes on the ground. They have to study the data and do what best they can. But what I would like to hear from ministers is more in various directions where I think they can improve the position more quickly. The first is over the issue of treatments. Now, they have done some excellent work in the United Kingdom, and it's great that a steroid has now been discovered that can make a decent improvement for various patients, and that is great news, and I welcome it. But what about the tests and trials we were promised when I've raised this many months ago now on other antivirals and other steroids and antimalarials and clot-busting drugs? All these may have possible efficacy, and they have their scientific and medical support around the world. We have great science here. Can we hear the results, please, Minister? Where have we got to? Are any of these going to work? Because the more better treatments we can get and the more they can understand the different strands and features of this disease in different patients, the better it's going to be for keeping people safe. We then have learned that they are now agreeing with I and others that they need to do a better job on isolation hospitals and on segregating patients who have this very contagious disease from all the other people who need to use our health service. And I'm very pleased about that, but can we have some more details? Why can't we simply use the Nightingale hospitals for COVID-19, and let's hope we don't need anything like that number of beds for this second wave, and keep all the other hospitals for non-COVID? Or if they're going to have shared facilities, certainly in urban areas where there's more than one hospital, can we have the COVID-19 hospital and other hospitals that are open for other conditions? Because what we don't want is to see all the death rates shooting up for other things because people feel they can't get access to their hospital or they're worried about going to their hospital because of COVID-19. We then have the issue of the damage it's doing to the economy. And I understand the strategy, but it does seem that the damage is going to bear unduly heavily on hospitality, leisure, travel, tourism, the areas where you need more social contact and where that is thought to be very damaging to the transmission of the disease. As someone who doesn't normally recommend subsidies, I do think that where you are banned from going to work and running your business and doing your job, you deserve some public support because you are doing that in the public interest because your government has told you that your activity is particularly damaging to the public good. And if that is true, surely we, the taxpayers, have to pay for that, because I assume the government thinks we will come out of this sometime. And we want to go back to a world where there are theatres and cinemas and entertainments and good restaurants and all the other things that make life worthwhile and give pleasure to families. And we don't want to live in a world where they are gradually all closed because there is no support and they are not allowed to function at all. And we do need more intelligence to work alongside those sectors to see how they can get ways of working, living alongside this virus all the time it is out there and causing us trouble. Because I think there's already been people requesting today exit strategies. Now, I can't understand why it's very difficult for the government to give us an exit strategy, because there are all sorts of unknowns that I don't know any more than they know, and their advisors don't know. And we do understand their preferred exit strategy is the discovery of a vaccine and the rollout of massive quantities of the vaccine sometime early next year so we can then come out of lockdown. Well, that would be great, but you can't bank on that, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are all sorts of ifs and buts in that. It may not happen. So there needs to be a strategy for the situation where we don't have a magic vaccine. And that's why we need more work on safeguarding people who are most at risk, and more work on how we can get other people back to work to save those livelihoods, to save those businesses and gradually wean them off subsidy, which they're going to need all the time. They are actually banned from doing their job and keeping those things ready for us when times improve. Above all, front bench, the nation needs some hope. It needs a vision of a better future. It needs to believe that in a few months' time something good will happen. It certainly doesn't need the threat of cancellation of Christmas, and it certainly doesn't need the threat that thousands of students are going to be locked away in rather small accommodation in their universities because there's a fear that they might spread the virus more widely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to be able to speak in this debate. But the only reason I feel able to do so is that we're unlikely to have a division today. Last year I was diagnosed with breast cancer and I had to have surgery and radiotherapy. The radiotherapy caused damage to one of my lungs, and the advice to me from my doctors is to reduce the level of my contacts during the pandemic. Now, this would be difficult, if not impossible, to do with the current voting system. We had the absurd situation last week of a debate about proxy voting for MPs during the pandemic, in which those MPs with proxy votes were not allowed to speak. As one of the MPs affected, I support a return to remote voting during the pandemic, which would help both those MPs who couldn't vote safely with the present system and those in areas under local lockdown. Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel safe coming to the chamber where the Speaker has ensured social distancing is observed. But because I cannot take part in voting, I cannot normally speak in debates. I hope that can change. There are, of course, many damaging consequences of this pandemic. One of these has been the way people in care homes and mental health hospitals have been cut off from the outside world. At an early stage in this pandemic, most of these settings put in place a blanket ban on visiting. 6 months on, we are hearing of the devastating impact that this lack of contact has had. Vic Rayner of the National Care Forum and Caroline Abrahams of Age UK have described the impact as residents going downhill fast, giving up hope and ultimately dying sooner than would otherwise be the case. They also point out that the Social Care Winter Plan outlines measures already in place which have created a blanket lockdown on those care homes in areas of intervention. This means nearly 20% of all care homes in England, with actually even more than that covered by a blanket ban after further restrictions were imposed over the weekend, and even more today. Now, there is a risk that needs to be managed in allowing visits, but there is also a risk for the physical and mental health of those being deprived of contact with those family members who mean the most to them. There is a balance to be struck, and I'm arguing that we must move away from blanket bans. The impact of banning visits is no less worrying in mental health hospitals. As well as social contact, visits from friends and family act as a check on the power of staff, who otherwise can have near total control over their patients. I am particularly concerned about this given the pausing of regular inspections by the Care Quality Commission. Having both inspections and family visits suspended has led to a deficit in accountability. We always hope, don't we, that staff in such units act in the best interest of their patients, but we have seen a number of scandals where patients, and particularly autistic people or people with learning disabilities, have been subject to cruel treatment and abuse at the hands of staff. Most shocking were the abuse at Winterbourne View in 2011 and the revelations of abuse at Walton Hall last summer. But last week, 10 staff were suspended at the Signet Utrese Hospital in Essex after they had been filmed dragging, slapping and kicking a patient, among other abuses. Now, it is unacceptable that there are any cases where autistic people and people with learning disabilities are subject to abuse, but it has become too common in the units where they are detained. Units like this should be closed down and the people should be moved back to their own communities. Now, a solution to this has been promised since 2012, but over 2,000 people are still trapped in these units. Government ministers first promised to close these units, then they modified that to say the numbers would halve, but since 2015, the number has fallen by only 300. We now know that those female residents at Utrese were exposed to abuse during the pandemic when there were no inspections and no family visits. So I call on the Health and Social Care Secretary to set out what steps he is taking to investigate abuse in those settings during the pandemic. I ask him what he is doing to ensure that scandals such as those at Walton Hall and Utrese hospitals become a thing of the past, as he and his predecessor both promised they would be. Further, I also asked the Health Secretary to agree to lifting the blanket ban on visits to care homes and to work with Age UK, the National Care Forum and John's campaign to develop guidance and support for safe care home visiting during the pandemic. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to support the comments of our Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham today that the 10 p.m. curfew caused many problems at the weekend with crowds on the street and in public transport. And I do support the call from my honourable friend, the Shadow Health and Social Care Secretary earlier, for examination of the evidence on that. Further, that in areas with extra restrictions, such as Bolton, there is a need for extra financial support for the businesses which government has closed. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see the Honourable Lady back in her place, safe and well. I'm sure all of us welcome her back to the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, 7 months and 42,000 deaths after the first person in the UK died from COVID on the 2nd of March, there is still very great uncertainty about how we should best respond to the pandemic. We don't have a deployable vaccine against COVID. We don't have treatments effective enough to make it a condition not to worry about. We don't know if the rise in the number of infections that we've seen in recent weeks will or is petering out. But neither do we know that it won't follow last winter and spring's pattern of doubling and doubling again, whether that's over a week or over 10 days. It has the same ultimate impact in terms of running out of control. We don't know if infection with COVID this time will have as severe consequences as it did last time in terms of hospitalisations and deaths. We don't even know whether having COVID is a guarantee or even makes it more likely that someone can't catch it again. So as we approach this winter, there's still very much that we don't know. What we do know is that good hygiene, social distancing and isolation of people with COVID worked in arresting the exponential growth of the virus last spring and is the only way that we know how to control it again. So I understand the decision that the government and the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland governments have made to reintroduce some of the measures that impeded the spread of the virus first time round. Winter is a bad time to be risking losing control of the virus. But that must be it. We must combine the restrictions that are being imposed with the prospect of relief from them. By the spring, we must embark on a clearly different course. We can't forever live in circumstances in which the way that we live our lives can be upended without notice. By the spring, many of the unknowns will switch to being known. We will know whether a vaccine has been discovered and validated in trials to allow it to be deployed. We will know whether research into treatments, after a full year of experience, has established whether any of them can give us confidence that contracting COVID is manageable. We should have, frankly we must have, increased our testing capacity to the level that we can quickly test and isolate anyone who has symptoms of the disease and test the asymptomatic contacts of people who test positive. We should have developed testing technology to the point that rapid self-administered tests can be deployed at mass scale to allow people to have greater confidence in working in more crowded places and attending events with large audiences. And if we gather and analyse data intensively during the months ahead, we should enter next spring with a much clearer idea of whether COVID is becoming less dangerous in general and among what people it is a particular threat. By next spring, we will know enough answers to adopt a settled strategy and to move beyond playing it by ear. So when we reach the spring and the summer months, a more benign time for COVID than the winter, with fewer illnesses whose symptoms can disguise or exacerbate COVID, we must embark on a sustainable policy. We can either arrange the mass vaccination that will eliminate or at least substantially reduce the future threat if the winter has proved it's been successful to achieve such a vaccine. Or if no successful vaccine has emerged, then it is at that point that we need to adjust the way that we live our lives to live alongside this virus for the foreseeable future, taking the steps that we need to protect the vulnerable from infection while releasing the rest of the population to live their lives without unending or ever-changing restrictions. My committee, the Science and Technology Select Committee, will be taking evidence throughout the autumn and winter, coordinating our work with the Health and Social Care Committee, so that every week there's an opportunity to have sustained questioning of the scientists and decision makers on the conduct of the pandemic here and overseas. And from this intense period of inquiry and analysis of the evidence, we will put before Parliament, ministers and the public our best recommendations aimed at ensuring that the weeks ahead are the last time that our lives have to be upturned, our economy stymied and our young people's prospects blighted because of a virus that the combination of science and good policy should be capable of containing without the severity of the disruption that sadly we seem destined to endure this winter.
Very good. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have to admit that I've had to rewrite my speech in light of events that have occurred in my area, Cleveland, today over COVID-19. But first, I would like to thank or pay tribute to all the NHS workers, care workers, and all key workers who keep the people of Hartlepool, my constituency, safe, well, protected and fed. I'd also like to pay tribute to all the local volunteers who've been relentless in their efforts to keep our communities going, keeping them together and keeping our citizens supported. And I am very pleased, so pleased, that one of the national vaccine trials is taking place at our very own University Hospital of Hartlepool, a hospital that deserves much better, much more government investment in order to protect operational services going forward. It is playing its part in this national crisis, and I'm proud of the people who work there. I changed my speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, simply because of the announcements over the Cleveland, the Tees Valley area today by the Secretary of State at the dispatch box that we were going to go into local restrictions. Also, following on from the letter that the Honourable Member from Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, who's not here to hear this speech, and his fellow Conservative MPs in the area, known as the Cleveland Conservative Collective of MPs, following their writing to all local authorities in the Tees Valley area and their interventions on
whether they feel that, that they feel that the authorities should not proceed with voluntary local restrictions. Madam Deputy Speaker, it would have been much better to have spoken to all Tees Valley MPs rather than construct what is little more than a local, party political and divisive missive at a time we should all be working together for the greater good in the Tees Valley. And I'm sorry that the honourable member's not here to say that, to hear me say that. Local restrictions, in my opinion, are the last thing we want. They hurt business and they keep families and loved ones apart. But where the R rate is so high, protective measures, local restrictions are put in place to protect people and stop the spread of the virus. We've seen it happen in other areas. And I've often disagreed with my own council. For example, they've got a bizarre plan to stop traffic going up and down a local high street known as York Road. They can't explain why, they just say it's because of COVID-19 reasons. Bizarre plans like that I will locally disagree with and be vocal about. But I have spoken to them today on the matter of local restrictions, and I have listened to our local public health authorities, and I understand why it is they feel more resources and more support is needed to get Hartlepool through this crisis. Hartlepool has only been given ad hoc provision until now, yet we persistently sat at the bottom of the fatalities league in the North East, something we should be rightfully proud of. But even so, we've been in the red zone, the watch zone, for over 2 weeks before the materialisation of routine testing occurred. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no apologies for my council. They too are a Conservative-backed collective. But in order to get a grip of this virus, and with a distinct lack of direction and leadership from the other side, taking local control on balance appears to be the way forward. People in Hartlepool, or anywhere for that matter, should not be made to drive miles just to get a test. It's absolutely ridiculous, and my constituents rightly feel outraged by it. We need government leadership and positive direction from the government. Unless we get that, the local option is the better option.
Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and I'm sorry to hear about the problems afflicting so many of his constituents in Hartlepool. Can I say it was great to be in the chamber when my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest West, was addressing us earlier. I'm privileged to be one of his constituents, and I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when he speaks in this chamber in the way that he did today, he speaks for tens of thousands of other of his constituents, not to speak of the hundreds of thousands elsewhere in the country. I welcome this debate, but I note that it's almost come as a panic measure by the government, because they suddenly looked at the promises that were made at the time they introduced the Coronavirus Act 6 months ago, and in that, in the introduction to that, they said that there would be a proper safeguards to ensure oversight and accountability by Parliament. Well, there hasn't been that proper oversight and accountability, and now, 2 days before a crucial vote on the renewal, they come forward with this welcome debate. I'm going to support the amendment to the motion on Wednesday proposed by my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham, if that is selected. If it isn't selected, I still hope that the government will respond positively to the spirit of that amendment. And even if that amendment is carried, I am not yet persuaded that I need to support the continuation of the Coronavirus Act. And why am I not persuaded of that? Because the government is guilty of covert mission creep. You will recall, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we were told 6 months ago that it was necessary to rush legislation through, it was on the basis that we wanted to prevent our NHS being overwhelmed with people dying from COVID in hospital corridors or not being able to access the care that they needed. Fortunately, as a result of the emergency measures that were taken, that scenario never arose. People were taken to hospital and they would receive the very best treatment in hospital and continue so to do. So the original objective of this legislation has been achieved. But as so often happens with regulation brought in by governments, they want to keep the regulations. They say, oh, well, we need to keep them just in case. And so that's why I was demanding in an adjournment debate on the 2nd of September that if they were going to keep the regulations, then it should be on the basis that there were proper regulatory impact assessments of the impact of those regulations. And we haven't got those regulatory impact assessments. It's all most unsatisfactory. So I quote again from the introduction to the original notes on the Coronavirus Act, which says that for many of the clauses, it's difficult to predict how a power would be used in a specific context, and therefore what the monetised costs would be. Thus, discussion of impacts is largely focused on unmonetised considerations. But they said that each individual case brought forward would require judgment on the specific impacts at that time. That hasn't been provided, and it meant we've had a whole lot of unintended consequences. When I was at university in Scotland, the closing time was at 10 o'clock. And I could have told somebody that if you start closing time again at 10 o'clock in a Scottish university city or town, then it's likely to result in what we've seen as the consequences. And why did they change the rules in relation to early closing in Scotland? Because it resulted not in a reduction, having that restriction was leading to people coming out onto the streets, having got themselves totally drunk and leading to a lot of violence. And that by extending the evening hours till beyond, well beyond 10 o'clock, that violence was mitigated and reduced. So that was common sense. But we're not allowed to look at that now. I was much taken by the article in today's Times by Claire Foges, who talks about the approach in Sweden, not just the technical side of it, but actually that in Sweden they think of public health not just in terms of death and awful problems in hospitals, but they think of it in terms of life, living life to the full. And that's why I believe that the government must now make its strategy to enable us to live with the virus and without fear.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Coronavirus presents a very real threat to the health of our constituents and must be controlled, but we must also recognise that measures to control its spread are having a huge impact on our constituents' lives, and those impacts are not evenly felt. They have a disproportionate impact on particular groups, particular places and particular sectors. There's only a short time available, so I intend to restrict my remarks to 3 matters. The first is the system for test and trace. If this isn't working effectively, there's a likelihood of further restrictions which none of us want to see. Yet we know that over the last few weeks, many of our constituents who are unwell, who suspect they've contracted the virus, have faced huge problems in accessing a test. When they do get a test, results are too slow. Last week, fewer than 1 in 3 people tested in person got their results back within 24 hours, and that proportion was lower last week than the week before. Once positive cases are identified, only around 3/4 of those they've been in close contact with were asked to self-isolate. Again, a smaller proportion than in previous weeks. The Prime Minister might say that testing and tracing has nothing to do with the spread of the disease, but everybody else understands that rapid testing, effective contact tracing and self-isolation are absolutely vital to identifying and containing any outbreak. The government must acknowledge that there are problems, identify the source of those problems and then take swift action to fix them. And please can we get the Department for Health to start working with others who can help. Numerous universities, including the University of Nottingham, are undertaking asymptomatic testing to control outbreaks on university campuses and protect the wider community. They're now working together, those universities, to share information, but the government's gone AWOL. Where is the strategy? And that brings me to the second issue I want to raise, the need for government support for universities and their students. The government, of course, have had to act fast on some issues, but when it comes to universities, their action has been glacial. I asked for a statement from the universities minister on the 9th of July, and we still haven't had one. Tomorrow, I understand we're going to have an urgent question, but only because there are serious problems. Young people who are starting university this autumn were promised a mixture of online and face-to-face learning, but an increasing number of students want or need to study remotely, and to do so they need access to the right equipment and connectivity. We know that students from disadvantaged backgrounds already face a digital divide, so what's the government doing to bridge that divide and ensure that every student can access high quality education, whether they're on campus or at home in self-isolation? And having seen some of the very worrying reports this weekend, what is the government doing to ensure that students are properly supported at university, particularly if they're required to self-isolate? Many young people already experience anxiety and poor mental health. What is the government doing alongside universities to ensure that young people, many away from home for the first time and now experiencing extra pressures as a result of restrictions, can access mental health support? And can she assure us that there are systems in place to ensure their well-being? And will she also assure us that students won't be forced to remain in student accommodation away from their families when it comes to the end of term? Madam Deputy Speaker, Nottingham doesn't just benefit from having two universities at a regional centre with a rich and diverse cultural sector and a thriving night-time economy, sectors that are vitally important to the city's economy and provide employment for thousands of people. I'm deeply concerned that the Chancellor's economic plan simply ignores the disproportionate impact on these sectors. Pubs and bars and nightclubs are either still shut down or operating at reduced capacity, and the 10 p.m. curfew has made things even more difficult. Our theatres and arts venues and cinemas are reopening, but at far reduced capacities. These businesses and the people who work in them need and deserve government support, but the job support scheme simply doesn't provide it. If a business remains closed, it's impossible to access. For businesses that can access the scheme, it's cheaper to have a few number of full-time staff than to keep more people on and in part-time work. My Labour colleagues have repeatedly called for a more targeted approach for a job recovery scheme that incentivises bringing more staff back part-time and includes a training component. Of course, it's welcome that the Chancellor has finally accepted the need to move away from the furlough cliff edge, but he's still letting down those sectors and those workers who most need support. And without a further change of direction, we can only see further job losses and hitting my city hard.
Steve Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to do three things. First, to praise the government for everything they've achieved on PPE, to praise them for everything they've done on testing, and also to praise them on what they've done with the Track and Trace app. So, in my libertarian soul and my instinct, my heart and my reason, I consider the Track and Trace app from the government the very apotheosis of my worst fears. And yet, over the weekend, I studied what the government has done. They've moved away from the first version to the Apple and Google distributed model with all the private data on your own phone. They've released the source code, both the server side and in the client, which I very much welcome as a software engineer, though I doubt I shall be grinding through it. And against all my instincts, knowing that I am not the Member of Parliament for dogmatic libertarians across the country with whom I generally agree, but in fact the MP for Wickham, I am going to do the right thing. I have done the right thing. I have installed the contract tracing app against my expectations. I ran out of excuses. I have installed it, and I am allowing it to run even as we speak. So I hope that will be of some reassurance, even to those libertarians who might condemn me for it, but I have installed it. The second point I want to go on is to say something about the science. And first of all, of course, I'm not going to engage in amateur epidemiology, much as I've been enjoying picking it up. But I will praise my constituent and my friend, Dr. Raghib Ali, who is an epidemiologist, unusually an academic epidemiologist, and also an acute medicine consultant who works in Oxford. So he's perhaps uniquely positioned to comment on the disease. And he's been tweeting and writing about the disease. He's a very reasonable man. He's really helped keep my feet on the ground. And I would say to all members who, like me, really hate and despise these restrictions on our freedom, do look at what Dr. Raghib Ali is writing, because he has helped keep me anchored in the truth that this is a very dangerous disease for people who are older and people who have pre-existing conditions, and we have just got to deal with it. But on the science, I would say that I wish my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, were in the room, because as he framed the problem between either suppression or letting it rip, I thought that our friend Mr. Osborne was back framing the issue in terms of what I think is a false dichotomy. I do think we need to have another look at the scientific advice. There are professors out there telling us that this is an optimisation problem. We need to maximise the lives saved, minimise harm, and there is, I think, going to turn out to be a third way which enables us to minimise harm. I think the department's own figures have shown, as reported in the Telegraph, have shown that the cost of lockdown in quality adjusted life years, adjusted for comorbidities, the cost of lockdown was greater than the cost of the disease thus far. So if we wish to maximise human flourishing, save lives, we've got to look extremely carefully at the science. So I'm working with my friend Professor Roger Koppel from Syracuse University, author of a book rather perhaps unfortunately titled Expert Failure, looking at what actually happens with expertise. I wrote a brief for the Prime Minister, which I've tweeted out. The covering letter makes this point. Pandemic policy making has been asking the impossible of scientists, economists and politicians. There are solutions and they're fundamental to the success of a free society, it's my own words, and the era, in an era of accelerating complexity and change. There is a structural problem rooted in the division of labour, which, when combined with bad incentives, causes inevitable failures of expert advice. The problems are acute, delicate, dangerous and long-standing. They do not arise from faulty expertise or bad actors. I am not going to call for anyone to be sacked. So I hope people will look at the brief that I've put out, which includes some concrete suggestions. But from it, I'll just put on the record the quote from Harold Macmillan, with which the brief leads. We have not overthrown the divine right of kings to fall down for the divine right of experts, however brilliant you may be. And I think I will.
Wouldn't you agree with me that what he's just said applies particularly to the university environment, where probably this year there will be more university students dying from meningitis than from COVID-19?
Well, I don't know the facts about meningitis, but I'm grateful to him for his point. But I think what we have seen, and I've particularly welcomed this Sunday's Ridge programme having a debate between scientists, we've seen that the science actually does involve a great deal of uncertainty and debate, as brilliant people, well versed in their lifetime's work, try to make their way through uncertain knowledge to predict the future. So we must all proceed with great care if we are to be concerned for our constituents' well-being. So in a sense, what I'm saying to the government today is we need to fix two parts of this process. We need to change the structure within which expert advice is provided, and I have provided a brief to the Prime Minister. I've tweeted it out, and happily give it again to the Minister. The other thing we need to do is we need to deal with a problem which has been the subject of so much news this week. We need to deal with the issue of this House voting on restrictions of the people's liberty before it is taken away. That is surely the fundamental point about democracy. I think I can say hand on heart that all members of this House appreciate that in emergency it is necessary for ministers to use the powers that they have to protect life, indeed liberty and property. And I do not condemn anyone, but I would just say now we're into a different phase of the disease. It really is time to reach an agreement. Well, I'm very happy to say we've just had a constructive meeting with the Secretary of State, the Chief and the Leader of the Commons, and it really is time to reach a constructive way forward. I know it's inconvenient for ministers to come to the House before they take away people's liberties, but what I'd say to ministers is, it is supposed to be. It is what keeps us a free people.
Yeah, right.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman from Wickham, especially as unusually I actually agreed with much of what he said. If I've got the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think there are three issues I want to talk about. The return of universities, support for the closed down industries and communication for areas in lockdown. But I have to start, I think, by with the urgent question of the 10 p.m. Hard closure in pubs and restaurants. It's a measure for which there doesn't appear to be logic, there doesn't appear to be a convincing rationale, and predictably it has led to a chaotic situation in Manchester at the weekend where you get people turfed out of venues where they're being managed and where they are socially distanced, and onto crowded streets, into crowded takeaways and shops. And this is at a time when hospitality venues are already struggling. The landlord at my local in Withington was telling me his pubs have been largely full in recent weeks, but he's losing money because of the capacity restrictions. In restaurants, the 10 p.m. close makes it really hard to include 2 sittings. And these industries are really struggling before the 10 p.m. closing. So can I just echo the comments from my honourable friend on the front bench? We need a review of this issue, because it does appear to be a measure that doesn't seem to be meeting the need that we have. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, on universities, I could just say, well, I agree with everything that my honourable friend from Nottingham South said. And I'll be brief. Unfortunately, I've been unlucky in the draw for tomorrow's statement. But just to mention testing, because 3 weeks ago in this chamber, I asked for a national plan for the return of universities to include guidance on how to protect communities around universities and comprehensive testing. Now, that hasn't happened, and we've got hundreds of students self-isolating in halls in Manchester. And I think that's only going to be the start of a very difficult time for students, for university authorities, and for local communities like mine around universities. So just to echo that call for a proper testing regime for universities, because it isn't going to be practical or acceptable to keep students cooped up in halls over Christmas. But the main issue I wanted to raise today was the Chancellor's package and the support or lack of it for some of the industries that are completely shut down. Some of the industries I worked in before I came into this house. The nightlife industry, the music and festival industries. Now, I'm not against tough restrictions to suppress the virus, but they have to come with support, and some of those industries are getting little or no support now. The nightclub industry employs 6,000 people in the Northwest. I used to be one of them. Many of them are self-employed. Many of them have actually fallen through the cracks in the self-employed scheme, and I won't dwell on the fact that there's still no hope for those excluded people in the Chancellor's measures, a desperately disappointing omission. But this is about support for businesses as well as individuals, about the businesses that keep our cities thriving and viable and vibrant. Businesses that have been built up over years and without COVID will be viable, will be world leading in many cases. We are world leading in the event industry, the live music industry. At the moment we have nightclubs sitting empty with no support for rent and rates or for the other overheads. We've got live concert companies that can't promote concerts when they don't provide just work for the technicians and the roadies and the musicians, but the promoters, the office staff, the accountants, the graphic designers, all these people who work for these companies, and these companies are not making any money at all at the moment. They are viable, thriving, world-leading businesses without COVID, and they will get through it. So we need some help from some of those. Need help for some of those industries because they may not make it through this period. And I'll just point the House to the £1.4 billion underspend in cash grants that's just been clawed back from local authorities by the government, and those industries I think should be at the front of the queue for that money. And finally, on local lockdowns and restrictions and communication, according to the media this week, we're about to see a new system of tiers brought in, so people can easily see what the local restrictions are and what tier they're in. That sounds to me like quite a good idea. It could well make it a lot easier to understand the restrictions you're under. But surely there needs to be some support. So if you're in a tier, which means a business is closed and people are unable to work, surely that needs to come with extra support for those businesses. That's right. Or increased access to testing, or enhanced local contact tracing. There needs to be some support for those businesses and people who are subject to the restrictions. And finally, I've only got a few seconds, but on test and trace, it's clearly not working. In Greater Manchester, we have a very low quality of information from the national system. A local control of that test and trace system would work for us much better than the national system. Thank you.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman and also my honourable friend, the member for Wickham. Let me just, in my interventions on the Secretary of State, I made the sort of synopsis of the argument I want to make about why Parliament should be involved, but I've got some very specific examples. Now, my own view is I still think it perhaps would have been wiser if the government had stuck to guidance as opposed to putting every single one of the rules into law, partly because we could then have acted faster, and there wouldn't have been the same issues about putting things into the criminal law. But secondly, because we could have kept the language much more straightforward and simpler. And I think some of the complexity that is inevitable when you legislate is part of the reason why citizens actually find quite a lot of this difficult to follow. But anyway, the government's made that decision. We're putting things into the law. But that does mean when you're legislating, it's important that this House scrutinises the government. And I'll give two reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I alluded to in my interventions. One is about evidence, about what works and what scenarios we're facing. And the second one is about the detail of the law. Now, the first one on evidence, I'll give an example from last week. My honourable friend, the member for New Forest West, set out his views about the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor. Now, I don't share those views, but last Monday when they did their press conference and they set out their views about the doubling time of this virus, they said that they thought, Sir Patrick Vallance, the Chief Scientific Advisor, said he thought that the epidemic was doubling roughly every 7 days. It could be a little bit longer, maybe a little shorter, but let's say roughly every 7 days. That was the underpinning of the graph of doom, I think my right honourable friend called it, and it's been called widely, which set the tone for last week. But when the Prime Minister came to this House on Tuesday, that would be the day after the evidence was presented at the press conference, a press conference at which there were no questions permitted, the Prime Minister said that the day before the CSA and the CMO had said that the doubling rate was somewhere between 7 and 20 days. Now, those are really quite dramatic differences. The difference between 10,000 cases by the middle of October or 50,000. Now, I don't know which of those two scenarios is correct, but the point is they're not the same. And the reason why ministers should have to come to the House is so that we can interrogate ministers on the evidence, understand the problem facing us, and also understand the efficacy of the solutions. The second thing is on the regulations. Now, on the regulations that came into force at midnight last night, that were only published, that were only made at 5 o'clock yesterday, there are some very serious powers in these regulations that were not in the statements made to Parliament last week. Now, for the avoidance of doubt, I broadly support these measures because they're about making sure people self-isolate when they're either and for individual managers in those companies. Now, I don't know how many businesses in this country are aware of the fact these duties have now just landed on them. I would hazard very few. There are also measures in here which give the power of using reasonable force to enforce self-isolation, not just to police officers and PCSOs, but also to any individual appointed so by the Secretary of State, and also employees of local authorities, supposedly these COVID marshals. Now, that raises issues about who can use reasonable force, what training they have to use it in a safe manner, and also, given they are by definition using reasonable force on someone who is very likely to have coronavirus, how they exercise the reasonable force in a way that is safe for them, and do they have proper training? Now, these are all questions which no one in this House has been able to ask a minister, because these regulations came into force last night, and I have no idea. They have to be debated within 28 days, but that, you know, that could be a month away after they've been amended several times, as we've seen already. Now, I just don't think in a democracy that is the right way to make the criminal law with important sanctions. They were announced last week, and as my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, said, I don't buy that there was no time between last week and this week. They couldn't have been debated. When government wants to, it can change the business of this House rapidly, and it can even arrange for this House to sit rapidly. And I would urge ministers to make those steps to make sure these laws are better scrutinised.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend, and I'd like to make a few observations briefly from the point of view of being a Welsh MP for a constituency, Clwyd South, on the border of Wales and England. Last Friday, we took our younger daughter to start at university for the first time, having taken our elder daughter back to her university 2 weeks earlier to start her second year. Therefore, the debate about COVID restrictions for students is a major reality for us as a family. And as in so much else in this debate, It revolves around finding a balance between keeping people safe and letting life and the economy function with some degree of normality. I believe that the government has got this balance right with the measures announced last week by the Prime Minister, and as an MP on the Welsh borders, I am very pleased that he prepared them in consultation with the Welsh Government and other devolved administrations. The differences between the UK and Welsh Government in measures taken to combat COVID-19 are relatively narrow at present, which is a welcome situation for my constituents, for whom a disparity of measures creates many practical complications. The Welsh Government's approach to combating coronavirus means that the Labour opposition here in this House has a practical record, albeit in a devolved context, which deserves as much scrutiny as that of the UK government. And what such scrutiny shows is that there is no monopoly among political parties in getting every measure right, whether it be on local lockdowns, testing, or the delayed adoption in Wales of face coverings in shops and on public transport.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I speak to him as a fellow Conservative MP whose constituency is on the English-Welsh border. Will he acknowledge, however, and he's making a very good speech, will he acknowledge that some of the differences emanating from the Welsh Senedd, Welsh Parliament, and contrasting with the legislation here from London, has led to additional complications and confusion for constituents who live on the border, as do our constituents?
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his comments. My approach with regard to such differences throughout the crisis has been to try and take a constructive approach. We live in an environment where we have a devolved government in Wales, but really the point I'm trying to make today, it's very important for the members opposite to consider how the Welsh Government has dealt with many issues. And in particular, there have been all sorts of comments about how we were late to lockdown, on test and tracing. Well, to be honest with you, those were similar approaches taken by the Welsh Government, and therefore I think it's important to consider that in this debate. And really this goes to my point that we are all learning as the pandemic evolves, and often implementing major projects such as test and trace on a scale and tight timescale unprecedented in peacetime does create problems. And of course there are bumps in the road, but I commend my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for the enormous progress already made, particularly with the 12.4 million downloads of the app this weekend and the 20th million test today, which he alluded to earlier. Like other members before me, I would also like to sing the praises of all those in the health and social care sectors and key workers, including particularly at the moment those caring for illnesses and severe conditions other than coronavirus. For instance, the health centre in Llangollen in my constituency is praised by everybody locally for providing thousands of flu jabs in a highly efficient manner and at the present moment. And they and other doctors' surgeries across Clwyd South are triaging patients' conditions and then providing medical care via different routes, ranging from face-to-face meetings to online e-consultations. That is very much to be praised by everybody in this House. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am encouraged and satisfied by the assurances given at the start of this debate by the Secretary of State about the scope of scrutiny and debate for the government's measures, particularly the need for the government to take quick and decisive action at critical moments in the crisis.
Shannon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for letting me participate in this debate. And as my party's health spokesperson, there are many issues that I've been asked to highlight in the short time I'm here on this debate. However, I also need to stress the fact that this continues to have on businesses in my constituency who are struggling. Only this morning in my office, before I left to go to the airport, I had a very upset lady with a viable dog kennel business who had her best year ever last year, but with all that has happened and people unable to holiday, she has no bookings, and yet it's precluded from the rates relief scheme in Northern Ireland she doesn't consider as part of the hospitality sector. I know it's not something the Minister can answer, it's not her responsibility, but I just want to put it on record. I've also spoken up for local papers and was interested to see in today's Times the correlation between a higher turnout in an electoral area that had a thriving local paper and a turnout underlining the importance of the local paper and the need for government to support them and keep them running. We are asking people to go into what has been called lockdown night. We're asking them to give up freedom, their normal lives, and yet as they look around, people are dying, loved ones are dying, but not of COVID-19, of other illnesses. Let me read just an email with, which I believe really touched me and hopefully will help in this debate. This person has said, I've already lost one member of my immediate family in May due to the NHS's reduction of normal service. My elderly next door neighbour has now been diagnosed with spinal cancer, which is not detected for months, leaving him unable to care for his wife with advanced dementia. A work colleague who is in the last weeks of his life yet can only see one member of his family until his final hours. And just today he learned a close friend's father had been given a year to live with cancer that was now diagnosed due to the fear clearly betrayed by the media. It's lovely to see the Honourable Lady for Worsley and Eccles South back in her place and wish her continued health and strength. Some people are resenting lockdown. They have seen too many loved ones slipping through the net, with the response being coronavirus problems. I accept that, indeed. We all accept it was hard to deal with and it was unprecedented. But with the vaccine not on the horizon, we cannot do another 6 months of screenings not taking place, of surgeries being cancelled and people dying when this time last year they would have been living. So again, it's nice to see the Minister in her place as well as always. And can I ask her what can be done to ensure that we can safely screen, test and operate as needed within the next 6 months, as they're going to be a critical time for us all. The Alzheimer's Society have asked me to raise their very valid concern that people with dementia have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and I can vouch for that in my constituency as well. Over a quarter of all coronavirus deaths between March and June were of people with dementia, and we can't ignore that. There's a real concern that with social distancing guidelines which have left people with dementia without social interaction, causing distress, a loss of cognitive skills, and the prevention of visits to care homes is having a very detrimental impact on the lives of people with dementia. For dementia, early diagnosis intervention is key, and family contact is so vitally important. Yet another massive concern of mine is that of mental health. In Northern Ireland, we've had mental health legacies of the Troubles, which have been exacerbated with the social distancing regulations, and not simply for the young, but for people of every age and all ages and every class. A new study of the Lancet Psychiatry found a significant number of patients with COVID-19 suffered neurological and psychiatric complications. These conditions range from mood disorders such as mania or depression, psychosis, more complex conditions such as cognitive problems and catatonia. And during the peak of the crisis in April, 30% of adults reported levels of mental distress as compared to 20% 17-19, and also 34% of adults report a high level of anxiety. These things cannot be ignored. The Centre for Mental Health, in particular, the economic impact of COVID-19 crisis similar to that of the post-2008 recession, then we could expect 500,000 additional people experiencing mental health problems, with depression being the most common. Again, those figures, I believe, are frighteningly and worrying. The analysis of Public Health England's latest data on the indirect effects of COVID-19 found that 8.4 million people are now drinking at higher risk, up from just 4.8 million in February. Again, alcohol is an issue as well. We need the funding for the mental health. That's critical, it's needed urgently. We need to consider the long-term effect that every restriction we place on those who struggle daily. I want to put on record my thanks to the NHS staff of all sections and what they did, inspiration to us all, but also showing the best of British. But there's a responsibility in government, I believe, to gain from what they've learnt. I conclude with this comment. Hairdressers have changed their arrangement with no waiting rooms, appointments made by people staying in their cars. And if hairdressers can do it, then can I say that health can do it as well? We must do better, and we need to do it before one more person needlessly dies whose life could have been saved. Thank you.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford. Now, the threatened consequences of this dreadful pandemic are so wide-ranging that I'm not going to attempt to cover all the issues that concern me and constituents in Harrogate and Nesborough. I'm going to focus on one of the current challenges for care homes, and that is their visiting policy. We all know the real problems that care homes dealt with during the early stages of the pandemic. Caring for, protecting their residents is absolutely paramount for them. And we are, of course, as we must never forget, talking about some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. It was not, is not, easy to keep people safe, with staff coming in daily, with goods arriving daily. I recognised the need for strict isolation at the time, but was glad to see rules relaxed to allow visits, including garden visits and through-glass window visits. But we're seeing situations where no type of visit is or will be allowed. Though I recognise, of course, that care homes have been setting up video calls and doing very good work in trying to help people stay in touch. Now, of course, the need to protect people does not go away, and I'm not being critical of anyone. I want to highlight the emotional consequences and impact on broader health, including mental health and well-being, for older people and their families. I'm sure we have all had cases in our constituencies where we've been contacted by families desperate to see their loved ones. Nobody is suggesting an open-door policy, but right now the restrictions are profound. A further dimension of this is that many people in care homes suffer from some form of cognitive impairment, often dementia, as of course the Honourable Gentleman has just highlighted. In these circumstances, the capacity for residents to understand what is going on, to understand why they cannot see their loved ones, is almost inevitably limited. Yet the need to see their loved ones is so important, and it works the other way too, of course. The need for families to see their loved ones is so important as well. Several constituents have raised this issue with me. I'm thinking about Dr. Ridpath, Judy Bass, Helen Owens, Anna McKinty and others. Balancing well-being and isolation is very difficult, but the emotional consequences of no visits are absolutely profound. These are families just desperate to see their loved ones and have brought truly heartbreaking stories. Perhaps the reintroduction of visits through glass-the-window visits could be possible, and whilst this is impersonal, it is clearly better to see your loved ones than not. Perhaps designated very close family members in limited numbers could be given staff status, which would allow them access to testing and could then allow a degree of home access. My point is that there could be ways of allowing visits in some form, and that would materially help both residents and families. So whilst never losing sight of the need to keep homes safe, I ask that ministers and officials consider this issue in the widest of contexts, remembering the benefits of seeing loved ones. We've had many statements and questions, Madam Deputy Speaker, out the dispatch box, and I commend ministers for their diligence in this. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to raise this issue today. This is an astonishingly hard time for ministers, as this pandemic and our understanding of it has been developing fast. In Harrogate, we have seen the construction of the Nightingale for Yorkshire and the Humber, something that happened astonishingly quickly and was welcomed within the community. The focus on vaccines has been impressive. The scaling up of PPE production has been impressive too, from the clear global shortage, which did impact the UK as well, at the start of this crisis, to the situation we have now. I noted at the opening of this debate, my honourable friend, the Health Secretary, said that at the start of his tenure, just 1% of UK PPE was manufactured in the UK. Now that contracted figure is 70%. It is a huge and positive turnaround. And I'm also sure that a nimble response with short supply chains will help continuity and guaranteed supply in the future. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what the government is asking of people is hard. Civil liberties are being compromised. For the best reasons I do understand, but restrictions must only be in place for the shortest possible time. Decisions are being taken in good faith, but those decisions still need parliamentary scrutiny. That is our role here as safeguarders of our national liberty. A transparent approach to the science and decision-making is necessary to make sure we take people with us. If they are, and so understand why a decision has been taken, I think we will see greater compliance. And the greater the compliance, allowing people to safely resume their lives, the quicker we will get through this crisis and with less pain, and we all know that the pain has already been very high.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good to follow the Honourable Member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, who raised a very crucial point about the need to see loved ones in care homes. I think he was quite right. And I want to begin by taking the opportunity to put on record my thanks for all those working on the front line in Newport East during clearly an extremely difficult year with very challenging months ahead of us. Those NHS workers, emergency services, local authority staff, civil servants, and those in retail and food banks, and many more who've gone above and beyond to help. My constituency includes communities in Newport who are entering their second week of local restrictions and Monmouthshire who are under the general Welsh restrictions. And there is some evidence that this more cautious approach and these restrictions are working, and I'm very grateful to constituents for adhering to the rules, however challenging that might be. In Wales, we are doing some things differently, and I know from constituents that the clear majority do appreciate the very measured, careful, thoughtful, considered leadership, I think, of Mark Drakeford, the First Minister, and the Welsh Government. An example just today, while I was driving down, was listening to a representative from UK Hospitality on 5 Live talking about the 10 p.m. curfew, which has been referred to a lot today on pubs and bars, and you know, really pointing out how it had been much more sensibly implemented in Wales to avoid the hard cut-off time at 10 p.m. and to avoid the kind of mass exodus onto the streets that we've seen in other places, which my honourable friend from Manchester Withering alluded to earlier on. I think constituents have also appreciated the more clear, sustained messaging rather than the genuinely confusing messages from the UK government to go out, go back to work, go on holiday, followed now by the reverse. In Wales, the Welsh Labour Government are also working on plans to prevent evictions, and we are spending triple the funding in England to avoid rough sleeping. And in England, we're just seeing at the moment the government lifting the ban on eviction just as the second wave strikes. We're also things like continuing provision for free school meals for those shielding or self-isolating into the autumn, whereas the same is not clear on England. So there are differences. In Wales, we also saw kind of bonus payments for care workers to recognise the sacrifices that they'd made, which the UK government have decided to tax and deduct from, leaving some on universal credit with just £125. As my honourable friend next to me said, last week's announcements from the Chancellor for those measures to help those in work fell short of what was required. There's nothing for those who've lost their jobs or professions who are now deemed, as the Chancellor said, in non-viable jobs. No COVID recovery plan or strategy to retrain. No strategy for the young, who we know from previous recessions will be hit hardest. And we're going to need everyone under 25 to have a chance to have job, training or education. The Job Support Scheme should have incentivised employers to keep more staff on rather than incentivising them to bring some back full-time and letting others go. The gaps in the Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme have not helped those highlighted by the 3 million excluded campaign, including new starters, those who pay themselves dividends and those who earn half of their income from self-employment. Then again, there are the whole sectors who've been left out, be they the creative sector, the hospitality supply chain and the exhibition and events industry. And for those having to claim universal credit, the 5-week wait causes huge debt problems, and now's the time for the government to fix those inbuilt failings in that system and turn advance payments into grants, not loans. It's also clear from my casework in Newport East, for obvious reasons, the pandemic is having a severe impact on the operation of key government departments like the Home Office and especially UK visas and immigration. Please can ministers look at the fact that processing times have skyrocketed for some people for up to 2 years, and I ask that on behalf of the young constituent who can't take up a place at medical school this year because he hasn't had a decision at a time when we are going to desperately need his skills. Can ministers also look at the issue of holiday companies and airlines refusing refusing to pay refunds for pre-booked holidays and local and devolved lockdown restrictions are not covered by UK law. The ministers have announced that have said this is an anomaly, but we need the government to take action quickly. Finally, very quickly, since the start of the pandemic, the average retail worker has been assaulted or threatened or abused every 6.5 days, more than double in 2019. So please can we address that issue as spelt out by the ESDOR campaign?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and I too want to put on record my thanks to all of our frontline key workers. Madam Deputy Chair, it is no doubt been a very difficult job for our ministers, especially for our ministers in the Department for Health, and they have done tremendous work to try and understand this new virus and also manage the spread of COVID. And I want to put on record my public gratitude to the Minister on the front bench. The Minister has taken my phone calls in the evening, at weekends, during the day. Sometimes my requests on behalf of my constituents haven't even fallen in the Minister's portfolio, but the Minister has always tried to track down the right response, and for that I'm incredibly grateful. And we have had some successes. We've had successes on the issues of testing. I believe we're testing more than the rest of Europe, but I would argue now we need to get the trace element right. I had huge concerns around PPE early on. Now there is a PPE strategy in place, and I believe around 70%, I may be mistaken, 70% now is going to be produced here in the UK compared to 1% earlier on. And who can forget the huge efforts in getting Nightingale Hospital up and ready, and now it is. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have huge concerns about how government wants to progress the extension of COVID laws going forward. I do not feel it is appropriate that members of Parliament read about new restrictions in the press, new restrictions on laws, on criminal offences, on duties and penalties that can reach up to £10,000, and I'm hugely concerned about the role of COVID marshals going forward. I am sent to this House, the House of Commons, to represent my constituents of Wilden, and I can't do that if parliamentary democracy is suspended, which is why I'm supporting the amendment of the Right Honourable Member for Altrincham and Sale, and share the concerns of many on this side of the House on the lack of scrutiny, and the fact that I don't doubt that ministers want their arguments to be tested so they can be assured that when these laws are passed, that the minimum side effects do take place. And we need to understand more of the evidence, and I would argue we need a greater diversity of the scientific evidence that is put in front of us. I do not feel that I'm in any position to tell my constituents that they cannot see their kids for Christmas right now. I cannot understand how we can even implement that if it was to carry on going forward. And I do not feel comfortable telling my constituents they cannot visit their loved ones in care homes whose mental health is deteriorating so fast because we haven't got some of the track and trace or testing in place as it is. I'm going to go on 3 very quick themes that I think that we should be focusing on, getting back to basic and be focusing on what we can get right. I've had an email recently from Peter Appleton, who oversees a care home, and once again the issue around getting testing results back in time has risen its ugly head, and without care home staff getting their tests back in time, they cannot provide the service they need to our residents in our care homes, and they are already struggling without the support of their families. If I very quickly now move on to the impact on our young people who haven't had access to formal education for many months, and now we're making decisions already that means they won't get any sort of educational activity outside of school. In my constituency of Wilden, we have 2 outdoor centres. One is called Bowles Rocks and one is called Hindleap Warren. These provide youngsters who may not even have access to a garden to experience a bit of outdoors, whether it's climbing or doing a bit of mentoring or doing a bit of leadership training. They would do this within their bubble. They have all the COVID-safe protections in place, but once again, wide-brushed restrictions based around COVID are not only undermining businesses, but my young people's experience outside the classroom, even if they can get in. And if I can please finish on an issue the Minister will be familiar with when it comes to my concerns. One is, and finally, it's about Public Health England. The Minister will know that I have already put on record that I believe that Public Health England lacks transparency, accountability and a lack of leadership. We have had 3 times more deaths amongst the BAME community, higher deaths amongst BAME medical practitioners. Public Health England at one point claimed they did not have the data One can only hope they have the data now, but I'm yet to see what changes they have made to make sure that the vulnerable groups within the BAME community are kept safe. And this is my concern, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we introduce new restrictive laws, we're not already applying the laws that we have in place. And finally, last Wednesday, I was at a funeral in my village of Nutley. Of course, only 30 people were present. A member of the family gave a very moving speech. Nobody was allowed to hug her. This is the state that we're in. The government needs its backbench and support across the House, and we need parliamentary scrutiny for that. And I hope the government will understand why we support this amendment.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 23rd of January, a full 2 months before the national lockdown, the Secretary of State came to this House to give his very first statement about a virus that none of us had ever heard of. He said, and I quote, "While there is an increased likelihood that cases may arise in this country, we are well prepared and well equipped to deal with them. The UK is one of the first countries to have developed a world-leading test for the new coronavirus." So, reading that 8 months later, following the loss of almost 42,000 lives in the UK, unprecedented restrictions on our freedoms, and the biggest recession since records began, how tragically wrong that turned out to be. Now, hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I fully accept that no government could have predicted the COVID-19 pandemic and been fully prepared for what was to unfold. Yet we did have some warning from China and other European neighbours, and pandemics have long been at the top of the country's risk register. So this government did have the responsibility to think the unthinkable and then plan and prepare accordingly. But sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't feel that they did. That first statement was the start of a pattern that we've seen throughout this crisis. It's exposed the deep chasm between the rhetoric and the reality. The Secretary of State boasted back then that we were the first country, among the first, to develop a test for the virus. Yet testing was initially far too low and too slow to ramp up. 6 months on, yes, capacity is up. I fully accept that, and I congratulate the government for that. But the Secretary of State bats away all criticism with claims that we've got the highest testing rates in Europe. But that means absolutely nothing if you cannot access a test when you need one. Even this morning, I heard from a local mum whose 13-year-old son is running a 39-degree temperature. She's been trying all night to book a test. When she finally got offered a test, it was in the Isle of Wight. She lives in Teddington, in southwest London. And that tale is replicated across the country, but particularly in London, because 40% of our testing capacity was taken away in recent weeks. And now other measures suggest that cases are rising, but we don't have the hard testing data to inform the decisions we need to bring it back under control. Centralised tracing has been poor, with tracing rates centrally barely hitting around the 60% rate, yet local tracers have had much higher tracing rates, well in excess of 90%. But despite all the advice, government insisted on its centralised top-down approach when local authorities, the length and breadth of this country, have the expertise and local knowledge to trace effectively. The long-promised app has been beset with numerous problems, and the Secretary of State hailed today the great success of the launch of the app, but thousands couldn't register their test results. Older Apple iPhones and newer Huawei phones are unable to download the app. So 6 months on, this world-beating so-called test and trace system is, frankly, an utter shambles. The other chasm between rhetoric and reality has been social care, and something I have been raising since back in March in this House. We hear time and again that this government put a protective ring around care homes, yet the number of deaths speak for themselves. It was clear that social care was an afterthought, and stories from care workers tending to residents who've contracted the virus and comforting them in their dying days back up this picture. I wrote to the Minister for Care in mid-August. I have yet to receive a reply, and I'm delighted that Conservative members are getting such access and great responses from ministers day in, day out. Yet those of us on the opposition benches write letter after letter, table question after question, and we fail to get replies or get replies months later. I highlighted testing challenges locally, but these issues are relevant across the country. Care homes are now able to access tests, but turnaround times are too slow. Learning disability homes have finally now got access to testing, but it's still patchy and turnaround times are too slow. And we've yet to see a full rollout of testing in supported living. A new problem that has emerged is that community nurses going into homes to give residents a flu jab are not being tested, and guidance on this issue has been delayed. And we've heard from members on both sides of this House the tragic situation of people in care homes whose mental health is suffering because they can't have visits from a family member. So we must get regular testing for a nominated family member. I've heard it from my constituents who can't access their family members, and they can see these people withering away before them, before their very eyes. If we really have the largest testing system imaginable and we've put a protective ring around our most vulnerables, ministers must be able to find a solution to this problem, and we need one urgently.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard a lot about testing, and I have been talking to the Secretary of State for some months now about testing, because I have a constituent who has developed an antigen test and an antibody test, but for some reason PH England will not speak to them. They can do 1 million a week. They're ramping up to 2 million a week. These are 15-minute tests, and the company's called SureScreen. I've written to the Secretary of State, I've talked to him about it, but nothing has come back. Nothing at all. And I do think there's something wrong. When a company can do this at a very reasonable cost, and we are struggling with testing, I think we should be using every company that we possibly can. Now, I have supported the government with the new measures, the measures that we have put in place as a country, but I do feel that this Parliament should be sovereign, and we should make some decisions. It's no good deciding that outside there, the government, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State just say, we're going to do this. We do need to ratify it, we do need to agree with it. I probably would agree with it, but I would like to have a say in what we're doing. And I've had dozens of constituents who say, enough is enough. We want to be able to go and see our grandchildren. Talking now about Christmas and Christmas being cancelled for students, for people who can't go into groups of more than 6, it means I won't see my grandchildren because it'll be a bigger group than 6. I want to. And there are many pensioners who wish to see their family rather than live a longer life. They are making that choice. They would like to make that choice. And I think that this government has a responsibility to listen to some of those people who feel passionate that they fought in the war or their parents fought in the war for the freedoms that we want. And I do believe that we are not in this Parliament giving that opportunity to decide whether we think the decisions have been made correctly. They may well have done, but I would like to see the evidence. I have not seen any evidence. Other than on the broadcast, no more than any other member of the public. And I feel it's important that we do see the evidence and hear the evidence so that we can make a judged decision. After all, when we go to war, we make a decision. But this is a war against the pandemic. And I do think that the government really does need to think again and to accept the Brady Amendment and work with all those people who signed it, and I'm one of those, to be able to work forward so that the public feel that their representatives are representing them. I try to represent my constituents in many different ways, and this would be one of them where I could actually say to the Prime Minister, to the Secretary of State, to the Minister sitting there, what I believe and what I feel. And I feel passionately that we should be having a say. So I urge the government in the future and now to accept the Brady Amendment, but in the future to look forward and say actually government can make a decision, because although we're told we have to make these things quickly, I accept it has to be relatively quick, but we can actually change the business in this House so that we can all take part. We have been called back for some debates. Now, it may be with this, we wouldn't want to be called back every Saturday to make a decision, but we could be when it's going to be a big change, which has happened in the last couple of weeks. This big change is affecting millions and millions of people, not least students. And I feel passionately those students who have gone off to college, left home for the first time, to be told they may not be allowed to go home at Christmas to see their family. They want to party, they want to do all those things, I accept that. But to be told they cannot go and see their own family at Christmas, probably, I think is outrageous. And I would say to those students, probably defy what government says. Go home and see your family.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate today as it allows me to raise a number of issues of concern relating to the City of Durham, although I suspect they'll be shared by constituencies across the country. County Durham, like many areas, has been subject to greater coronavirus restrictions in order to reduce the spread of the virus. While I support measures that protect public health, it's important to remember that it is the incompetence of government that has made them necessary. We've all witnessed the testing shambles and the shortcomings of the privatised track and trace system. We have a dodgy app and testing delays, while important government contracts are being handed out to private companies like confetti. And still, the calls from public health for localised test and trace systems fall on deaf ears. How on earth does the government plan to stop the virus if it doesn't even know where it is? As I said in my maiden speech, the policies of government greatly affect the lives of ordinary people, and we can see that illustrated during this pandemic. The continued failure to sort out test, track and trace has made the coronavirus crisis worse, and that is undeniable. To add to this, many of my constituents are concerned how the government's botched approach to the reopening of universities will affect them in Durham. Currently, thousands of students are returning to Durham in an area in local lockdown. People are worried about the impact this will have on the infection rates in the region as a whole, while students fear that they are once again being forgotten by government. And given that the government failed on exam results and failed on reopening schools safely, it is incredible, yet not surprising, that the return of students was not properly planned for in order to protect them and the communities which they study. What on earth has the Education Secretary been doing for the last 6 months? Clearly it hasn't been his job. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have the economic impact upon Durham. We've had businesses close, shops shut, while jobs that have been lost and hours cut for many who rely on these incomes just to get by. The measures that have been put in place have been welcome, and I'd like to thank Durham County Council for their speedy and efficient response to businesses in need. But it is a fact that for millions there's been no support at all. Sectors that need specific intervention have been largely ignored, and job losses that could have been avoided are now almost inevitable. Protections for renters have been withdrawn, while our welfare system, after years of government cuts, can no longer be described as a safety net. Incredibly, extra support has had to be dragged from the government by the Labour Party and trade unions, while these concessions have repeatedly been too little, too late. It's time for the government to stop ruling by U-turn and get a grip. The government needs to sort out testing, they need to fix care, address the education crisis and stop our economy from falling apart. A second wave is not inevitable, but the incompetence of this government is making it more likely by the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I supported the government with the decisions they took in March at the start of the COVID-19 outbreak, where scientific understanding of this virus wasn't at the point that it is today. The tough decisions had to be made as to how to protect human life, because we're still learning how this virus can be transmitted, who was the most vulnerable to becoming critically ill, and if they were infected. And I commend ministers for acting how they did and when they did, as well as, of course, as everyone who's gone the extra mile during this terrible time in Northampton and elsewhere. The steps which the government took in spring stopped the NHS being overwhelmed and saved lives. However, as no member of this House could be in any doubt, they also had a very significant impact on our country in terms of the economy, society, the policing of our civil liberties, and the devastating effect on people's mental health. As the data published by NHS England on a daily basis outlines, the number of people testing positive for COVID-19 is rising, yet the death rate is staying low. Yes, at the moment will be the response, and I acknowledge that, but I urge that this remains the key statistic for either further steps or for reeling back, and therefore I think it's imperative at this time that all areas of our lives affected by current restrictions be taken into account. Now, changing the government's response in line with the rates of infections, if there are significantly lower death rates, should not be viewed, as some might like to shout from the rooftops, as a U-turn. Changing tack in response to the statistics is rather a response to the situation and the reality of the current situation we find ourselves in, or may come to find ourselves in. And that's not a humiliation or a repudiation, but is adapting to circumstances. I'm concerned about the impact on the economy, not only in terms of people's livelihoods, and I thank the Chancellor for the unprecedented support he's given there, but also in terms of the economy being able to provide for public services, particularly in health, non-COVID health, notably cancer and mental health services. And in addition to this, I'm concerned about the impact it's already taken on people attending vital appointments at their local hospitals and receiving urgent medical treatment. Earlier today, a constituent sent me an interesting link to an open letter by 394 medical doctors and over 1,300 healthcare professionals in Belgium, where they touch upon this exact point. The cure should not be worse than the medicine. In essence, the very dystopian nature of some of these restrictions have already caused a considerable deal of damage in society. I recognise the difficult balance and approach the government's had to take, but if we look at some other countries, Sweden, yes, but others too, then it does become evident that there are alternative approaches to controlling the virus without as significant an impact on civil liberties and the damaging effect on the economy, with shielding the elderly and vulnerable more specifically than general lockdowns being the approach. Turning from the current challenges and dilemmas, the current agonising choices and blizzards of statistics and analysis of infection rates versus death rates, to a time we hope and pray is soon when we emerge from this, hopefully with a vaccine. I want to be very clear that any temptation on behalf of the government to attempt to keep any aspects of the restrictions, even if they've been determined somehow as having been beneficial in some way, must be totally rejected. Any restrictive measure that's been implemented to fight coronavirus must go when a vaccine has been developed and distributed amongst much of the population. At this point, a bonfire of restrictions must be metaphorically set alight. My inbox has seen a huge increase in people who now share this position with me. And this goes back to my point on the damage, necessary though it may have been felt to be, and not to denigrate that these restrictions have had on society as a whole. This has been a national trauma, and it's eroded our nation's civil liberties to a level we've not seen in this country during peacetime. And it's therefore crucial that every opportunity for public and parliamentary scrutiny is availed. Thank you.
Patrick Grady. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think the fact that the government has made this time available for scrutiny is welcome. And I want to start, as others have done, by thanking all of the care workers, the NHS staff, the support staff, the council staff who have responded so courageously to the pandemic in Glasgow North. And I particularly want to express my solidarity and best wishes to many of the new constituents in Glasgow North who have been affected by the outbreak at the University of Glasgow and have found themselves confined to their halls of residence. And I'm grateful to the Principal of the University, Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli, for taking time this morning to speak to myself and my MSP colleagues Bob Doris and Sandra White about the situation and the steps that the University is taking to support students who have found themselves in difficulty. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, you take a particular interest in the University of Glasgow and the well-being of its students there. The pandemic is going to bring flare-ups and flashpoints, and some of them will be easier to see than others. But as others have said, nobody's to blame for this. Catching the virus is not something wrong or in itself a breach of the regulations. It's not a question of blame, but there is a question of responsibility and where the duty of care lies. And that's what I want to sort of look at in my short contribution. It's particularly important in Glasgow North for people who are in the creative sector and who are self-employed. They are literally the heart and soul of our city, and creativity it means so many different things. It's the musicians, the artists, the sound and light engineers who support them, the pop-up shops, the artisan producers, the wedding dress makers, the events organisers and coordinators. These are individuals, self-employed, self-starters, and they've been left behind by this government. I thought the Tories were supposed to celebrate and support entrepreneurs, and instead they find themselves excluded. But it doesn't have to be that way. It comes back to this question of responsibility, and that was the point I was making to the Prime Minister last Wednesday. The costs and the consequences of COVID are unavoidable. Somebody has to meet them, and that somebody has to be, it can only be the state, the government. And the government has already had to borrow an unimaginable amount of money. Governments around the world have had to do that, and independent Scotland would be able to do that. The question is how the money is used to the best effect. The government can either pay through job retention schemes, through income guarantees, through investment in preventative health care and support for people's mental well-being, or it can pay through long-term mass unemployment, through the social security system and the costs that come with that, to the health service, to social work, to the police and all the rest. And that's why we have to see this moment as a chance to do things differently, a chance to set a different path. Whether that's a universal basic income in whatever shape or form it might take, whether it's prioritising green, sustainable alternatives to working practices, to transport, to service delivery. But the government's vision seems to be a return to the rat race, a return to trickle-down economics, that we'll know we've beaten the virus when things go back to the way they were before. They already want to take us back to some notion of empire with their Brexit obsession. Yep. And now they're harking back to the days of Thatcher, where mass unemployment is fine so long as some people get to be filthy rich. And don't think we're not wise to the idea that the disaster of a no-deal Brexit can be hidden behind the economic difficulties caused by the pandemic. That might suit some of the Tories, but it's not what people in Glasgow North want to see. They and we in the SNP want Build Back Better, not just to be a slogan, but a genuine direction of travel. Because in reality, we can't go back, and we won't go back. There's not going to be a light bulb moment, even in this chamber, where suddenly we stop washing our hands and we stop keeping our distance and we stop wearing masks and we all just pile back into offices instead of working from home. We are moving to a new kind of normal, a different way of how society and the economy will work in future. And if that direction doesn't come from Westminster, then people in Scotland will seek it and find it elsewhere. The virus won't be defeated by grandiose rhetoric about moonshots and world-beating apps. It will be defeated by everyone working together, by making careful judgments based on the best scientific advice, by admitting, as the Scottish Government and the First Minister have done from the start, that mistakes will be made and learning from them for the future. And ultimately, of course, the future for Scotland will be in Scotland's hands. It always is. Thank you.
Chris Bryant.
Goodness. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a delight to speak so suddenly.
Order. I should explain, lest there be confusion, that it is, of course, very unusual for the Chair to call two people from the same side of the House consecutively. I hope the Honourable Gentleman is getting his breath back as I... but the Honourable Lady who would have spoken from this side of the House has withdrawn from the debate, and therefore I'm obliged, under the current strange rules, to go directly to the Honourable Gentleman, whether I want to or not. Chris Bryant.
Well, it's a bit of a sting in the tail there, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll take that up with you later. But and incidentally, I can perfectly well disagree with the honourable member who's just spoken, even though he's theoretically on the same side of this House. He's on the different side of many other arguments. Look, the point I want to start with is that I think that government in this country can only ever be by consent. And when you start to lose consent,
in a pandemic or at a moment of national crisis, there is a real problem for the nation. And I would say, much as the honourable member who's the minister sitting at the dispatch box today knows that I am very fond of her and deeply respectful of what she brings to bear in this House, I nonetheless worry that the government is presently losing the consent of the British people. My inbox is full of people who now subscribe to all sorts of mad conspiracy theories. They elevate wild scientists that they've discovered somewhere on the web to be the great international experts in the field. They point to things that the government has done where there are anomalies, and sometimes they're inevitable anomalies, but nonetheless they pick holes in all of that. And slowly but surely it feels to me as if people are beginning to lose confidence in the government's handling of this. And I want to make sure that we as a nation work together in this. There's no party political advantage to be gained, I don't think, on either side. But we need the government to do better on this. There have been too many mixed messages. It's terribly difficult for an individual member of the public whose job is not to follow every latest announcement from government, whether it's from their local authority or the Westminster government or the government in the Cardiff Bay or in Edinburgh, to understand what the specific rules are that apply to them. I mean, every member in here will have had hundreds of emails and requests for what am I meant to do in this set of circumstances. And I don't know about others, but I'm often scratching my head as to what the precise answer is. And I think it's very difficult, therefore, for ordinary members of the public. Often the broadcasters haven't helped. They announce things as if they are for the whole of the UK, and they actually turn out to be for part of England. And we need to do much better at this. I think the government's exaggerated boasting hasn't helped. I would ban the words world-beating. It's not a competition with other countries. It is a competition with the virus. So honestly, I would just bin all of that. This isn't about trying to win some popularity contest either. It's just about trying to do what is the right thing to do. So I'd bin all of that. I know this is a painful thing to say, but I think that the Dominic Cummings moment did immeasurable damage to the government's ability to deliver its own strategy. And I know that most honourable members on the other side of the House think that as well, because they say so in private. And I know that in many cases they've had more emails than we have about this issue. But if it feels as if there's one rule for one set of people and another for everybody else, it does undermine confidence in the government. The test and trace system, well, it barely works, frankly, at the moment. And the government said 4 weeks ago that it will be sorted in 2 weeks, and it still isn't sorted, and I don't think it'll be sorted till the end of October. The financial problems for pubs, it's not that we're killing pubs, it's just that we've kneecapped them. The 10 o'clock, I can see no logical reason why you would want to chuck everybody out of a pub at 10 o'clock at the same time in all the pubs in the whole of a town. It's illogical. We've not done that in Wales. We've done it differently. We've allowed for drinking up time and things like that, which is a perfectly sensible, long-standing tradition in Britain, and I think that's what we should have done. There's no money for the 3 million freelancers, musicians, and so many others. We've not sorted out the problem of people going on holidays who are being told by holiday companies, no, this isn't really the law, it's just guidance. And so then they won't compensate them. I think the government has to do far more in Parliament. I said this way back earlier on this year. Legislation that sits on the statute books for 2 years, which you have to take up and down, yes or no, and no other amendment allowed, is no way to govern by consent.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A pleasure to follow my old sparring partner from the Rhondda. Though I don't agree with everything he says, he does talk some sense. And I think there is a particular challenge. Everybody has become an expert in this. And what we're experiencing for the first time in the social media age is the pervasive presence of extreme theories. We've seen them to some degree before. We've seen them over the tragic airline disaster in the Ukraine, for example. But this, perhaps more than any other time, we're seeing the emergence of theories that come from nowhere, that people latch onto, and they latch onto it because they're desperate to see a way through this. And the truth is, and in defence of my honourable friend and the team of ministers, this is a very tough time to be in government. There are no simple answers, and some of the things they've done I think are quite remarkable. And for all that we complain about the issues in testing, and there are issues in testing, the reality is 6 months ago we had no testing capability. We have now tested more people than any other country in Europe and continue to do so. So I think there are things that ministers should take credit for. There are, of course, things that have not worked as well as should have been the case. But that was always going to be the case. It's been the case in every other country as well, virtually. This is an extraordinarily difficult time to be in government. But I think I want to make two particular points tonight. The first is, I think we must make sure in the coming months that we only do what is absolutely necessary to keep the virus under control. And I know there are differing opinions. There are those who want us to lock down everything. There are those who don't want us to lock down anything at all. But the reality is every step that is taken curtails someone's lives, curtails someone's freedoms, and actually does damage to individuals, businesses, and our economy. And also does damage to the mental health of the nation. And so there are things that we have to do, but let them only be the minimum. And I think particularly, and I've said this before and I'll say it again now, we must not take national measures except in extremis. The difference in the incidence of the virus across the country is marked. In parts of my constituency, there have been no new cases in the past couple of weeks. In other parts of the country, there have been many, many new cases. We need not to apply one size fits all unless we really, really have to. And I hope ministers will really take that on board. It's much easier for all of us to defend what the government is doing, the difficult steps it's having to take, if we can see that it's applying the rules where they are most needed and not applying them where they're not needed. I think it's really important that that happens. But the other point, particularly I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is around those businesses and those sectors which are not able to operate, not because the economy has taken a nosedive, but because they're not being allowed to operate, because we've imposed rules, guidance, regulations. And that applies to, the Honourable Gentleman talked about the music industry. It absolutely applies to the music industry. It applies to the entertainment industry. It applies to the events industry. There are no business exhibitions taking place. There are no concerts taking place. There are no crowds at live sporting events. And aviation, which is a particular concern of mine, given the threat to jobs all around the country, it is barely able to operate. And I really do think that we must make sure in the coming weeks that we don't simply bring to a halt the process that has been put in place to allow some of these activities to start again. And I really don't see why business exhibitions cannot take place in a controlled environment. I don't really see why we can't achieve a situation where in a football stadium that can seat 40,000, a small number of thousands cannot attend. I really don't see why a theatre or concert performance cannot take place without careful social distancing measures in place. And I just don't think we can go through the next 6 months with none of those things happening. And I urge ministers to make sure we keep the process going that they had started of allowing those activities to resume in the right controlled environments. And particularly I want to stress again, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of aviation. We are going to see mass job cuts around the country in what has been one of our most important sectors. It does not need to be like this, because there are ways in which we can at least get part of this industry going again. And I'll call on ministers to work with the industry to do at least a trial of testing at the airport and before people fly. I understand their concerns. I understand it may not solve all problems, but nothing we do at the moment is going to be absolutely perfect. But at least let us try testing on some key routes, track very carefully what happens to the passengers on those routes, see if there really is a problem, and establish whether we can make airport testing work to allow the airline industry to get going, not just locally within Europe, but some of the international routes that are so important to them. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must not allow our economy to close down. We've got to do everything we can to help those businesses that need it, and we must do the minimum that we can get away with to keep this virus under control.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd also like to start by paying tribute to the many NHS workers, care workers, retail workers, civil servants, hospitality workers and so many more who've helped to support the residents in my constituency of Jarrow over the last few months and of course for many months before that. And the government have had months to improve the effectiveness of test, track and trace, which we all know is absolutely essential in combating the spread of the virus. But they must stop presiding over a strategy that has handed responsibility and funding over to management consultancy firms and outsourcing giants, bypassing our NHS and established public health networks. Over the last month, there have been signs of the near collapse of what exists of the government's testing system, with many people in virus hotspots, like my constituency of Jarrow, having absolutely no access at all to testing. And numerous examples can and have been given by all sides across this House. And this view is shared by colleagues on the ground at Gateshead Council within my constituency, who tell me that, that consistency in support and information from the National Track and Trace system remains variable, and that the national system is currently fragmented, placing additional pressure on local PHE health protection teams. If we are heading towards a second national lockdown, this needs to be sorted now, and this time wasting is simply not good enough. And we know the devastating impact a second national lockdown would have on both the economy, on jobs and on people's mental health. And it's a national scandal that students are currently being locked down in their university halls because there's no effective testing system and track system in place. Throughout the summer, the UCU warned that this would happen. And private profit and the needs of landlords have been prioritised over our young people's education and well-being. On top of what many students went through with the exam fiasco and the uncertainty now around Christmas, this is a mental health crisis in waiting. And not only do we need the government to step up and sort out testing, we also need them to sort out communication. Endless mixed messaging. Just last month, people were being encouraged to go back to work and to eat out, to help out. The Prime Minister even said that it was within our patriotic duty to go out for a pint. The hospitality sector reopening and thriving is obviously what we all want to see. But alongside this, we need effective testing, track and trace. And because of government's incompetence and the lack of effective testing, infections have inevitably risen alongside the increase in human interaction. Instead of offering any self-reflection, the government are pinning the blame on people for not following the rules. And we are effectively seeing the government gaslighting the nation to absolve itself of any blame. And it's not just effective testing and communication that's needed. The government also needs to be laying out an effective plan to recover jobs, retain workers and rebuild businesses. Industries teetering on a cliff edge, like aviation, as mentioned by the Honourable Member opposite, retail and hospitality need further support now to avoid a jobs wasteland. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's approach is failing and they must quickly get a grip of this situation. We need effective test and trace, improved communication and targeted support to prevent any further jobs crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of this country are exhausted and they need and deserve better. Thank you.
Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the unprecedented events that stopped us in our tracks 6 months ago has led to what is really a very wide-ranging debate today. And I think it shows that coronavirus has had an effect on almost every single aspect of our lives, and this debate is important as a result of that. Every single death from coronavirus is a tragedy, and every excess death as a result of the measures that were taken is a tragedy as well. What is good news is that thanks to the hard work of our medics, we've got a better understanding of how to treat this virus, and that is welcome. And I would like to pay tribute to all of the public services, not just in my own constituency, but throughout the country, who've done so much to keep us in a reasonably good place as a country, and also the volunteers who made sure that people who were shielding and isolating, had food, had the support that they needed, and particularly in my own constituency, Basingstoke Voluntary Action and all of our emergency hubs, which were funded by a local authority, and we're very grateful to them for that. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say, the House here, the fact that we never lost a single day of sitting, whilst I don't like the fact that our proceedings are curtailed at the moment, and I don't like the fact we don't have Westminster Hall debates. The staff here have made sure that we can continue some sort of parliamentary scrutiny, and our constituency offices, I think colleagues would agree, have played a real blinder in terms of supporting our constituents with the information that they need. But what our constituents want now is that we're suppressing the virus and enabling them to have confidence that their families will have a safeguarded financial future. And I think that is the challenge that the government faces. And that's why I am heartened that the Secretary of State for Health is often at the dispatch box here, outlining the work that he is doing and the relentless work that his team is doing as well. And I think any idea that this is being done behind closed doors doesn't really bear much scrutiny in itself, because there are so many statements here. But also the work of the Chancellor in putting in place some groundbreaking schemes right from the beginning, whether it's furloughing or indeed the other measures that is put in place, such as Kickstart, to make sure that we try and get people back into employment. Measures that were put in place in March were dealing with the unknown, a virulent virus, a killer virus, but now we're dealing with things which we perhaps understand a little bit more about. And I'd just like to briefly suggest to the Minister on the front bench that we could not only be looking at how we geographically target the work that the government is doing, but that we also target some specific groups, some of which have been touched upon today. Before I get onto that, I will say to the Minister on the front bench, we've all turned into virologists as experts now, haven't we? We used to be international trade experts, now we're virologist experts, and I have to say, I'd really rather like the Minister to continue to deal with the highly complex issues that the government is dealing with now, rather than having them debated in front of the House. I think there's a level of scrutiny that's needed, but let's be real here. These are complicated issues, and the government ministers have the details of the arguments to hand to make sure that they make the right decisions on our behalf, and then can come before us at the dispatch box to justify them. Two issues that I'd like the Minister to really take away from the debate today is the issue facing disabled people. We know that, as a fact, that there's been a 134% increase in deaths amongst people with learning disabilities. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, who's doing an excellent piece of work in that area. Can the Minister please confirm that he will work better looking at the recommendations of that committee, better transparency, particularly on local authority use of easements in the Care Act. Secondly, more targeted support for women as well. Across the globe, women have been more adversely impacted by this coronavirus than men. We have record numbers of women in work in this country now, but we face real critical problems with women, particularly pregnant women and new mums, being made redundant and not being able to get back into work because they are disproportionately represented in those sectors that have been hardest hit. Please can the Minister look carefully at the 10-minute rule bill that I've put in front of this place, working on measures that are already in place in Germany to better protect this group of women. Otherwise, they will not realise their ambition of eliminating the gender pay gap in a generation.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The debate tonight across the House has been characterised, I believe, by the frustration of members and what they receive back from their constituents in terms of the poor messaging around COVID virus and how it should be dealt with. People across this country want and deserve clarity, and they want and deserve certainty about the basis of government announcements, whether those announcements are in the devolved regions or whether it's here at Westminster. Now, my mailbag is full. I'm sure colleagues' mailbag and email is full by people questioning the application of regulations in their own area. I know in my own constituency, a matter of weeks ago, Ballymena was told that part of it would be in lockdown. And then it was told, well, actually, no, you're not in lockdown. It only applies to certain postcodes and to households. It doesn't apply to businesses or to town centres. But the damage was done by the uncertainty of the messaging around that. A crucial food producer, the 2 weeks previous to that, was closed down for 2 weeks. In the words of the Public Health Agency, it wished to fulfil a criteria and process. Even though it didn't need to close that company down, that company was put out of business by the Public Health Agency. Last week, 100 businesses, up to 100 businesses, have asked our local Minister of Health for a meeting so that they could understand the impact, and so that he could understand the impact of these close downs. So far, that meeting has been shunned by our local health minister. The Northern Ireland Health Service has been reduced to a press pronouncement by its head of PR on his social media account whenever a very prominent public figure questioned government statements. He basically said, well, we all know that person is just an arse. That's what the public statement from the health service in Northern actually said. Now, whenever that's what they're reduced to in responding to people's opinions, we know they've lost the argument, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's what ultimately has happened in regard to that matter. Ministers who have broken the rules in Northern Ireland, for example, the Deputy First Minister is currently under a police investigation for breaking the rules, yet at the same time gets up on the public platform and tells people how they should obey the rules. All of that has destroyed public confidence and frustrates the public in Northern Ireland, especially about how government messages these signals. The public in Northern Ireland also, I believe, are very concerned about perspective. In the next 24-hour cycles, 500 people across the United Kingdom will die of cancer. In the same 24-hour cycle, 480 people across the United Kingdom will die of heart disease. No one in the last 72 hours in Northern Ireland has died of coronavirus, thankfully. There will be 20 people who will take their own lives in the next 24 hours in the United Kingdom. Suicide. And yet we have all of this special measures being put into place to deal with this. Special measures which, frankly, many of them have not been used since March. And it begs the question, why does government need these special powers? Surely they should be rolled back. We do not, under the current Public Health Act, we certainly have enough power and enough action to deal with many of the concerns that the public has or that the government would have about addressing people who are not behaving themselves appropriately. I hope this House agrees that we need to start coping with COVID virus, not cocooning ourselves away because of it. Many of my constituents are alarmed by the special powers which they see as draconian. I'm not saying they are, but my constituents are concerned about draconian powers. They believe that they've proved unnecessary and they would like to see those powers rolled back and rolled back urgently. I don't know if this government has an exit strategy from the course of action that we're on, but they need to find that exit strategy fast. People in the print sector have said that it's going to bring the print industry to an end. Our local newspapers are effectively by next March out of business unless there's action taken to save them. Over 300 churches in the last week have written to the Prime Minister demanding that they're never locked down again. We need clarity for them. And of course this week Liberty have produced a report believing that the precedent that has been set is completely wrong and must be addressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's educate the public, let's not alarm them.
Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start by paying tribute to all the fantastic public sector workers, those in the health service, those in our local authorities, the police who have worked so hard during the course of this pandemic so far, and of course have many months yet to face. We have learned over the course of the last 6 months that this pandemic impacts people's physical well-being, it impacts their mental well-being, and it certainly impacts their financial well-being. And I wish to turn to each of those individually. I'm a little disappointed that the Public Health Minister has left her place on the front bench, because over the course of the last few months I've been in correspondence with her about the impact it has had on women seeking treatment for other conditions, specifically those who are breast cancer patients, perhaps waiting for reconstructive surgery. She'll have received a long list of written questions from me on that subject, establishing that the delays, in some cases, is well over a year for women who've had very drastic surgery for cancer waiting to have their reconstruction. One constituent of mine contacted me. She couldn't even get an appointment for a breast prosthesis, and there was no indication given of when that date may come. So it is imperative that our health service is protected from the worst ravages of this pandemic, so that it can bring back in all of those patients who are waiting for treatment. And with regard to mental well-being, I have had numerous contacts from constituents. We're very blessed in Romsey that there is a very active community of choirs and orchestras. And each one of the people who has contacted me from one of those has made the point that that activity is about their mental well-being, their opportunity to get out and do something that they find, A, very rewarding, but B, it gives them social contact and a sense of community. And I would urge ministers to think carefully about how restrictions on that sort of activity can lead, in the most extreme cases, to the tragic suicides that the Honourable Gentleman opposite mentioned. And we are very conscious that this pandemic has had a terrible impact on people's emotional and mental well-being, including, of course, all of those 18-year-olds who have just disappeared off to university and have found themselves in very difficult circumstances. And the financial circumstances of companies up and down the country. And I would like specifically to echo the comments of my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the member for Epsom and Newell, who spoke about the events industry. Just last week I visited Beat the Streets and Phoenix Bus Services, the country's largest supplier of tour buses. So I was given the tour of Lady Gaga's scheduled tour bus, and they made the point that they have 66 buses laid up in their yard, each one of them representing an investment of £500,000. It's a company that has a £24 million turnover each and every year, apart from this one, and they have no end in sight and are deeply concerned about what that will mean for their viability going forward. Now, some industries have worked brilliantly well to address both the situation they find themselves in and indeed to help. Polystar Plastics in Southampton is run by a constituent of mine and is now producing millions of PPE aprons, something it had never done before. But of course they're looking for contracts going forward and how the government's tendering system will look to make sure that there are opportunities for UK suppliers and that we don't maintain our dependence upon those from overseas. But turning specifically to the issue that my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, mentioned about people with disabilities. We waited far too long for the Equalities Impact Assessment of the Coronavirus Act, and when we are asked to renew it in just a few days' time, there is a binary option. So when you look at the Care Act easements, which have been used by only a handful of local authorities, we will be asked simply yes or no, not whether we can put a time limit, a separate time limit on them, or whether they're needed at all. The easements to the Mental Health Act, which have not been used, yet again will be asked whether we accept the whole package and renew it. And I would argue that, as indeed my select committee has, that there is no case to renew that carte blanche with another 6-month extension. And we need to be able to drill down into which parts of the Coronavirus Act are actually needed and which parts could perhaps be repealed. I would like to, and I echo the comments the Honourable Gentleman for Rhondda made on that point, and I would like to finish with a plea for mothers. Those expectant women who cannot have their partners attend a scan or an antenatal appointment with them. Now, I accept that that is a local decision made by individual trusts, but for those mothers who are potentially facing really horrendous decisions, who want to have their partner by their side, or worse perhaps, go into a scan expecting it to be good news and receiving bad, they are the people who we need to be finding ways to support. And if the message has not gone out loudly enough from the DHSE that trusts must help them, then it should now.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm immediately going to pick up on my right honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North point about mothers, because actually this isn't just about mothers, it's also about fathers. I'm sure many people in this House were there for the moment of their child's first scan, were there for the birth of their child, and cannot imagine what it would have been like to miss it. And indeed, my son, when he was born, was very ill. And the inability to hold him that early on would have been extremely painful when it wasn't immediately clear what the outcome was going to be. So I echo very strongly my honourable friend's words, because this is about families, not just about women. This is a very difficult period for everybody in this country. In fact, it's a very difficult period for everybody around the world. But there are some people who have done well. I don't mean by that they've done perfectly, but they have done well. And they've done well because they have sought to do their best in extremely difficult circumstances. And that, of course, is our healthcare professionals, who time and again have pushed themselves further than they knew they would have to, have done better than anybody imagined they could, have improved circumstances and situations that many thought lost or indeed futile. And they've taken us from a moment when early on we thought coronavirus was fatal to now something where for many people it's actually survivable. They've changed the nature of the treatment, they've innovated, and they've really transformed life chances for those who are suffering from this disease or who catch it indeed. And they've done so with extraordinary good grace, extraordinary courage, and real professionalism. There are others who've also done well here. And I must say, I pay a huge tribute to the civil servants in the Department of Health and the Treasury, who have been innovative and thoughtful and creative. And indeed, yes, also to the ministers, who've listened, encouraged, and no doubt innovated themselves. But what we're making today, what we're doing today, is part of a process that is our responsibility, not the healthcare, not the Treasury, but our responsibility. And that is to listen to the people who sent us here, to listen to those we represent, and to enter into what is, I'm afraid, fundamentally a political argument. I will.
I would just argue that one of the innovations that has actually been most dangerous is the ability of ministers to switch on and off regulations without any say-so from Parliament. I wonder whether he would agree.
I do agree, and that's exactly where I'm going to. Because one of the things, the reason we are sent here is because the decisions we are taking are, as my right honourable friend recognises, political. They are deciding where to allocate resources, they are deciding on people's liberties, they are deciding on care and treatment. They are fundamentally not party political, but political. They depend on an understanding of what is going on in this country, where people wish to have their priorities, where they wish to see investment, and where our country, how our country wishes to be governed. What risks are we willing to take? And so far, because it was an emergency, many of us gave the government the space to take those emergency decisions under the Coronavirus Act. But sadly, this is less of an emergency now and more of a chronic condition. It has been lasting now for the best part of 9 months. And though I hope I'm wrong, there is a possibility, a serious possibility, that the vaccines that are being tested may not be successful, that the supplies of assistance may not be ready as quickly as we hope. So we must plan, as a country, to have the conversations that allow us to sustain the protections that we need. Because the government is right. We must protect people. We must protect people today and tomorrow. That's why we must protect the economy and education, because we must protect not just today but tomorrow. And we must deter. We must deter this disease. We must find the vaccines that will fix it, that will stop it. And we must rebuild. Because the damage that is being done to our country is serious and severe, and the damage that is being done to our world and to our friends is equally severe. So the government is right. We must protect, we must deter, and we must rebuild. I absolutely agree. But we must do so together. And that, as my honourable friend on the front bench knows, democracy is not just about elections. It's about how we deal with each other as citizens. It's about how we talk to each other in this country. We practice democracy every day in this place, of course, but actually we practice it every day in this country, because it is not this place that is the mother of parliaments. It is our country that is the mother of parliaments. And it is so because we believe in the freedom to discuss, to debate, and to challenge. Now, for 6 months or more, we've had emergency laws because we needed them. The time is coming, I'm afraid, when we need to have debated laws because liberty matters too.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. I'd like to start by paying tribute to all NHS key workers and volunteers in my constituency for their care and commitment over the last 7 months. I'm going to focus my comments on the economic health of my constituents this evening. For many months now, my constituents have been contacting me to express their fears and concerns about the end of the furlough and self-employed income support schemes. They told me how they were at serious risk of redundancy, and they are worried that their livelihoods would be at stake if the scheme ended prematurely. The Chancellor's announcement last week simply doesn't do enough to support those people whose jobs are at risk due to the pandemic. Dropping the government contribution from 80% of wages to 22% of wages in the transition from furlough to the job recovery scheme means that firms that could still be viable but are not yet able to resume business activity now face the awful choice of closure or mass redundancies. Scottish Government analysis suggests that this move could result in the loss of 61,000 jobs in Scotland when compared with an 8-month extension to the previous furlough scheme. This kind of extension would place Scotland on a similar footing to the French and German furlough schemes if it had the power to extend furlough in its own right. The same considerations apply to the self-employed income support scheme, where the cut from 70% of average earnings to 20% of average earnings does not reflect the reality of many self-employed constituents who contacted me to say that their work isn't picking up at a high enough level to survive without the support offered by SEIS. Unfortunately, the Chancellor's announcement comes far too late for some of my constituents. Tom, a sales rep from Blantyre, was placed in furlough at the end of March, but his company made him and 45 colleagues redundant as a result of restructuring due to the pandemic. He can't get support through the Jobs Recovery Programme, and there isn't an option for him under this scheme to retrain. Unlike in Germany, where Kurzarbeit would give him that opportunity to obtain new skills. Kurzarbeit has been established for over a century in Germany, and it's a great example of using preventative spending to create a safety net during tough economic times. When recessions have hit the German economy, they have been able to keep skills within the workforce for when times get better, adapting the scheme to reflect the prevailing economic circumstances. As much as the Chancellor would like to think that his jobs recovery scheme achieves similar outcomes to the Kurzarbeit scheme, the design of his scheme still makes the inherent assumption that if a job cannot be sustained at a minimum of a third of the hours at this point in time, then it's not possible to retain that job at all. Given that some sectors, such as the events industry, are continuing to rely on furlough because they can't reopen, substantially cutting the support available to these sectors risks mass layoffs and will trigger a loss of skills in those industries, which will be felt for years to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we have to ask ourselves at this moment in time if the UK Government has truly done everything that it can to avoid mass redundancies due to the coronavirus pandemic. Given past history and the experience of the 1980s, I believe that this Tory government will again fail my constituents and fail communities across Scotland by drastically cutting back the levels of support that were offered by the furlough and self-employed income support schemes, and it will only strengthen the desires of the people of Scotland to have the powers needed to support our economic recovery and avoid a lost generation.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's just 3 things that I want to cover. Could I just start by making a plea to all of us in the House and to elements of our beloved media, indeed to the great British public themselves, to step back at times and just to understand a little more and possibly condemn a little less, and to remind ourselves that there is nothing normal here, that this is an unusual event, this is a pandemic, and calls for clarity, and we've heard it in the House today, we hear it from the opposition all the time. Calls for clarity are all too often, in my experience of sitting on that front bench in the public health job, they're calls for certainty. And that's just not how it is in a pandemic. So, just this weekend, we've heard the university experience is not as billed. No, it's not. It's awful for freshers going to university away from home for the first time in a strange city with people they don't know. But I think, on the whole, universities are doing their best in an impossible situation. And I think we should take great care. I know this won't be university popular, but I think we should take great care to say that universities should be refunding all of those tuition fees, because they're what will keep the universities in business and keep them going, and to be there after this awful business is all over. On the subject of quarantine, when we change the quarantine rules from this country or that on a Thursday, especially during the summer months, we see the news bulletins full of people saying there was no notice. No, because it's a pandemic. And of course there can't be 2 weeks' notice, because things change quickly in a pandemic. I'm on the DCMS Select Committee. We hear the arts sector. Give us a date, they say. We want a date for reopening. We'd love to give you a date for reopening, but it would mean very little, because we can't be sure of where we will be in a month's time, let alone in 3 months' time, when a big West End performance could be ready. And we hear all the time, and the opposition, I say to the opposition, please think before you scream U-turn. Would you really want a government that's not prepared to change its mind when the facts change? The last Labour government U-turned many times when the facts change, and they were right to do so. Policy making in normal times, and I have done it, policy making in normal times takes time. It's a slow process, and it's meant to be, because you go through consultation, you go through scrutiny. That's how normal policy making works. In a pandemic, that's not possible. And in March, we saw some very, very quick decisions taken, and we're still seeing quick decisions taken as the facts change. And it won't be perfect. That's what a pandemic will do for you.
Will you give way?
Yeah.
I'm grateful. Does he not think that what we were doing in March is now very different from what the government is dealing with today?
Unquestionably, because the quick decisions that we had to make back in March were around should we national lockdown or not. And we had to make those very quick decisions. We know an awful lot more now about this virus. We have much, much better treatment. The only treatment that's effective that we know of comes from scientists in this country. Yeah. And so the point that I'm making is that we're not doing any of this to upset you, to upset our constituents. We're doing this to try and keep you safe. The second point is around Parliament. And he's not in his place anymore, but there is so much I agree with what the Honourable Member for Rhondda said. This is about consent, and as I said to the Prime Minister last Tuesday when he made his big announcement here in this House, we have to have the ongoing consent of the British public, or we're in trouble. And I fear that that is slipping away. And I'm getting a constant stream of emails from constituents questioning the decisions that are being made because they can't see the evidence behind them, the logic. They don't know where we're going. They don't know what the destination is. Statements, yes, we've had a lot of statements from the Health Secretary, and I give him credit for it, but statements are not debates, which become, as tonight, an exercise in how many members the House can accommodate, and then the poor Minister of State on the front bench will probably get 5 or 6 minutes to wrap the whole thing up. There is an old adage in this place that you never ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. But I'm going to ask 2 questions that I genuinely don't know the answer to, and maybe the Minister can help me when he sums up the debate. The rule of 6 and young children, why are they included? And they're not in Scotland, of course. Why are they included? I don't know the answer to that. And so many of my constituents have been asking me that question. Please, can we hear the evidence behind that? And on the 10 p.m. curfew, what is the evidence for the 10 p.m. curfew?
I agree with what Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, said today about the knock-on effects. If we're going to have a 10 p.m. curfew in our pubs and our restaurants, then we're going to have a 10 p.m. curfew on selling alcohol in our off licences and our supermarkets. And I'd just say this on alcohol, as a former public health minister, is if people are so desperate to drink until 10 p.m. and then to get loaded with more booze in the off licence so they can carry on until 3 in the morning, what does that say about the unhealthy relationship that this country has with alcohol? It's an elephant in the room and we overlook it at our peril. And just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the vaccine, when it comes, if it comes, and I pray to God that it does, could we please, Minister, consider the economic case for the vaccine? Yes, of course, we have to give priority to our health and social care workers, but there's a COVID generation here that I mentioned around university that have had a rotten deal in the last 6 months, and they're going to have a rotten deal in the next 6 months. I think we should consider our young people as the earners, the backbone of our economy, as the economic case for the vaccine when we get there. Thank you very much.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the gentleman from Winchester, but I must disagree with what he said in terms of having to respond to a pandemic. Whilst I absolutely agree the pandemic brings up new situations, the truth is we were slow into lockdown. This government was slow in testing, and this government was slow with PPE. And these are facts that are well documented. And it's absolutely right that British people absolutely want the government to succeed in fighting this virus. And this is a time for leadership, but leadership also requires integrity. And I'm afraid, my honourable friend for Rhondda also mentioned the issue of Dominic Cummings. That was a time when this Prime Minister lost it fractured that relationship with the British public, of looking up to him for leadership which was required. And it's at times like this that leadership needs to step up. And sadly, this government and the Prime Minister have lost that control. The rate of infection, Madam Deputy Speaker, is rising. Our testing systems isn't fit for purpose. Our university students, in what should be one of the best experiences of their lives, hundreds are describing their current experience as being locked in a prison. Schools in my constituency are being forced to partially close. And again, I agree with the honourable member who went before me. The ill thought out 10 p.m. curfew described as shambolic by Tory MPs and the Mayor of Manchester. When we look at test and trace is massively important, and on just about every measure, the test and trace system is going backwards. It's clear that this government has wasted the last few months and has failed to get test and trace ready for the increasing court cases that they should have anticipated. I've had numerous emails from parents, from key workers, the elderly, the most vulnerable, all desperate to get an appointment for the test. If they do get an appointment for the test, it might be hundreds of miles away. But the truth is there is no availability, and simply this is not acceptable. The government needs to get a grip with fixing the system before things get even worse. Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to care homes, back in March we saw the government strategy to enable hospitals to cope with the anticipated number of coronavirus cases led to the elderly and most vulnerable being discharged from hospitals back into care homes without testing for infection. On April the 15th, I wrote out to all the care homes in my constituency, offering them support and asking about their experiences. In every reply, I saw the same theme emerging over and over again. Lack of PPE, concerns about no testing provisions being available, people deeply concerned about the risk to their most vulnerable patients, lack of financial support from the government, and the list goes on. The government cannot fail care homes once again. Weekly testing of care home residents and staff is critical to saving lives, yet there have been repeated delays to the rollout of testing, and care homes have waited days for their results. This cannot carry on. Labour has repeatedly called for additional resources for social care, so we welcome the news that the Adult Social Care Infection Control Fund will continue. But the real test of this plan is whether the government delivers on weekly testing for all care staff, first promised in July but still not delivered, with serious concerns about delays in getting results back. Reports that infection rates have been beginning to rise in care homes since once more are a matter of extreme concern. Getting on top of the challenges faced by social care ahead of winter is vital. We cannot afford for action to protect care homes and other services to be as slow and chaotic as it was at the start of this pandemic. There are also serious concerns about vacancies in the care sector during the months ahead, particularly if there is a second wave of the virus as care providers prepare for winter. The government must provide an immediate plan to better support care workers in all settings, including the 70,000 who are employed by direct payments and the 9 million unpaid carers. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, I know that local businesses and workers in Bradford West are extremely worried about what the future holds. With the furlough scheme due to end on the 31st of October, the Chancellor has announced the job retention scheme. The new scheme only seeking to support jobs with a viable future under COVID-19 restrictions. This means that we will see an increase in job losses. With Bradford West having the 7th highest unemployment rate in the country, I am extremely, extremely concerned.
I was going to allow the Honourable Lady her last line.
Time limit expired. The government must do more. The new measures won't help over 4,500 newly unemployed workers in my constituency, 2,140 of whom at between 18 and 24. We need more support for Bradford West.
Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady and to take part in this very overdue and hugely subscribed debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, Parliament must have its say on behalf of our constituents. I want in my remarks to talk about the recent experiences within my constituency from meetings that I've taken place with leadership teams at local councils, with regular briefings with the Health Department and with contact with constituents. And it's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that since the start of the pandemic, 6 months ago, Rugby residents have done the right thing. They followed government guidance, and as a result, statistics between March and September showed Rugby in a really positive light. However, as we came out of lockdown and testing increased significantly, the number of cases in Rugby has risen sharply. We currently are running at 63 cases per 100,000 population against a Warwickshire average of 36. That's quite a shock from where we've been and a challenge for us to understand what has changed. We recognise the change in public locations, the reopening of pubs, with the reopening of schools, and we've identified separately some closer outbreaks. But within the schools, I know that parents in Rugby desperately wanted their schools to be open safely, and we need to pay tribute to the teachers who enabled that to happen. Why? Because it's clear there's significant long-term damage to our children's life chances if they miss out on education, as well as negative effects on being out of school. But the transmission amongst young children to date in Warwickshire is very minimal. There have only been 60 confirmed cases in the 0 to 9 age group, and a further 175,000 confirmed cases in the 10 to 19 age group. And we know that children under the age of 18 make up only about 2% of cases worldwide. So getting children back into school has been important. But I mentioned the increase in cases in Rugby. We've seen our rolling day average increased from 1.6 new cases on the 20th of August to 8.4 on the 17th of September, with 64 new cases recorded over the last 7 days, with 610 cases in Rugby Borough out of a population of 108,000. Now, public health officials have been very quick to act, and we've been able to identify that the vast majority of cases relate to the 17 to 19 age group, with real concerns now about the knock-on effect and transmission to older age groups, particularly their parents. And as a consequence of test and trace, we've been able to identify the origin of those transmissions to young people congregating in the car park of a local retail park. Youngsters have always done that. It seemed to actively seem to disappear, but has recommenced, and they've been isolated. They haven't been able to communicate, and one of the things they've done is showed off one another's cars, and they've moved in and out of their cars. Now, generally, young people have been supportive of the rules, but they've had their freedoms constrained for many months, and it was inevitable that when their stricter regulations were lifted, they would look to meet up with their friends and socialise. So what action is Rugby now taking? Working very hard on social media messaging and targeting those areas of the town where the highest number of cases have been confirmed. Again, through test and trace, able to identify transmission at pubs, and particularly where small groups have moved between venues whilst enjoying a night out. And I share the concerns that many members have raised about the arbitrary nature of the 10 o'clock curfew. Despite the rise in cases in Rugby, it still remains important to keep statistics in perspective, with only 0.6% of the population of Rugby having confirmed cases of the virus, and 0.07% of the population having tragically lost their lives. So there has not been any significant increase in hospitalisations, and we must do what we can to ensure to get back our town to the level we were at in March and April, in the early stages of lockdown, and with the community coming together. And Rugby is now closing all care homes, and I fully approve of that. We've set up a weekly multi-agency management team, and we'll be having a daily walk-in test centre in the town within a number of days. So my message to Rugby residents is: be vigilant, follow the guidance, do all we can to protect and shield the elderly and most vulnerable.
Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The coronavirus pandemic has turned our world upside down. It's the biggest global threat to health and well-being in our living memory, with so many lives cruelly taken. And this pandemic has had far-reaching consequences beyond the spread of the disease itself. It's had a catastrophic impact on the global economy, decimating whole industries and putting livelihoods at risk. And more than ever, the coronavirus pandemic has shown huge gaps in our health and welfare system after a decade of austerity. We need to protect our public services, support our communities and our economy through this crisis and beyond. And no one can deny that this pandemic has presented unprecedented health and economic challenges. And we on this side of the House have acted in the spirit of constructive opposition and supported the government where it was the right thing to do. But they have squandered the goodwill across parties and out in the country, Madam Deputy Speaker, through incompetence, which has got worse week in, week out. Whether it's PPE shortages, mixed messages about lockdown restrictions, double standards over enforcement of such restrictions, and the fiasco of the mismanagement of GCSE and A-level results over the summer, causing huge misery for young people when they should have been looking to the future and being able to plan for their future. As well as, of course, the appalling mess over testing and tracking. And more recently, thousands of university students sent into university without the support that they need. 23 U-turns and counting. This is a risible record of incompetence that goes on and on. You couldn't make this stuff up, Madam Deputy Speaker. And our country, unfortunately, has had the worst death rates in Europe. Nearly 42,000. Coronavirus has also laid bare the deep inequalities, particularly faced by Black and Asian and minority ethnic communities and those from white disadvantaged communities. People are twice as likely to die in deprived areas compared to those in affluent areas. Those from Bangladeshi origin twice as likely to die compared to their white counterparts. Black men are 3 times likely to die. Following the public Health England report on the disproportionate impact on BAME communities, the Health Secretary said Black Lives Matter. Well, he's got a funny way of showing it. His government is yet to provide an action plan on how disparities in death rates can be prevented in the future. And with a second wave looming, it is completely irresponsible, and the government needs to act now. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me, but during the COVID crisis, that it was an absolute abject failure on the government's part for the comm strategy to target Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indian heritage, elderly people who were more at risk, because I remember we had to do lots of that communication.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, and what I would say is that I hope ministers learn from the things that could have been done better and ensure that those lessons are learnt quickly. That is all we want, that's what we all care about, and it's imperative on the government to learn from the lessons, and we stand ready to support the government and have done wherever possible to make those things happen. Sadly, we have seen the government going from one crisis to another, and I hope the spirit of listening and responding and working together that we saw at the beginning of the crisis can be resumed as we face another crisis. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the death rates in the NHS among care workers and the incredible sacrifices they have made, we need to make sure that hospitals and care homes that do not have the tests that they desperately need get them as a matter of urgency. There are many reports of this not happening. The government needs to act fast. Over 620 NHS and care workers have already lost their lives. They have paid the ultimate price to save others, to protect all of us, and we owe it to them to give their colleagues the testing and the protections that they desperately need. The Prime Minister promised a world-beating track and trace system to prevent a second wave, but instead he delivered a world-beating incompetence. The government had months to prepare this for the winter period, but failed to act. They have made a habit of missing targets, botching up results, and underperforming when it comes to testing. In May this year, 4 months ago, I raised the issue of testing with the Health Secretary. I received a response from him 4 weeks ago, where he boasted that the speed at which the government has set up the testing infrastructure is a real success. Well, they couldn't have been further from the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard one after another today, colleagues speaking about their constituents being sent to places far, far away from where they live. We've heard that week in, week out. On the economy, the government's incompetence has cost lives, harmed communities and damaged our economy beyond the damage caused by the pandemic. We've seen thousands of people being laid off since March, raising the unemployment level has risen. 1 million young people face unemployment. And while the Chancellor promised that no one will be left behind, 3 million UK taxpayers were excluded from any kind of support during this pandemic. In my constituency, 47,000 people are on the job retention scheme, but unfortunately not enough of them will benefit from the programme the Chancellor has announced. We need a radical plan to protect the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are likely to go over the coming months. We need support to local authorities. In my local authority, £30 million of resources are needed to make up the income lost and the costs of COVID. Up and down the country, local authorities need help, whether they're Conservative run or Labour run or Liberal Democrat and other parties. All local authorities desperately need support. I hope that health ministers as well as Treasury ministers act quickly to save lives and protect the jobs that continue to face risks.
Bill Wiggin.
Thank you. Since COVID-19 began, sadly in Herefordshire we've seen 128 deaths and 1,008 people who've tested positive. But looking to France, where we could be, for example, in just a matter of weeks, there have been 14,412 new cases in the last 24 hours compared to just 5,693 in the UK. In the past week, 4,102 people have been admitted to hospital, 763 of whom needed intensive care. Here, it is 1,727 with 262 on a ventilator. Now, should the UK experience a similar fate, we must restructure how the Coronavirus Act works. Because in March, we didn't know what we were dealing with and how best to manage a fast-spreading virus. The Italian handling of the crisis made us believe it threatened to overrun the NHS. Parliament granted the government emergency powers, which at the time was a sensible course of action. 6 months on, things have changed. The NHS has been saved and Parliament is sitting. The press reports further COVID plans, which as a Conservative I find possibly draconian, curtailing freedoms, when I'm sure we would give parliamentary approval for life-saving precautions. We need to remember that both sides of the House are united in wanting to beat this disease. And I know we would be complaining if we sat on the other side of the House, so we need to involve MPs, all MPs, to get the necessary actions approved. Decisions made at ministerial level, like closing the pubs at an early hour, despite Public Health England saying that only 5% of outbreaks occur at pubs and restaurants, based on the advice from SAGE and various other experts. Let's get these experts approving vaccines. We are only 3 months away from the final approval of the first vaccine, and that's why we don't need a 6-month extension to the powers granted by the Coronavirus Act. Vaccines for COVID-19 are the key to eliminating this virus. The faster one is distributed, the more likely we are to protect those most vulnerable in our society, and this is the area we should be working on. Do we really need to wait till the end of the year? Do we need to follow the existing testing regime so religiously? Is there an opportunity to hurry things up? Perhaps we can look at people who feel most at risk and may be willing to volunteer for an early vaccination. And don't tell me it's impossible, because that's what we're always told just before it becomes possible. Worldwide, there are a total of 320 possible vaccines in development. Today, roughly 280,000 trial participants across 470 sites in 34 different countries are racing to find a vaccine for COVID-19. And it's a global search, but we should be rightly proud of the British institutions that are at the forefront of these efforts. The UK government has pledged £250 million to the Centre for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations, which is the largest contribution of any nation. In total, 4 vaccine candidates have entered the final steps of the regulatory approvals process, and the leader is the joint AstraZeneca and Oxford University team. They've reached phase 3. That makes this the most advanced vaccine in development, and the study should be complete by December. The speed at which this is done is outstanding, but we need to do more. The government has invested £131 million to support vaccine development at Oxford University and Imperial College, on top of the £2.3 billion to Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunisation, and the wider international effort to fight the virus. In doing so, the government has secured early access to a total of 190 million doses of COVID vaccine candidates. I'd be delighted.
But that is all true. But isn't it the point that in the same way as we're all dependent on each other in doing the right thing at the moment in the absence of a vaccine, we have a responsibility as a country that actually leads on Gavi to take on the anti-vaxxers and those that will deny the vaccine to themselves and thereby put others at risk. Because when the vaccine comes, we've got to roll it out, and we've got to roll it out everywhere.
My honourable friend is right, but everybody who takes the vaccine proportionately reduces the risk for everybody else. It's all about the R number, as he knows. And that's why the government has been right to pre-book the vaccines. 100 million doses from the AstraZeneca Oxford University vaccine, 30 million doses from the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, which is the next one, which is in evaluation stage 3. And we should have doses by the end of 2020 for that, and 60 million doses from a company called Valneva, and their vaccine will be provided in the second half of 2021. So the government has got a great story to tell on the work that it has made possible. And we are all doing all we can to save lives, and we should now restore parliamentary democracy too. In these difficult times, my constituents want hope. And after the sacrifices they have made, the vaccines that we have funded, and the lives that have been saved, we all deserve it. We need to start voluntary vaccinating now, and we need to get life back to normal.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like other honourable friends, I rise to give qualified support to the government. Qualified in as much as we all have reservations about one or two of the decisions that have been taken. But overall, we recognise the enormous challenge that the last 6 months has presented. And for those who are instinctively libertarian and freedom-loving, such as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister and his colleagues, they have been very difficult decisions to restrict the freedoms of the British people. The government has acted, I think, on the whole, rationally and proportionately in its decision-making. And clearly the public have recognised this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only a few days ago, the YouGov poll showed that 78% of the British public supported the most recent restrictions. And I think it's fair to say that in a constituency like mine, which has been fortunate with a very low infection rate, you can probably add another 5% to those figures without any doubt. But if we are to move forward, we've got to retain the goodwill of our citizens. And in order to do that, we've got to be honest and straightforward with them. And that, to some extent, may involve admitting the occasional error in the past. And we've also got to take them forward by bringing them into the debate. I think we need to explain our policies, and when announcements are made, we need to give reasons. Leaving an open, if we don't, we leave an open goal for our critics. Of course, there will always be anomalies in the various guidance that is provided, because guidance cannot cover every individual circumstance. But I do think that when we're talking about restricting people's freedoms, we do need to bring them on side. The availability of tests, of course, has been a great challenge, and I would urge ministers that we ensure that no one enters a care home unless they have been tested and cleared. And the other particularly vulnerable group that I've had dealings with in my constituency are those who are live with clinically vulnerable people. They have had to make additional sacrifices, perhaps not going out as much, not enjoying even the limited leisure activities that are available at the moment. And I think we need, as I say, to give additional support to them. Now, my Cleethorpes constituency, of course, is in part a tourist destination, and I think it's particularly important that we recognise that another lockdown would mean that some businesses go under. And we've got to recognise that if, by government decree, we prevent someone from carrying out their normal business, which is perfectly legal and successful, if we're going to prevent that, we do need to take action to support them. And that applies, I think, in particular to the self-employed and the freelancers that we've heard about during the debate, who have fallen through the net in recent debates. Can I also turn to sporting activities? A couple of weeks ago, I met the chairman and the majority shareholder in Grimsby Town, which is my local football team. Their home ground is in Cleethorpes. And they're a League Two team. They're very much part of the local community. They're involved, for example, in delivering the National Citizen Service. But they need £500,000 to survive this season. But they're realistic. They recognise they're a financially sound club, but they recognise that it should not be the taxpayer that supports that. We have to look at the football sector to realise, just look at the transfer that have gone on in recent weeks, and there is adequate resources available within football to support the lower league teams. And I would urge the government, if they're not prepared to, if the Premier League are not prepared to take action, and I know negotiations are taking place, that the government actually force them to take action. With some reservations, I support the government's approach up to now, and I say to my colleagues that though this may be a time to give the government a nudge in the right direction, it is not a time to defeat them. We need to hear from the government a strategy for the coming months, not definite dates. We cannot give definite dates. It's no good saying on January 1st we'll do this, on March the 1st this will happen. But we can lay the foundations and put markers in place that when we get to this point, we can release some of the restrictions that we're placing on our citizens. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Richard Drax.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my friend and colleague, and thank you for calling me. I had great sympathy with the government and have no argument with how it handled the early days of this virus. But some very eminent people, including Dr. Mike Yaden, a veteran research scientist for the pharmaceutical industry, and I voicing their concerns. And we must listen to other sides of this argument. He says this virus is both manageable and nearing its peak. He reminded me too that the elderly are dying from respiratory diseases right now at the same level as Professor Whitty and Sir Patrick Vallance are predicting in a worst-case COVID scenario. We must deal with this virus proportionately. The NHS, to whom I have huge admiration, and all the staff who work in it, are more than capable of meeting a rise in demand should it happen. Encouragingly, Dr. Yaden says that a lot more has been learnt about treating the virus since its emergence, and doctors are now using less invasive ways of treating patients, which is very good news. Dr. Yaden's voice, as I've said, is not a lone one. An open letter which I've read, signed by nearly 400 medical doctors from Belgium, wrote to the Belgian authorities and media, and they made some fascinating and sobering reading. I can't list all the points, but, for example, on lockdown, and I quote, "There is no link between the imposed lockdown and the course of infection. Lockdown has not led to a lower mortality rate. On mortality, this has many times lower than expected and closer to that of seasonal flu at 0.2%. There's a difference between death by corona and death with corona. The significant point here is that those who developed serious symptoms suffered from additional illnesses. On social isolation, led to an increase in depression, anxiety, suicides, violence in the home, and child abuse. On masks, they are appropriate with proven at-risk groups or people with upper respiratory complaints. So hospitals and care homes are an obvious place. And on a vaccine, which my honourable friend mentioned earlier, a survey on influenza vaccinations showed that in 10 years, there were only 3 occasions that a vaccine had an efficiency rate of more than 50%. So a vaccine is not necessarily the complete answer, although obviously it is welcome as soon as we get it. I could go on. Instead, I ask myself daily, if we lock the country down again, locally or nationally, will the virus disappear? As it clearly does before popping out to strike us all down at 10 p.m. What are we doing to our country? Lives and livelihoods ruined, families torn apart, our economy falling into an abyss. Students worrying whether they go home for Christmas. Curfews and restrictions. A major rethink is needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and fast before we do irreparable harm. This disease, like any other disease, is here to stay, whether we like it or not, and we must learn to live with it. Our resources must, of course, be aimed at the most vulnerable, including those over 75. But let's remember, we must allow those who can make their decisions to make them. My parents, who sadly passed away, would have no truck with all these draconian restrictions. Finally, it's interesting to note that SAGE itself estimates that all these interventions to tackle the virus could cause 75,000 avoidable non-COVID deaths. I too, as the Health Secretary started, and I heard him on the radio as I drove up here, because obviously not all of us sadly fit into the chamber, which is another issue, want to safeguard my constituents and our country. But I want to do so with pragmatism and common sense, and not out of fear. We've had fear, doom, gloom, death, destruction rain down on us every single day. Television, the media, here, every single day. Where's the hope, for goodness sake? Let's stand up as a country and fight this. We have never, ever lain down before in the face of disease or war. Let's get together, fight this, and get our country back on our feet.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to take part in this debate. It does strike me that the mood of the House tonight is very different from the mood that we saw back in March when we first anticipated having to take measures to deal with this. And I think I have to say that the mood of the House is actually reflected in the mood of the population more widely. There is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a palpable sense of frustration that we have reached this point. And I think that has come for a number of reasons. And I would say gently to those on the Treasury bench that if that frustration is to be tackled and to be dealt with, then it is going to require a different approach from our governments. Because actually what is true of government here in Westminster and Whitehall, I think, is also true of government in Edinburgh and Belfast and Cardiff. So as the Honourable Member from North Herefordshire said earlier, we do need to have that sense of joint endeavour again that we had in the early days but which we have lost. I think the public mood, while there is that frustration, is one which is still prepared to do what is necessary and to take the threat that is posed by COVID seriously. But I think that they are quite rightly less likely to tolerate any inconsistencies or illogicalities that there are in the measures that are put in place. So, I mean, I have to say, I anticipate later this week that I would, in normal circumstances, have taken my parents, who are both in their 80s, to a meeting with people in relation to the management of their business in my car. I'm not going to be able to do that because it is against the government's guidance in Scotland. I can, however, put them in a taxi, where the taxi driver will doubtless have seen possibly dozens of people that day. And when you look at the more draconian measures that are being brought into place, then that element of what you might call whataboutery does, I think, come into play, because people do ask, well, what about this? What about that? What about the other? And I think the frustration also comes from the fact that, again, as the Honourable Member from North Herefordshire said, we didn't know what we were facing in March, but we do know an awful lot more now. And I have to say, revisiting the provisions of the emergency legislation that we put through, I see now so little of that actually being used and so little of it actually being justified. So the role of this place in holding the government to account and to saying that, yes, we were prepared to give you these powers when we didn't know, but now that we know what we know, we need better justification than we have had from you. And the other source of frustration is the inability of all our governments to deal with things that surely ought to have been foreseeable. It surely ought to have been foreseeable that when we took students back onto campuses, we ran the risk of seeing spikes and hotspots of the sort that we have done. It was surely foreseeable that there would be some sort of a lockdown locally as a consequence of that. And it was surely foreseeable that for many young people, which, yes, it is a great time in their life, but also it's a time when they are most vulnerable, living away from home in strange communities, many of them for the first time. It surely was foreseeable that there would be a greater need for mental health support for students in these circumstances. But despite the foreseeability of all these things, none of these measures have been put in place. And yes, I have tremendous sympathy for those of our students who have been left simply swinging in the wind. The final point that I make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. Part of, or one of the biggest difficulties that we have had across the four nations, but especially in Scotland, has been the determination to centralise control. You've had different patterns of behaviour emerging in different parts of the country. Different parts of behaviour surely demand different answers. The centralisation has got to stop.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman. I have to say I agreed with most of what he said, and I think the mood of this House is reflective of the mood of the population. I think the goodwill, there is still goodwill on the part of the public to want to support the government to get this right, but the faith with which we were invested at the beginning of this process has been gradually undermined by things that perhaps haven't gone as well as we might have expected, and he's right to highlight the things that weren't foreseen. So I think this is actually quite a moment really for the government in terms of how it takes this going forward. To continue to maintain that goodwill from the public, it really does need to reflect on how it does things in future, because we are, as a country, we are prepared to make sacrifices with our liberties to support our fellow human beings and do the right thing. But we will lose that commitment if we do not see that those things are effective. And when the government comes out with things like a curfew at 10 p.m. with no solid rationale for doing so, then that undermines that trust that the public are putting us to do those things, and it will therefore reduce their compliance with it. And if we have a situation where the public are choosing not to be compliant because they don't trust the advice given to them by government, then we are in a very difficult place. So I really do, so my message to government is to really think about the way it's employing its tactics here. And my criticism is not actually with the Department of Health. Health ministers are doing the best possible job they can, and they're doing their job to make the most of the resources they have at their disposal. This is an issue for the government as a collective, because we are expecting our health ministers to deliver the best possible health service and meet all those challenges. We're expecting the Treasury to come up with an economic package that deals with all the fallout from that. The two of these things are huge challenges, and it is for the government to make sure that those two things are in balance. And for me, I'm not sure that that balance is right at present, but I am confident that with challenge from Parliament, ministers will think again and get it right. I mean, that is what Parliament does. The actual effect of scrutiny makes for better decision making. What sort of government is scared of having these debates here in this place? Because once you start to be scared of that, where is the moral authority for you to lead this country? So I say, my message, my plea, yes, of course, the last 6 months have been unprecedented. And the government are right to take charge and to do and act fleet of foot to try and take action. But we know a lot more now, and we've got to take the country with us. And we really do need to think more carefully about how we do this in future. I'm really pleased that my honourable friend is at the front bench. I want to, having heard many people talk about the thanks we owe to public sector workers, I also want to pay my tribute to the private sector workers in the NHS, who've also kept the NHS standing, and by whom I mean our pharmacists. And she's heard me say this before, but these are independent providers who are at the sharp end of delivering healthcare. And when the GP surgeries closed, the pharmacies were still open. Now, it's been a huge challenge for them. They've had to deal with GPs sending them extended prescriptions that they've had to honour. They've had to deal with pharmaceutical companies upping the price of drugs, with no extra budget. Now, I know that there's been a loan, an advance payment from the NHS of £300 million to help with the cash flow of that, but £300 million for keeping our NHS standing is small beer, frankly, and we can make so much better use of our pharmacists as we continue to deal with this crisis. So I ask her to demand from NHS England that they make sure that the right resources go to our pharmacists so they continue to do the absolutely fantastic job that they've been doing to date. This is such a big subject. It's such a shame that this is the first proper chance we've had to air these issues, and perhaps again that reflects some of the irritation and passion that's been shown from some parts of this House. But But my final message really to government is this. They have nothing to fear from scrutiny. Their decisions will have more respect and more credibility if they are shared in this House. And I really do hope that as we move forward, we do so in the spirit of openness to Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be called in the debate this evening. And just following on from the Honourable Member for Thurrock, I completely agree that this Parliament must be empowered to scrutinise government, but also to aid government as we walk through this crisis. The economic and health crises are accelerating and the national concern is deepening. And there are so many significant issues that I would want to raise in this evening's debate too. The announcement last Thursday by the Chancellor barely touches the economic crisis facing York because of the way my local economy is structured. I'm significantly worried as we're going to be one of the worst places hit by this economic situation. We need a resolve, and I need the Chancellor to understand the particular issues facing my constituency at this time. I'm worried for the people I represent. I also call on the Minister, in order that perhaps even a discussion with the Minister, to talk about the local control over decision-making under the auspices of our Director of Public Health. We know in our city we can run a very effective testing regime and also contact tracing mechanism, knowing the flows of local people. And also, I met with scientists in my constituency on Friday, and they are leading the way in being able to deliver testing. And I think it could really aid the government's programme. And if she would be willing to meet, I'd be most grateful. And then the shocking scenes I witnessed in my constituency on Saturday night at 10 o'clock. As the bell hit, the streets filled, and of course we know the virus, had it been in that crowd, could have spread across the people present and perhaps to some of the most vulnerable people in my city. My city have worked so hard, they deserve better. But I want to move my comments to talk about some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And we've heard much in the debate today about people in care homes. Care homes became closed environments where family, carers, other health professionals, and even the CQC were locked out. One thing we know is that closed environments become unsafe environments. And that is why it's so important that this situation does not arise again. Now, I carried out an investigation into care homes in York, and I have to say the staff are tremendous, their efforts exceptional, and the delivery of care outstanding. But we know there were risks introduced into the system. First of all, discharging patients who are COVID positive into care homes. We really must review this and ensure that transitional arrangements are in place so infection isn't introduced to the most vulnerable people. We know also that care staff are working above their professional competencies, particularly in the delivery of palliative care. We need to ensure proper training is put in place, but also proper staffing levels in order to deliver the very best of care. I particularly call on the Minister, in the light of the discussions we'll be having on Wednesday with regards to the Coronavirus Act, to review the recording of mortality. In one care home in York, 52 members of staff were sick during the peak of the crisis. Over that fortnight, 15 people died in a care home. None of them were recorded with COVID or possible COVID. We know that isn't true because staff tell me that they were displaying signs of COVID and they died rapidly. They had all of the signs, but the way that deaths were being recorded meant that there was no way of verifying that and no tests were undertaken. Now, clearly we need a testing regime to address that, but also we need to go back to the way that deaths were being recorded in the past, bringing more independence into the system. And I ask the Minister, I plead with the Minister to take that back. It will only dignify the family in knowing the reasons why their loved ones passed. I also call on communications. It's the right of residents and their families to know if there is infection in the care home, and therefore we need to make sure that that information is communicated and then they can make their choices accordingly. We need data to be available. I had to jump through hoops in order to get data about my local care homes. That shouldn't be the case. And we need to ensure that there is proper governance in place. When governance switched to the Director of Public Health, we saw safety improve and infection prevention and control brought in, and then mortality rates fell. Over these coming days, I trust that we will find mechanisms to ensure visits continue. It's a difficult period ahead, and we need to make sure that they continue risk-free in order to support people's holistic well-being over the next difficult phase. Thank you.
Andrew Bye.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to be called in this debate this evening. This has been an incredibly trying time for all of us. Restrictions on our hard-fought liberties and freedoms have been an incredibly terrible burden. People precluded from visiting relatives, celebrating birthdays, weddings, religious celebrations, or even paying respect at funerals, places of worship closed across the country. I don't think any of us ever thought we would live through such a situation. I don't think anybody in this House or even out with this House foresaw such a time when a British government and the devolved administrations across the UK would be forced into taking the action they have to protect life. This has been tough, especially for those of us that see individual freedoms and liberties with, of course, personal responsibility as the guiding principles of what we believe in. But, of course, it has been necessary. Just as it has been necessary for the state to take unprecedented action to support the economy and protect jobs. Just as it was necessary to begin opening up the country again once again in the summer. Just as it was and remains important to strike the right balance between public health and the societal impact of the restrictions. Which is why I believe the government have gotten the latest steps right, balancing the need to keep this virus at bay whilst keeping the country open and our economy moving. But crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must keep our schools, colleges and universities open. The education of the next generation cannot suffer any more than it has already. We owe it to the young people of this country, the next generation, the generation that has been most hit by the restrictions, that has seen months of school life taken away from them, that is seeing the beginnings of their university lives change beyond all recognition, and has seen job prospects wither, and the chances of buying a property now seem even more out of reach, the average deposit now requested being 20%. This is the generation that will be paying for the economic response to this crisis for years to come. We owe it to them, at the very least, to give them as good an education as we can, and that means keeping the school, college and university gates open. The economic response to this crisis by the government has been, as many honourable and right honourable members have said, on an unprecedented scale. And we only have to look at the figures to see the enormous contribution made by the UK government to Scotland, with an extra £6.5 billion worth of financial support having been delivered to the Scottish Government so far, sadly not mentioned by the honourable member for Glasgow East earlier on today. In my constituency alone, 12,900 people were furloughed under the Job Retention Scheme, making up nearly a third of all those in employment in West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. And across Aberdeenshire, 70% of self-employed people made a claim under the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme. I know there's consensus in the House that I represent the most beautiful constituency in the United Kingdom. And as a result, it's a constituency that depends on visitors, foreign and domestic, to be key drivers of the local economy. And as the lockdown came into force in mid-March, many businesses saw a bleak outlook ahead, not knowing how they would get through what was, to all intents and purposes, a lost season. But the success of the Enjoy Summer Safely campaign and the Eat Out to Help Out scheme in giving the boost needed to get these businesses going again cannot be underestimated. And I was pleased to do my bit, supporting especially Eat Out to Help Out at Castleton Farm, the Lace Hotel, the Bankery Lodge, Tornock Oil, Deeside Inn, the Belvedere Hotel, Molly's, Westhill Holiday Inn, and many, many more. The most recent announcement regarding the extension of the 5% VAT cut through to March next year instead of the planned January, which would have been the very worst time for tourism businesses, is extremely welcome. However, for me, one thing that has been highlighted throughout this entire crisis has been the strength of our being part of one United Kingdom, shouldering the burden of this almighty crisis as one nation, all four countries working together for the most part to get through this crisis and beat this disease. From PPE to testing, the Joint Biosecurity Centre to the support from our brilliant armed forces, the country has pulled together as one. And frankly, as we move on to the next stage of our fight against this sickening, liberty-inhibiting, life-changing disease, the whole world needs to do the same, as the Prime Minister so rightly said 2 days ago at the General Assembly of the United Nations. Finally, I'd like to take this very brief opportunity to pay tribute to some of the fantastic local organisations and individuals in West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, to the churches and the community groups that have kept local people connected and reached out to help those that needed it. This is even more vital in a vast rural constituency like mine. People like Thomas Truby from Torfins, who at 10 years old continues through the lockdown and through this crisis to pick up litter and keep his local area clean with his own group, the Rubbish Club. People and actions like this give us all an abiding hope in the future. The importance of community has never been so evident, and as we head towards winter, facing the prospect of a second wave, I am in no doubt that communities will pull together once more. I sincerely hope that we will see the spirit of cooperation across the political divide and amongst the four governments of our United Kingdom as we move forward. Thank you.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. He claims to have the most beautiful constituency in these islands. I, of course, represent the most sophisticated electorate in these islands. As I have argued many times, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman, of course, used to serve alongside myself in the Department of Work and Pensions Select Committee, and I'll be confining a lot of my remarks to that in my allotted time. And I thank him for the tone that he adopted in this debate, because it was a lot better than some of the more madder contributions that I'd heard earlier. There was a reference, Madam Deputy Speaker, that from one of the Conservatives that they thought the government had turned to the dark side. Many of us came to that conclusion many years ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the current government. Now, I do want to confine my contribution to ensuring that the government support the least fortunate in our society. And I was very surprised, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I tabled a parliamentary question asking how many advance repayments there had been in the latest figures of which were available. The latest figures available, Madam Deputy Speaker, were May this year, at the height of the lockdown. And 1.6 million universal credit claimants had a deduction on their payments due to advanced repayments. In West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, 800 individuals had £61 deducted off their payments. In Glasgow South West, it was £56, 3,800 claimants. Madam Deputy Speaker, these statistics, in the height of lockdown, that claimants had money taken off them, I think is something the government needs to reflect on, because I find it deeply troubling that the government was taking money off of people at the height of lockdown for those claiming universal credit. We have to make sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that people do not have the choice to heat or eat. And the consequences, of course, as we learned in a webinar I took part in from Feeding Britain, of which I'm a trustee, is that the consequences of such policies have put enormous pressure on food banks and other charities. And where I do agree with the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, and he's quite right, is that the local organisations in both our constituencies, the churches, the food banks, the charitable organisations, have stepped up magnificently during this crisis. But there are some things they've stepped up to do which they wouldn't necessarily have had to do if the government had not taken deductions from individual advanced repayments. And it is pressure on groups like, for example, Drummoyne Community Council with their food project, or the Govan Youth Information Project, Govan Help, or the G53 Together, which brings a large number of organisations in the Greater Pollock ward of Glasgow South West who've done a magnificent job looking after all the people who've been needing help during this crisis. I've heard the conspiracy theories, and I'm sure I'm not the only one whose inbox is flooded with theories around COVID, that somehow it's a conspiracy and all of that. It's not. It's a severe pandemic, and it's a pandemic that attacks natural human behaviour. It's natural to shake someone's hand when you see them. It's natural to hug them if you know them well enough to do that. You can't do that in these troubled times due to this particular disease and pandemic. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to place on record again, and I've done it a number of times over the last few months, I do think a major round of applause should go to not just the constituency office staff in Glasgow South West, but the constituency office staff across these islands. They really have stepped up. And whether someone has been in this house since December, or whether they've been here decades, I'm sure that they would all agree that our constituency office staff teams have never ever been busier, and I know that mine, I claim with some justification that mine are the best, but I know that every single member of this House is grateful to the constituency office staff of every member of this House. Thank you.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend can give way, and I'll give way on him if he likes. I join others in calling 6 months on for greater oversight of this place as we deal with this pandemic. We face 6 more months of hardship, and it's absolutely right that this Parliament plays its role in scrutinising the Executive. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to focus on the rollout of a vaccine, which may seem a little premature given we are contemplating a second wave of the pandemic and indeed further economic intervention. But a vaccine is potentially 6 months away. China is already mass producing a product. It's got another 10 others online as well. Oxford is heading into its phase 3 tests with tens of thousands of people being tested, as are other institutions around the globe. But the scale and complexity of this challenge is up there with the D-Day landings and indeed Dunkirk. And to put it politely, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must learn the lessons of the PPE rollout, testing, track and trace. Mass vaccine rollout is an enormous responsibility, and we need to get it right. Planning must start immediately, and I have written to the Prime Minister recommending that he consider calling on the Ministry of Defence to establish a small task force led by a senior, empowered voice of authority to begin the planning and design of a draft blueprint. The armed forces have the capacity, the logistical experience and the national reach, and are not overburdened by any current duties involving tackling COVID-19 to take on this mammoth and incredible task. Now, when you pause to consider what is involved, the logistics of shifting millions of refrigerated vaccines across the country, the creation of regional distribution hubs, which then feed into mobile testing centres, developing a national database to track progress and issue the vaccination certificates, which they themselves will probably have to be internationally recognised in order to allow travel, international travel, as well as establishing the order of who is prioritised first, key workers, the vulnerable, teachers, for example, and then with more detailed questions about potentially the use of schools to vaccinate the children. All these must be answered and indeed planned for. Now, with the coordination of Whitehall departments, local authorities, the private sector, policing and security, as well as the military support to consider, I hope I make the case for why we need to start thinking about this now. I also believe that the biggest challenge will be in managing the transition period, potentially up to a year, when parts of our society are liberated from the threat of COVID-19 and would like to seek to return to normality, and those who have yet to be vaccinated but still subject to the continued social distancing rules. We need to get the planning right today so we can avoid the logistical challenges that we suffered with PPE and indeed testing. And we can then share that blueprint with other countries in that spirit of Global Britain, sharing our plans with other nations, especially those without such advanced logistical capabilities as us. But I stress, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is huge scope for this going wrong if we don't start to plan now. The West was slow to understand the impact of this pandemic, the pace in which it moved through society and its lethality. But Britain has an opportunity to be that exemplar in how we manage COVID-19's departure. So let's task the Ministry of Defence now. Let's appoint a leader to plan, prepare for this complex and critical national project and ensure that we efficiently defeat this pandemic when finally armed with a workable vaccine.
Thank you. Before I call the next honourable member, I should warn the honourable member for Haywood and Middleton and all those who will follow that I have to reduce the time limit to 4 minutes, which is still a long time. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to come and make a short speech around 2 key issues in this debate today that I am deeply concerned about. So, like many others, I held a Macmillan coffee morning last Friday and heard about the terrible impact of coronavirus on cancer treatment. Macmillan research notes that cancer care provision was in crisis before the pandemic due to the understaffing of cancer nurses, which has placed incredible pressure on an overstretched workforce and support services. NHS figures show that only 319 people began receiving cancer treatment in July after attending a screening programme for breast, cervical and bowel cancers. This is 65% lower than this time last year. As well as drastically low numbers coming through the system, only a quarter started treatment on time. This is far lower than the 90% standard. But I don't believe reciting figures reflects the urgency of the situation, as this problem is having a devastating impact on people and their loved ones' lives. Life-saving treatments are being cancelled or postponed, and I heard on Friday from a Macmillan nurse that due to accessing screening services late, some patients' cancer has progressed too far for treatment to be affected, and they are now just following a care pathway. The British Medical Association has already warned that thousands of people would suffer if vital routine care was shut down during a second wave. This should not have happened in the first place, but will the Minister outline what additional measures are being implemented to avoid potentially preventable deaths from cancer, particularly with regard to reducing waiting times and tackling the backlog of patients? The second area of concern I wish to raise is related to humanist marriages. Today, Humanists UK flagged up that the latest coronavirus regulations that come into force in England today allow religious and civil marriages to have up to 15 guests. But this did not include humanist weddings initially. Instead, it said humanist weddings must be limited to 6 attendees. However, within the last hour, it seems the government have recognised this would be discriminatory and have now said that humanist weddings can have 15 people. And this is vitally important to many of our constituents, as just last year a British Social Attitudes survey recorded that 52% of British people state they have no religion. So I just want to ask the Minister to confirm that this is the case, and so that there will be parity between humanist weddings and others as it stands. Thank you.
With a time limit of 4 minutes, Mr. Chris Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure colleagues will be delighted to know that I've been shortened to 4. Firstly, I'd like to join colleagues across the House in thanking the great British public, including my constituents in Hayward and Middleton, for their continued forbearance, patience and public spirit as the pandemic wears on. After months of sacrifice, it'd be nice to be able to say to them, mission accomplished, job well done, but we can't, and nor can any country, even those of the opposition and their army of amateur epidemiologists on social media were holding up as examples at the beginning of the crisis. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we redouble our efforts, unbowed and unbroken. The same blitz spirit that saw Britain from the Commonwealth through World War II is still alive and well. It's in every one of the acts of kindness I spoke of in my maiden speech. It's in people like Michelle Eagleton and Claire Cartmel of Middleton, who planned a Community Spirits Award to pay tribute to their neighbours who went the extra mile during lockdown. And to people like Sue Coates and Annie Cooney of Hayward Magic Market, who welcomed freelancers and sole traders to the market for just £28 a week so they could continue to earn a living through the crisis. People in my communities know better than most how tough it is to endure long periods of restrictions. For weeks now, our infection rates have gone up hundreds of thousands. Hayward, Middleton, Bamford, Castle and Norden, along with much of Greater Manchester, has been under additional measures as we try to get control of the virus. For the most part, people have just got on with it. I'm not saying the rules have been enthusiastically welcomed. I'm not sure anyone would expect them to be. But people have got on with it. That's just what we do in the North. We crack on. We may soon be asked to vote on an amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West. And I should say Sir Graham is well liked and well respected, not just in this place, but across Greater Manchester. So when I say I shall not be supporting the amendment, I say it believing that it's the wrong approach and not as a judgment on the gentleman bringing forward the motion. This country is facing an emergency. Even the most libertarian of us, and I count myself as such, have to recognise that on occasion the executive must be given room to manoeuvre, to make decisions in the moment. We already have checks, balances and safety mechanisms in place to ensure that decisions are appropriate and proportionate. What the amendment proposes is the equivalent of the House of Commons making Churchill come here to take a vote every time he wanted to send out Spitfires. It ignores the reality of the situation to satiate an ideological predilection, and I cannot support that. What if the Parliament comes to the conclusion that the Coronavirus Act shouldn't be extended or should be watered down? It's a possibility, after all. There will be a caucus of politicians with one eye on the polls telling those justifiably angry people who email us about their liberties that everything can go back to normal at the click of a finger. That would be hugely popular, it absolutely would. But the truth is, it'd be like telling somebody to take their parachute off at 200 feet because the job of slowing their descent's already been done. It will, of course, be up to honourable members how they vote when or if this amendment comes forward. I suspect I won't have changed that many minds tonight. Before coming here, I spent 8 years as that rarest of the rare, a Tory member of Salford Council. The city's motto is rather ironically a quotation from one of the great Conservative thinkers, Marcus Tullius Cicero. Salus populi suprema lex. The welfare of the people is the highest law. I'd urge members across the House to keep that in mind as they choose what to do later this week.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome this debate as a crucial opportunity to review the measures taken by the government 6 months after the start of lockdown. Since the 23rd of March, the lockdown has imposed some of the most dramatic restrictions on our liberties since the Second World War. The nation has stood behind the Prime Minister in a joint effort to save lives and protect the NHS from getting overwhelmed. But while we were able to reduce the prevalence of the virus during the initial lockdown, it is now clear that we will have to live with the virus for the foreseeable future, with no guarantees that a vaccine will be available anytime soon. In the meantime, every restriction we impose threatens more jobs, more livelihoods, and reduces people to merely existing without any prospects for the future. As we know, the economic consequences of the lockdown were very severe, and the government did an extraordinary job of protecting workers when they needed it most. And people were encouraged to go back to work and children to go back to school so that the country could begin to recover from this unprecedented challenge. Those steps were vital, and it's important now that we don't waste our efforts by taking disproportionate measures as we enter the winter months. That is not to say that we shouldn't recognise the risks for the NHS or how dangerous the virus can be for some. However, any measures applied to an area need to be targeted, proportionate, and have the support of the majority of people in that area in order to be effective. There is a growing discontent, certainly in Redcar and Cleveland, and I'm sure in other parts of the country, regarding the need for more evidence behind some of the decisions, whether central or mandated by local authorities. And I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for agreeing to greater parliamentary involvement in this debate. Equally, if we are to impose additional restrictions on a local area, these should apply within a clear time frame and with a clear exit strategy in place so that people know what to expect. And areas aren't banned indefinitely from the basic freedoms of community and family. We know so much more now about the virus than we did at the beginning of the crisis, and patients also have access to vastly improved treatments, which should allow us to respond differently as the situation evolves. The consequences of prolonged unemployment, isolation and loneliness should not be underestimated, and carrying on down the path of more restrictions will shut more businesses, forsake more jobs, aggravate the mental health crisis, and push families across the country towards desperation and despair. We must balance the risks to our physical health with that of our mental health and our economic future. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, further restrictions must be proportionate, measured, targeted, and above all, humane. If we don't stay vigilant, we risk losing more lives through poverty, delayed treatments and operations, and the degradation of the nation's health. Let's make sure we strike that balance so that when we look back on these events, we can be proud of how we defeated this invisible enemy together.
To Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called to speak in this debate. This pandemic has given us all first-hand the opportunity to see the best of our communities and the best of our public services. I was pleased to welcome my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to Darlington recently as we toured Darlington Memorial Hospital to see the amazing work that the team there have done. Necessity is the mother of invention, and this was clearly shown to us with the innovative and creative way that A&E capacity and intensive care capacity have both been doubled, making the hospital better able to serve my constituents. Speaking regularly to the Chief Executive of St Teresa's Hospital hospice in Darlington and declaring my interest as a trustee of hospices in both Northallerton and Harrogate, I know how vital the support the government has been to our hospices, with over £400,000 being received by St Teresa's. I'd once again press health ministers to make sure that as winter approaches, with reserves depleted and the usual fundraising opportunities available scrapped, that every opportunity to help our hospices continues. Back in June, I made mention in a speech of the incredible work of the Mowden Pub and Maggie's Place, who together provided over 10,000 meals to the vulnerable across Darlington. I am delighted to report to the House that last Thursday, Simon and Rachel Ledbetter from the Mowden received national recognition in the Great British Pub Awards. Yeah. They truly are the best of us, and I am pleased to once again place on record my thanks to them on behalf of the people I serve. What ministers have done to support our economy and protect livelihoods has been remarkable. In Darlington, 12,300 workers were furloughed, 2,500 self-employed workers accessed grants, and 1,581 grants were distributed to SMEs in Darlington, totalling almost £16 million. And I am keen to see the faith and trust in our government continue that has been underwritten by that financial safety net. In the Tees Valley, we have had tremendous support from our Mayor Ben Houchin, and I must also pay tribute to the phenomenal work of Darlington Borough Council, led by Councillor Heather Scott, who has ensured that all vital business support schemes were distributed swiftly. From improving treatments, ramping up testing, shielding our vulnerable, protecting our NHS and supporting our economy, much has been done, but we know this is not over. The people of Darlington have worked hard to follow the rules. The care home staff, the shop workers, the street cleaners, the postal workers, all have worked hard to keep infections relatively low. But placing my constituents into additional lockdown measures so soon after new national measures have been adopted will not give us the opportunity to see their impact, and I would urge caution before Darlington sees more restrictions damaging our recovering economy.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. COVID-19 has been really tough for people in Burnley and Padiham. It's rippled through our community, it's caused heartache and sacrifice, but it's also brought selflessness and a sense of community. And that's particularly tough in Burnley and Padiham because we continue to have local restrictions. We continue to see cases increasing. And that means that households still can't meet. That means grandparents can't see grandchildren, parents can't see grandchildren. And I worry about the impact that will have on mental health. For the children who went all that time without school, the families who were unable to grieve. And on that, I want to pay tribute to the outstanding work of my honourable friend, the member for Watford, whose campaign for 1,000 mental health first aiders is possibly a model for all of us to follow to make sure that when people need it, there's mental health support for them. But I do fundamentally believe that the actions the government is taking are the right actions, because we know that this virus can be fatal, but we also know how it can be beaten. So if we know it's fatal and we know it can be beaten, we have a moral duty to act. We cannot allow it to roam through all of our communities unchecked. But the government's job is to find a way of doing that in as unobtrusive a way as possible, allowing people to live their lives as freely as they possibly can. Now, that doesn't mean everything will go back to normal, but it needs to be as close to normal as we can get. So I would urge the government to find a way to make that progress, to allow people to visit their family members in care homes, to allow fans back into football stadiums, to allow people to attend the wedding of their loved ones and to get conferences up and running again. Because all of these things are about personal relationships, and it's personal relationships that matter. And on COVID, we have an ability in this country to look at it as though it's some kind of a British problem, to ignore the wide world out there and to look only at what's happening here. But every country is facing the same challenges. Every country is trying to find its own models, its own interventions that protect its people. And actually, when you look internationally and you look at what we've achieved here in the UK, you find some real bright spots. Today we heard that 70% of our PPE will be met by UK suppliers by December. That is a fantastic statistic. They are textile manufacturers in the northwest of England, like in Burnley, securing UK jobs and making sure that our care homes have security of supply. We have an app that's now been downloaded more than 10 million times. That, again, is an incredible statistic. And we've seen some of the most advanced biomedical developments here in this country. Vaccines progressing, drugs that reduce the fatality rate, researched here. Now, we know we've got longer to go. We're not yet over this virus. I do believe that the British people are willing to make sacrifice. But to do that, the government has to take us with it. We have to see light at the end of the tunnel. So with a clear, targeted and a transparent approach to where we're going, how we're going to get there, I think the public will stay with us.
Sarah Brickcliffe.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and firstly I just want to say thank you to the Department for Health and Social Care for responding so quickly throughout this and getting back to all colleagues across Lancashire. The people of Hindburn and Haslingden have faced further restrictions imposed on them for a longer period of time than other areas across the country, and it's been extremely difficult for both residents and businesses. And this again raises concerns with regards to mental health, and we do need to make sure as a government that we do all that we can to support the well-being of residents who are in the position that my residents are in. Family and friends are crucial when tackling this. Close contact services couldn't resume when others could. Household mixing was banned for some time and is now banned again due to the increase in figures and the evidence showing that this is due to household transmission. The childcare issue was one of the situations that was creating struggles for families, and I was very pleased to see that the government both recognised this and acted on it. Firstly, it's necessary that as much of the science is published so that I'm able to bring my constituents of Hindburn and Haslingden with us when measures are introduced. Because as I'm sure you can understand, when we locally face restrictions where we're unable to see loved ones in their homes, it's infuriating to my constituents to then see mass gatherings at protests with no social distancing being adhered to. And whilst many in Hindburn and Haslingden are complying with the rules in place and taking personal responsibility, we do have a minority who are not, and those who are just blatantly flouting the rules. We also need hope. We need to know what criteria needs to be met for us to be moved out of these restrictions. I absolutely want us to be removed from local restrictions as soon as it is safe to do so, whilst also protecting the most vulnerable in our society. And this is a feeling of many residents across Hindburn and Haslingden. We need the balance between restricting the spread of the virus without infringing on civil liberties, whilst allowing the restoration of economic and social life. Our cases are high locally and the threat of further restriction looms. The prospect of a national lockdown is raising serious concerns. If this is to happen and further restrictions are to take place, then further financial support will be necessary. Businesses are struggling. The 10 p.m. curfew is putting added strain on the hospitality industry. Further restrictions without further support will mean that many businesses in my area may close their doors for good. It's also very difficult to try and explain to residents how they are only allowed a certain number of people at a wedding or a funeral, but will see events taking place that are attracting thousands of visitors each week to my constituency, and that's something that also needs to be addressed. If an area becomes an area of intervention, then perhaps a restriction on numbers needs to be the same across the board. Mr Speaker, the wedding sector has taken a particularly heavy blow over the past months. In July, weddings of up to 30 people were permitted and hundreds of couples seized the opportunity to get married. I want to wish those couples all the best, but also outline that the change of rules from 30 to 15 wedding attendees announced by the Prime Minister not only forces couples to replan their weddings but places further strain on our national wedding industry. Mr Speaker, at some point businesses will start closing their doors for good, and we need to do everything in our power to make sure that whole sectors do not collapse. And I'm proud to have Accrington Stanley Football Club in my constituency. During the pandemic, they continued to support the players and staff, and I'm happy to say that they're back to doing what they're great at doing, and that's winning games. But they need fans back through their doors. Mr. Speaker, finally, I visited schools in my constituency, and they are telling me that the guidance needs to be implemented and given to them at an appropriate time. And finally, Mr. Speaker, residents in Hyming and Haslingden businesses want to support. Thank you.
Bema Valami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first thing I want to say, like many other speakers, is I'd like to put on record my thanks for the Health Secretary, his team of ministers, for the outstanding work they have done over recent months in very, very difficult circumstances. COVID-19, as we all know, is a very difficult disease. It's a terrible disease. It can be fatal. My father got it. My father's an NHS doctor, consultant, very much in the sort of target danger range. And he got it, survived, and is fit and well. My mother also got it from him, she likes to add. She recovered much faster. But this isn't, this is a really, really dangerous disease. And we all know that our first act, as whether it be members of parliament or those who are ministers, is to preserve life. And this government has tried to do that as best they can. But I won't lie, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I found these restrictions that the government has been forced to put on us over the last few months very difficult. I've wanted to go to big events. I've wanted to have lots of people around. I've wanted to go on holiday without having to quarantine when I've come back. I've wanted to do a lot of things. And I know that many of my constituents, many of whom have written to me and have got in touch with me in many ways over recent weeks and months, have felt the same. It is very, very difficult. As the Prime Minister said, we are a freedom-loving people. We want to do what we want within the law, and we want to have social contacts and work the way we want and take the tube and do all of these things. And it is very frustrating. But just because it is frustrating does not mean we do not need controls. And I have spent a huge amount of time thinking, researching, talking to people, reading over recent weeks and months about the different ways in which we can go through this. And of course, we can all point to a decision that we may have made slightly differently, slightly earlier, slightly later. But overall, I think the government's approach to this has been right thus far. And going ahead, looking forward, there are some things that I believe we need to bake into our approach now. The first thing is that we all need to remember that we might have to live with this virus for many months. We hope there will be a vaccine, but there may not be, or indeed if there is one, it may not be very effective at first. And we have to accept that from the start. We need to make sure we keep our children in school, keep businesses open, and we are now better placed due to the good work of the government, whether it be in test and trace, improving the testing capabilities, and the support given, financial support given to many businesses. We need to keep those things. We also need to remember that social contact does matter. It isn't a sort of something that's sort of a nice ancillary to life. It's critical. Loneliness, bad mental well-being, as we've heard from many speakers, can also damage people's lives hugely. I've been very struck by the number of people that have got in touch with me and said, I live alone, I have no family. If you have a lockdown, I don't know if I can take that. So I do believe we need to bear social contact in mind as of critical importance. And the last thing I would say is that I would urge the government, as appears to have happened during the course of the day today with various discussions, that Parliament does need more of a say in these decisions at the appropriate time. Because I think that would not just help MPs understand the requirements more, but it would also help the government and the public explain those to our constituents who we represent.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend. I'd like to start by paying tribute to everyone in Newcastle under Lyme for their fortitude in these extraordinary times. People have looked after each other, and I don't just mean that in the literal sense at the Royal Stoke Hospital, in the care homes, their neighbours, but I mean it in the more general community sense, by their adherence to the many restrictions on liberty this government has had to impose. Mr Deputy Speaker, I spoke in this chamber, but from one of those big screens up there, during the debate on the initial health protection regulations of the 26th of March. Now that debate was held on the 4th of May, 39 days later. Many honourable members that day were willing to extend the government a considerable measure of tolerance, given the circumstances at the time. But it's clear to me that that tolerance is wearing thin, not just in this House, but in the country at large. I fear the mood is turning somewhat fractious. Conspiracy theories and bad science are swirling around in my inbox, and that of every other member of this House. I know so because I know you've all been copied in. And now, I said in that debate, politics and governments are about trade-offs. That's always true because resources are not unlimited, but a crisis like this highlights it more starkly than ever. Science and its epidemiological models do not, by design, always capture all elements of those trade-offs. They can show specific consequences of specific measures, but they cannot consider every dimension of the choices politicians must make. And I went on to discuss 3 dimensions of those trade-offs: COVID versus the economy, COVID versus other measures of health, such as mental health, and COVID versus liberty. Each of these raised profound questions. And structuring society simply to limit the daily number of coronavirus cases cannot be the correct strategy. But I think it's fair to ask what the correct strategy is, not just in this country, but around the world. Are we all simply hanging on for a vaccine? Well, that may well be the best option, but it would be good to have some probabilities and dates attached to that strategy, whilst we recognise the uncertainty involved. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been privileged to serve on the Science and Technology Committee throughout this pandemic, and it's clear from the evidence I've heard that Britain is leading the world in its scientific response, and the government has made, as the Secretary of State made clear in his opening speech, extensive preparations for that vaccine breakthrough we're all hoping for, both in terms of procurement and in its planning for distribution. But what strikes me most from the evidence we've heard on that Select Committee is that we're still dealing with such profound uncertainty about so many variables: the nature of the virus, the efficacy of the measures we are taking against it right now, the likely epidemiological path this winter, and indeed the timeline for a vaccine. And in dealing with this uncertainty, we must all be careful not to succumb to optimism bias. The noble Lord Finkelstein wrote about this last week in the Times. He called it the San Francisco error. When you're lost in San Francisco, it's always tempting to think the right way back must be downhill. Now, I, like many colleagues, find the restrictions we've had to place on individual liberty hugely unwelcome, and I also fear the ongoing impact on the economy of any prolongation of lockdown, any further restrictions, particularly in those sectors that simply cannot trade at all at present. But ultimately, and despite my fervent wish that it were not so, it seems clear to me from the data that we have seen elsewhere that those who would rather we were not taking these additional measures now, either nationally or locally, are themselves potentially succumbing to that optimism bias. This remains a very dangerous disease, and we must not take it lightly this winter. But in so doing, I'd like to echo the excellent speech from my right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells, and the chair of my committee. As he said, this must be the last season like this. By the spring, we will need a new plan, informed by the scientific evidence at the time, informed by what we learn over this winter, because we simply cannot continue to live like this forever. And then finally, I would urge the government to share the burdens of these difficult decisions, these trade-offs, with this House, because doing so will increase the legitimacy of those decisions in the eyes of the public.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to talk a bit about our long-term COVID strategy, and in doing so I want to touch on the past, the present and the future. The past. In response to COVID arriving in our country, the lockdown in spring saved lives, and the incredible financial and business support brought in by this government saved many jobs and businesses. In my constituency, 40% of working-age adults have been supported by the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme. The economic and financial support continues. The community response to support the NHS has been incredible. The lockdown has given us time to learn, to research, to understand the virus better, possible treatments, set up track and trace, the COVID app, and pivot to the NHS. And start from scratch a monumental testing service. Yes, there have been challenges and setbacks, but we have and are coming through them. So turning to the present, we are seeing a rise in measured infections, and new measures and restrictions are being brought in. And there are 3 very hard truths that we need to consider, and ones which we can't shy away from. Number 1, COVID is here to stay. And rather than talk about a second wave, we need to talk about a seasonal resurgence of endemic COVID infection. And I apologise I can't reference the Telegraph columnist who first mentioned this as a term, but I think she's absolutely correct in terms of how we should look at it. COVID is here to stay. 2, there's no vaccine, and there may never be one. There's many diseases that we do not have vaccines for, despite monumental investment of time and effort over the decades. Diseases like other coronaviruses, malaria, HIV. Sure, these are different pathogens with different challenges around vaccine development, but they illustrate my point. It is not a given that a vaccine will be invented. I hope to God that we can invent one. And we have some of the best scientists in the world working on this, but we must also be realistic around the prospect of success. And furthermore, even if one is invented, it may not be a game changer. It may simply reduce the impact and burden of disease, and other measures will remain necessary. And 3, every action has an equal but opposite reaction. Every measure we have brought in to tackle coronavirus has its consequences elsewhere. Pivoting the NHS or its impact on cancer detection and treatment, reductions in increases in social-economic deprivation, increases in poverty will have their cost in lives and disease in the years to come. Let me emphasise that point. Be in no doubt, the economic contractions we are seeing will have a long-term cost in lives. So turning to the future, the Secretary of State has put forward 2 options: let rip or suppress until a vaccine is available. But I would suggest to the government that there is a third option that we could and should pursue. That we do continue to invest and research a vaccine, but that we acknowledge that until we have invented one, the default position that we adopt must be expecting that one will not arrive. And if it does, it may not be a game changer. So not to let rip, nor to totally suppress, but to adapt, pivot, evolve to living and thriving in a post-COVID world.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to the Secretary of State and his excellent ministerial team, who have worked so hard in the most exceptional of circumstances. It is clearly imperative that we protect those at risk from coronavirus, the elderly, the vulnerable, those with pre-existing medical conditions. We need to put a protective ring around them. However, it is also important that we allow the remainder of the population as much as possible to get on with their lives in a COVID-secure manner. Ultimately, there is a balance here to be struck. It is a question of managing risks. Even within the health sphere, we need to manage risks. If we simply focus on coronavirus, then other health services will not operate efficiently. We're already in a situation where people aren't going for cancer checks, aren't following up with their GPs because they are so concerned about catching coronavirus. Also, we clearly need to put the economy into the balance of risks. I represent a central London constituency, and it is suffering so badly as a result of coronavirus. Ultimately, we need an economy which in 6 months' time and in 5 years' time will pay for our excellent NHS. Our constituents, they need jobs to go to in 6 months' time because there is a clear correlation between being in employment and good mental health. Clearly last week we introduced new restrictions, the 10 p.m. lockdown, and we revised our guidance on working from home to recommend that people should do that if possible. I would urge my right honourable friend to closely monitor the impact of these new restrictions and to review them at the earliest safe opportunity. As my honourable friend from Runnymede said, we need to live with this virus. There is no guarantee that we will get a vaccine, so we need to adapt. We need to do so in a way that protects the most lives possible, but while allowing our economy to function and prosper.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity today to highlight the response in Aylesbury to the extraordinary measures that have been taken to deal with an equally extraordinary public health emergency. I'd like to pay tribute to those across my constituency who've shown resilience, compassion and imagination in adapting to live alongside the current pandemic. Just last Friday, I visited Aylesbury Crown Court, where under the inspirational leadership of His Honour Judge Francis Sheridan, it has become the first in the country to be back working at 100%. Screens have been put in the courtroom to ensure jurors are COVID safe. Video links connect with Amersham Courthouse so that sentencing can be carried out there for offenders being held in a secure dock in Aylesbury. And some of the work of the Employment Tribunal has been relocated to the judge's own chambers. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are countless other excellent examples from across the Aylesbury constituency of firms who've recognised that our lives can no longer be put on hold, as the Chancellor himself put it. Last week, the Prime Minister introduced measures that were greatly appreciated for treading a very fragile line, balancing public health with the needs of the economy. Like my constituents, I was relieved that we did not begin a second full shutdown. And I agree with the Health Secretary, who said today that we are in a different place from March, when so much less was known about COVID-19. Since then, our public services and businesses have been able to implement wide-ranging measures to keep us as safe as possible while retaining a semblance of a normal life. Bucks NHS Trust, and particularly Stoke Mandeville Hospital, is in a strong position to respond to an increase in cases of COVID-19 and, crucially, to ensure that those with other health problems do not go ignored. People are still getting cancer, they are still suffering heart problems, and they still have chronic conditions. And it must be right that we ensure our brilliant doctors and nurses are able to provide them with the treatment and care they need and deserve. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've had a considerable amount of correspondence from constituents who say they do not want stricter measures, and notably, a good deal of this has come from those who themselves are in at-risk groups, as they themselves acknowledge, particularly some of the older members of the community. Put bluntly, there are grandparents who do not want to be forced to live their final days free of COVID, but banned from seeing their families. Mr Deputy Speaker, we undoubtedly face an arduous and gruelling winter. COVID-19 has not yet been conquered as we had all hoped. We must confront the real prospect that this horrendous pandemic will be with us for a long time to come. So I'm glad we've had an opportunity to discuss these matters today in Parliament. I recognise that the government needs to act fast to respond to a crisis which is still unfolding and is unpredictable. Equally, I know there's a huge amount of expertise and experience on these benches which could be harnessed for the benefit of all if given the opportunity to debate and propose improvement in a positive and constructive fashion. This is not the time for sniping or point scoring. It is not the time to try to catch out ministers who are doing their level best in desperately difficult times. But it is the time when sincere, practical advice and mature scrutiny are most needed to help avoid unintended consequences and steer the path away from foreseeable peril, because we cannot allow COVID-19 to shut off every other aspect of our lives, our economy, our liberties, or our democracy.
Lee. I've got that. Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to contribute to this timely and important debate in the place where I thought I was supposed to be contributing. I come to this debate as a self-professed libertarian conservative and somebody who strongly believes that states are most effective when they tend to be to concentrate on doing some things well rather than lots of things badly. But I want to explain tonight why I, as a libertarian, can be supportive of some of the measures which have been taken by the government, and I want to explain to those who share my ideological views, or just those who have come into all of our inboxes who are frustrated at the moment, to explain why I think what we are doing is proportionate and appropriate. There are two times when I think that big states and big governments are appropriate. One is in a time of war, which I hope that none of us in this chamber ever have to go through. And the second is in a public health emergency. And we are in a public health emergency. The virus exists. It is not flu, as some of my constituents seem to want to tell me. It transmits. It transmits well in social scenarios. And for a small but very important number of people, it creates very difficult outcomes and includes it can be fatal at certain points. That is a public health emergency by any definition. And we can debate the approach, we can debate the enforcement, we can debate the scrutiny, we can debate the strategy, but I don't think we can debate those facts. And we should debate the enforcement, we should debate the scrutiny, we should debate the approach. And when we're debating that, I look at it from two principles, one of liberty and one of risk. And on the liberty point, I am a strong proponent of freedom and choice and bringing that to as many people and many constituents as I possibly can. But the ability to do things, the ability to have the freedom to do things comes with the requirement not to harm others. And it is that second part of the principle of liberty which I need to ensure, and we need to ensure that people understand. There is an externality here in terms of what we do on a day-to-day basis. And if we don't ensure that that externality is understood and regulated, then not only are we going to constrain our freedom, but we're not constraining our freedom, we're potentially going to extinguish the freedom of others.
Will you give way on that point?
I'd be very happy to give way.
His speech is just so marvellous, I'm going to just baldly give him another minute.
I'm so grateful to my honourable friend. I didn't even ask him to do that, so I'm very grateful to him. The second point is one of risk, and I recognise that this is a nuanced and difficult discussion where there are no clear-cut answers for us all. And the debate, I accept, has been unbalanced over the last few months during coronavirus, where we've had a focus on some of the short-term, hugely important and hugely tragic issues, and my own family have faced some of those, whereas the more hidden, longer-term consequences of some of the things which we are debating and discussing at the moment are often not brought to the fore because it is more difficult to do and more difficult to articulate. But this is a question of the level of risk which we as a society are willing to tolerate. And it cannot be that we tolerate zero risk. I have zero time for the members of Independence Age who populate the pages of The Guardian with this idea that zero COVID is somehow achievable. It is an impossibility, and we should cease to even entertain it as a serious idea to solving the problem which is in front of us. But at the same point, and by the same token, we cannot have total risk, we cannot have complete risk, we cannot have complete freedom to do things because of the externality which we have spoken about and which I spoke about previously. And this means ultimately that it is a proportionate approach which we need at the moment. And for now, based upon what we know, understanding the challenges which we face, the government's strategy is proportionate. It accepts that there are challenges, it accepts that there are problems, and it is trying to balance those. And of course, we may find out more in the next few weeks about whether there will be changes to how this virus is moving. And we will find out in the next few months about whether we have a solution to this, and it may be we have to change strategy in the future consequently. But we have to be honest with people. There is no straightforward answer to this. There is no absolute science. There are no easy comparisons with other countries, and people should be very careful about making those. There is no constraint upon liberty which can last forever. And ultimately, no laws, no edict, no enforcement can actually boil down what we all need to do as individuals and citizens, which is do our best for ourselves and our community and our society as a whole. And for those of us who value liberty, who will agree to a temporary constraint for others and for community and for society, and I support that, but not for 1 minute longer than it's necessary, not for one more person than is required, and ultimately, not for one more element of society than we need to change as a result.
I was going to give you some extra time as well, because it was my fault. Uniquely for a second time in the debate, James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I say what a delight it is to follow my honourable friend for Derbyshire North East. Every speech that he gives in this place is a delight, and I think that I can't say any words of high praise than that, but his speech highlights a point that I would like to make in respect of this debate, is that we all have different views. We all articulate those views in different ways. Many of us cannot do it in the way that my honourable friend can. But we come from honourable standpoints, and the debate, as it has sometimes been heard in this chamber today, regarding blame and saying this X has done this or the government has done this wrong, misses the point completely. Nobody can possibly argue that the government have not done anything they think is the right thing to do to address a unique problem that none of us believed or thought would face any of us. So the government have done everything they felt was appropriate, and I support them in that. The point I would like to talk about is evidence. In March, at the start of the lockdown, we had no evidence. This was a unique situation. It was a situation where ad hoc measures had to be put in place because there was no blueprint in terms of what to do. We now have evidence, and we can weigh the risks that my honourable friend talks about on the basis of the evidence that we have seen and accumulated over the months of this crisis. And I use as an example pubs, restaurants and the hospitality sector in my seat. All honourable members, I'm sure, have been faced with pubs and landlords and proprietors of businesses who have said that if we were to have a further lockdown, then our business would come to an end. Nobody can be failed to be touched by that, and the judgment that politicians have to make between the real risk of economic hardship and the threat that this virus poses is one that is now an impossibility. So we look to the evidence. It was reported in the London Evening Standard that 3.2% of infections last week of COVID outbreaks were from food retailers. We must always look to the evidence to support our judgments. If the evidence does not suggest that pubs, restaurants and other hospitality venues are anything other than safe environments to go, to respect social distancing and all the other guidance, we should not educate a guess. The eminent scientists who advise the government may take a view in respect of the perceived threat, but I firmly believe that the pubs and the hospitality sector within my seat have proved themselves to be safe, COVID-secure environments. There has not been an outbreak in my seat, and my seat has been in restrictions for now nearly 8 months. I further, Mr Deputy Speaker, as my time comes to an end, says this, that I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the debate regarding COVID. It is too important for all of our constituents, for MPs not to be able to stand up and debate these matters at length. But let us debate them on the basis of the evidence that we have, not on what our gut feeling is or what we think or educated guesses. Look at the evidence we have and where that points us. And in my opinion, the evidence that we have points to businesses that are currently at risk of being shut down as being safe environments. The pubs, the restaurants and the hospitality sector within Bury deserve our support, and I hope with a scrutiny of all the evidence that they will be kept open and no further restrictions will be put in place on this very important sector within my area.
Sir Lane Saxby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak in this debate. Coming from North Devon, where we are known for our big waves, we have been fortunate to only have seen COVID ripples to date. Devon and Cornwall have seen the lowest incidence of cases throughout the pandemic and continue to be the safest place in the country with regards to the spread of the coronavirus. However, with an elderly population and numerous care homes, the risks if COVID-19 takes hold in our communities should not be underestimated. I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of North Devon for their strict adherence to the rules. I also want to thank our businesses who have implemented so many new procedures effectively, as has been seen by the huge number of tourists that have visited us in the southwest without an increase in cases. We always have much to be thankful for living in North Devon. But the wide open spaces I talk of when here have given us much protection against COVID-19. My constituency is 1,086 square kilometres, approximately 4 times the size of Birmingham, and is home to just over 96,000 people. Birmingham is home to over 1 million. The population density of North Devon is just 88 people per square kilometre, compared to Birmingham's of 4,055. This inevitably makes social distancing easier. We have a distinct lack of public transport, which causes us no end of problems the rest of the time, but during this pandemic is also advantageous to the spread of the virus. In highlighting the structural differences, as well as the very high compliance of the good people of North Devon, I want to ensure that before any further restrictions may be imposed, they are widely understood. Rural Devon is a very different place to any of our cities. Our pubs are community hubs, holding pop-up libraries, defibrillators, and for many villages, literally the last business remaining in the community. Our pubs are also smaller than most of their city counterparts, and our population older. As we head into winter, the idea of spending cold, stormy nights at home, rather than with friendly faces by an open fire, is daunting for many. I hope these differences will be taken into account if further measures are considered, and, as and when, we eventually get to unlock. Not just in North Devon, but across much of the southwest and other parts, rural parts of the country. Our economy is structurally far more vulnerable than cities with their wealth of different industries. We are very dependent on our tourism and hospitality industries, and that is, in my mind, no small part why these businesses in North Devon have ensured the guidance is so strictly followed. And it is against this backdrop of such low population density and such high compliance that I find it difficult to understand how, according to the excellent new app, that the risk of COVID-19 in North Devon is the same as in highly populated parts of the country with infection rates more than 10 times our own. I certainly do not want to do anything that puts the population of North Devon at increased risk, but by the same token, it is a fine example of how following the rules can lead to better outcomes, and I hope that continues. Understanding risk is critical to people being able to live something approaching a normal life as we wait for a vaccine against this dreadful virus. As the Chancellor said last week, we must learn to live with this virus and live without fear. And this can only be achieved if we are fully able to understand the risks we are living with. I do fear how being assigned the same level of risk as such different parts of the country may impact on vulnerable residents who have lived in fear and often isolation for over 6 months already, and hope that clearer guidance on assessing risk and rewarding those communities who have seen such positive outcomes can be delivered. None of us wanted to live through a pandemic, but if we want our families as well as ourselves to live through it, we need to heed the guidance and better understand the risks.
Richard Helden.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to many of the local people in my constituency of North West Durham, including the NHS staff, the care staff, those who've helped out in the community, but also particularly to those who've seen their treatments postponed or diagnosis of disease delayed, including a husband who recently visited me in my surgery in quite an emotional meeting. Some of these people are the ones who've really, particularly people who've seen their treatment delayed, are the ones who really put themselves on the line to save our NHS at the most difficult time for us in the initial stages of COVID. I think a lot of the work the government's done has been very good. It's my constituents recognise the absolutely impossible situation that ministers have been faced at certain points in this crisis. And I'd also like to thank the government front bench for the recent changes they made to childcare arrangements, helping people who had unpaid family arrangements to be able to look after loved ones. And I'd also like to welcome the Chancellor's unprecedented measures, which have seen in the last week continuing to save thousands of jobs in this country. But in thinking about going forward, I'd ask the government to also consider a few things. First of all, as the member for Romsey and Southampton North and the member for North Antrim mentioned, the health impact of actually what these restrictions are bringing on people. As my honourable friend for Burnley mentioned, the mental health impact on so many people across our communities. And as the honourable member for the Rhondda mentioned, the business impact, particularly the issues around for our hospitality sector who have faced such difficult times over the last few months. and to really explain some of the measures, such as the 10 o'clock measure, that have been taken by the government. As my honourable friend for Newcastle under Lyme said, we cannot go on like this forever, but also we do not have a clear way out. Victories have been important throughout this epidemic, such as the changes that treatment have made in the death rates in ICU over recent months. But as my honourable friend for Weybridge said, a vaccine may not be a total solution either. So as we go forwards still with this coronavirus over the country, I just ask the government to listen to us at the moment, because every judgment they make without total victory is going to be a judgment call. And I'd like them to hear the balanced and thoughtful words, particularly of these benches and of others, and to continue to consider and consult the House so that we can speak up for our constituents in what is an incredibly difficult time for so many of them.
Dean Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Throughout this pandemic, we have seen an unprecedented level of support from all of our communities. And I would like to say thank you to my community in Watford for the incredible work that they have done to come together to tackle this challenge. Quite often we talk about the concept of the fabric of society, but fabric is made up of woven threads, and each individual thread in of itself is easily broken. But what we've seen throughout this is a community woven together to make a much stronger fight against a real challenge that we have seen across the country and across the world. But that isn't just individuals. Those threads are made up of our local communities. They're made up of our local charities, of our local pubs. Just recently I was visiting the Partridge pub and the Badger pub in my own constituency and chatting to them about the challenges that they've faced as they've been speaking to their punters, as they call them, as they try and gather back together in socially distanced ways to start to feel part of a community once again. But what we've found is that the challenge they're facing is not just one of COVID, not just one of communication, but one that threatens the very heart of community. The lockdown has created a real challenge for many of us. All of us in this house, in this fantastic chamber, have been challenged to look at the world differently, to look at our communities differently, to look at our own lives differently. But what they also want to see is how we can challenge our own beliefs to help others. And this chamber not only is a light and a beacon in this place, but it's a light and a beacon to the entirety of democracy in this country and perhaps even around the world. And when we look at the lockdown measures, we must look at them in a way that we can talk to our communities, talk to our constituencies, talk to our communities about what we are actually trying to achieve. And I think when we look ahead over the coming weeks and months, we must make the argument in this place why we need the lockdown measures. We may not always get to vote on them, but I think we need to be able to create the arguments so that people are driven with us and not feeling like we're against them. Community is not just about getting together physically. It's about the spirit of how we work together. It's the spirit of how we achieve things. And I think this place has been a beacon of hope at times, but also if we do not challenge ourselves to continue to have conversations in here about the challenges we're all facing, we risk losing people. We have had a period where the darkness that has descended upon us has been broken through beacons of light within our community, of fantastic volunteering, of amazing work. What we now must do is ensure that this chamber continues to be a beacon of light, that is the light at the end of other people's tunnels, so that they know where we're heading, what we're trying to achieve, and why we're doing it for their benefit. Thank you, Mr.
Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow my friend, the member for Watford. Most of what I would say tonight has already been said. So what I'd like to do is give a voice to my... what I'd like to do is give a voice to two important constituencies amongst my constituents. As you know, the constituency of Arundel and South Downs has the enormous pleasure of being one of the most beautiful in the south of England, and as a result, we attract far more than our fair share, I'm pleased to say, of weddings, something the member for Hyndburn referred to earlier. Indeed, of the 400,000 marriages that take place in the UK each year, we're lucky to punch well above our weight. But last week's guidance on weddings has blown what was already a struggling sector a very weighty blow. And on behalf of my constituents and businesses like Sisbury Barnes in Findon, where Etta and Jeff Wyatt run a weddings business, or the Fitzleroy Barn near Pulborough of Mark McDavid, or the Pangdean Old Barn, wonderful Pangdean Old Barn in Pycombe, run by Nikki Curry. All of these are struggling with the guidance that says you can have a service, and the service can have as many people as can be COVID safe accommodated, unless that service includes wedding vows. And you can run a restaurant, and you can have as many covers as is COVID compliance, unless there happen to be a bride and groom, in which case you're restricted to numbers of 15. So on behalf of the broader wedding industry, a really important sector for my constituency, but also I think for part of the wider rural economy, I would just ask the Minister again to see if we can't help breathe life over the coming dark months of winter to keep our wedding venues, the wedding supply chain ticking over and making it through until the spring, because I do say they're having a very, very difficult time. And secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would extend many of the same comments to the events and exhibitions business. I have some wonderful businesses in that space. Positive Images, where I met Martin Bennett just before this crisis hit. He's based in West Chiltington. I spoke to him again last week. He's had to make all of his staff redundant, and he's now mothballed that business with no potential respite in sight. And the same is true of my constituents Lou Kiwanuka and Sarah McNay, who wrote to me about their business, the Shaper Group in Hurstpierpoint. So, whilst commending the Minister for all of her and her colleagues' efforts, and it's been a real Herculean task to get us as a country to where we are today, I would just ask that as we go forward and as we shift away from the moment of crisis to the moment of sustaining our economy over the next months, that she continues to look again at sectors like the wedding sector and like the events and exhibition sector, and just sees what we can do to modify the guidance over time to allow them to continue to thrive.
Sir David Amos.
It is a real pleasure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be called so early in this debate. And there are so many points that I can speak about which no one else has mentioned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we fought the general election on the 12th of December on Brexit, not on how any political party was going to handle the coronavirus pandemic. So the general public have not been given an opportunity yet to give their verdict on that. And of course, none of us had in our election address how we would deal with these matters. And I understand my honourable friend from the front bench, and I so agree with what my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, said earlier. I really do feel for the Department of Health, and this Secretary of State has actually worked his socks off. But what I want to hear is a holistic approach from the government. I want a plan for number 10 Downing Street and its direction. So I say this to many colleagues who've just got elected, and one or two, I thought I heard earlier that in war you don't need to scrutinise the government. Well, that isn't actually what happened. And I feel that our constituents, judging from the emails, are getting very, very restless with the approach. Members of Parliament are getting restless for this approach. I mean, why did we stand as members of Parliament? It was to come here and never mind whether you're on the government or opposition benches, but to scrutinise what the government is doing. And this is not a real Parliament at the moment. This is a very forced sense. You've only got to look round the chamber. This is not as it should be. So I say, not gently to the government, but robustly, I do think we need a much clearer plan. Now, no one has any experience how to handle a coronavirus pandemic. If they did, we would have heard from them. Very disappointing when we had the World Health Organization meeting recently. 2 of the biggest countries wouldn't sign up to anything. I want the world, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to give us some leadership on this. And of course, when I think of 3 big leaders in my early years here, they really got the other people on side to work together. We need the whole of the world to join with us and come up with a solution. So very quickly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've sort of given up explaining to constituents why we're doing this. I want answers on flu jabs, the event industry. Why the 10 p.m. curfew? I don't understand it. I'm told that we haven't got testing in our residential schools and foster homes. Limited company directors don't seem to be getting any help. Self-employed, that's dropped to 20%. Weddings, I mean, I've got 2 daughters getting married this year. Hasn't really happened, so I'm much wealthier than would otherwise, but there's a lot of stress in my own household at the moment. And then poor Southend United. We've got nil point if you look in the league at the moment. We've scored 1 goal, and that was an own goal. And unless we get some help soon, then the beloved Southend United, which is going to be part of the moment when we become a city, we're going to be humiliated, and we will drop out of the league completely. So I say to my honourable friend, the Minister, who's got, I think, 60-odd speeches to respond to in her 10 minutes, if she could just get her wonderful officials to draft responses, and I should do a little chase-up letter. But I think the point has come when we do need proper scrutiny of these momentous decisions which we are taking in the name of our constituents.
Wind-ups, Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So we've had nearly 70 members contributing today, and from the Labour benches we've heard from my honourable and right honourable friends, the members for Wallasey, Whalley, Worsley and Eccles South, Hartlepool, Nottingham South, Manchester Withington, Newport East, Durham, Rhondda, Jarrow, Bradford West, Bethnal Green and Bow, York Central and Luton South. I'm not going to be able to go through each contribution, Mr Deputy Speaker, but there are a few highlights I want to pick out. In particular, my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, gave what I thought was a very thoughtful and considered speech. I think he touched on a number of areas where there was a great deal of consensus across the benches, which I'll return to later. He also raised points I suspect there will be less consensus across the benches on it, but I certainly agreed with him when he said that there was certainly a tendency within government to focus an awful lot on boasting what they were going to do rather than what they could do at this particular time. My honourable friend, the member for Bethnal Green and Bow, I think spoke for many of us on these benches and across the country when she said that the government had squandered a great deal of goodwill in their handling of the pandemic, and she was absolutely right to raise the disproportionate impact on BAME communities and the absolute urgency that we need a plan to address that. My honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, was right when she said that a decade of austerity had weakened our defences, and she was correct that government needed to justify their decisions better. And as we've heard, plenty of examples, I think, of that tonight. Again, that's something we'll go on to discuss later. Like many, she raised problems with test and trace, and I was alarmed to hear that in the Wirral area, which is not too far from me, and there are extra restrictions in place already, people are waiting at the moment up to 7 days to get their test results. And so it's not difficult to see why that is a huge problem that needs fixing urgently. My right honourable friend, the member for Whalley, gave several examples of where ministerial replies to written questions are not being provided in a timely manner, and I can certainly sympathise with that from my own experience, and that ties in with many members' concerns that were raised tonight regarding accountability, which I will come on to shortly. My honourable friend, the member for Worsley and Eccles South, spoke very candidly about her own health and how the crisis has impacted on her. And I just want to say how pleased we all are to see her back in the chamber tonight. Her campaigning on issues relating to social care and mental health came to the fore in her speech, and we absolutely needed to hear from her on those issues. We couldn't help be moved by the heartbreaking stories I'm sure we've all heard from distressed constituents who cannot see their loved ones because they're in a care home. That's something that I hope we can see further action on. My honourable friend, the member for Luton South, also raised the issue of those needing treatment for cancer and the shockingly low levels of people receiving treatment for the first time at the moment, and of course how some people are receiving their diagnosis so late that it's too late for any treatment to be effective. My honourable friend, the member for York Central, spoke very passionately, as she always does, about the situation in her own city and the challenges facing the care sector again. That's something I will come on to shortly. My honourable friend, the member for Hartlepool, was once again, as he always is, a strong advocate for his local hospital and the people who work there, and he too raised the delays in testing locally. He also made the very important point that with more restrictions locally, that does require more resources to follow. My honourable friend, the member for Newport West, gave what I thought was an excellent and wide-ranging speech, contrasting some of the measures introduced in Wales with those in this country, and some of the broader issues she raised as well, which persist, including the 3 million people who have been excluded from any support whatsoever, and the continuing difficulty that the 5-week wait for universal credit creates. I certainly couldn't reference members' contributions, Mr Deputy Speaker, without waxing lyrical about my honourable friend and member for Manchester Withington, given that he is in fact my whip. He talked about the challenges the university sector has faced in his city, and in particular the lack of support for the entertainment industry, which I know he has considerable personal experience of. There's no doubt there's a massive hole there in the Chancellor's winter plan that needs to be filled. But I think virtually every member on this side, actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, talked about the well-documented problems with the test and trace system, how the private sector national system isn't working, how local public health teams should be given greater responsibility. Many members talked about the various sectors, as we've already touched on, including entertainment, where there is insufficient support at the moment and no immediate prospect of that industry reopening. That concern also extended, I think, to hospitality in particular, and there was certainly plenty of challenge on the government's decision to introduce a 10 p.m. curfew in pubs and restaurants, and whether that is in fact working. And that is in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, a very current example of an issue I think members on both sides of the House have raised this evening. And that ties into the wider point which has been raised, I think, across the board tonight about democracy and accountability and the way that has been sidelined during this crisis. And the Minister knows these arguments well. She hears me making them every week in delegated legislation committees, and she will know that on these benches we have said on more than one occasion we are more than happy to convene at short notice to debate regulations before they become law. There have been over 200 statutory instruments introduced since March to do with coronavirus, and I don't think one of them has been debated and voted on before it becomes law. And my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, was right when he said we are in danger of losing the public's confidence when laws are introduced without scrutiny, without debate and without democratic consent. It's very clear members in this House tonight on both sides are frustrated with the situation and frustrated with the government's approach, and we heard the word frustration used on more than one occasion. Because when does the need to act in an emergency cease, and when does it instead become a routine disregard for parliamentary scrutiny? We of course accept in the early stages there was a need to act quickly, but frankly more and more of these regulations are being introduced and they do not satisfy the test of urgency. The laws on face coverings were debated more than 4 months after the government first recommended the wearing of them, and the increase in fines for breaching the various rules did not need to be rushed in. The offence had already been created. It was just the level of penalty that was new. Evidence, explanation, communication, these are all good things. These are all essential ingredients for a healthy democracy, never mind a healthy country. Government should not be afraid of challenge. It should be confident of its arguments and be ready to deploy those in debate and show the advice that they've used to support their decisions. If they do that, decisions in the long term will be better, public support will be stronger, and the chances of limiting the virus will be greater. And in terms of stopping the spread, the timing of today's debate is important. We all recognise that we are at a perilous moment, with the virus rising all across the country, with new restrictions applying on an almost daily basis. We will do what we can to support the national effort, and if ever a government needed help, it is now. It gives the impression it has lost control, lurching from one crisis to another, seemingly unable to reverse the rise in cases. And at the heart of this failure is a testing system collapsing just when we need it most. Every scientific advisor said relaxing lockdown measures would only work if we had an effective test and trace system in place. Yet on just about every measure, we are going backwards. We see people up and down the country unable to access tests. Those who actually get tests find it takes longer and longer for them to get their results. And the private contact testing tracing service is performing more poorly than it did in its early weeks. This isn't the world-beating service we were promised. This isn't where we should be. And no one can have failed to notice the immense strain that the social care sector has been under throughout the COVID-19 outbreak. Several members raised this tonight, including the Honourable Member for Bradford West and York Central. Reports that infection rates are beginning to rise in care homes once more should be a matter of serious concern for us all, because getting on top of the challenges faced in social care ahead of winter is absolutely vital. We simply cannot afford for actions to protect our care homes and other services to be as slow and ineffective as it was at the start of this pandemic. We know that weekly testing of the care home residents and staff, which was promised by the government back in July, is critical to saving lives. Yet there have been repeated delays in the rollout of testing, and we are still hearing that care homes are waiting up to 15 days to receive their results. That is simply not good enough. Now, I just want to say a few words about the workforce. Of course, we are all in awe of our wonderful NHS and social care staff and how they've coped throughout the pandemic. And we pay tribute to each and every one of them, in particular those who have already sadly lost their lives to the virus. They've worked under extreme pressure, and I know they are dreading what appears to be heading their way. They will strain every sinew to provide the very best care. They always do. That is why they hold such a special place in our hearts. But in return, we owe it to them to provide them with the best support possible. No more scrabbling around for PPE, having to bring in their own homemade items while UK manufacturers were selling theirs overseas. No more hospital outbreaks because there wasn't routine testing of patients. No more discharges into residential homes with people already carrying the virus. This time, let's make sure there really is a protective ring around social care. The hollowing out of public health and social care over the last decade has left us horribly exposed to the worst of this virus, and we cannot allow this to happen again. I really wish we could say things will be better this time round. But what do we see at the moment? Children who've already missed 6 months of education forced to spend more time away from school because they cannot get a test. Young people, many of whom have moved away from home for the first time, holed up in their flats with no support because the government didn't prepare properly. And local public health teams still not getting the data they need from National Test and Trace to identify and isolate local outbreaks. It didn't have to be like this. The government have wasted the last few months boasting about moonshots and millions of daily tests at some point in the future, when it should have been dealing with the here and now to get test and trace ready for the increase in cases that should have been anticipated, with people returning to work and students returning to school and university. We need an urgent plan to deal with testing now, not in a few months' time. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we want the government to succeed, and we will support them in whatever reasonable steps they propose to halt the spread of the virus. But we also want them to learn from their mistakes, because it wasn't inevitable that we would have one of the highest death rates in the world. It wasn't inevitable that we would have the worst recession in Europe, and it wasn't inevitable that we would see a second wave. Yet that is where we are now, on the cusp of one, and what do we see from government? Confusion and ambivalence, the perfect petri dish for the virus to thrive in. The tension at the heart of government is there for all to see. The Chancellor says we shouldn't be afraid of the virus, but the Chancellor should not be afraid of his own backbenchers either. If scientists say tougher measures are needed, then let us see that advice, let us have the debate, let us talk about what further economic support will be needed, and then let this House decide on the right course of action. What we have now is the worst of all worlds: no transparency, no scrutiny, and no leadership.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to start by adding my thanks to those of honourable and right honourable members across the House who've thanked frontline NHS staff and social care workers, key workers, businesses and communities from each and all of their constituencies for how they've risen to the unprecedented challenge that have faced us. I'd particularly like to thank the Honourable Member for Thurrock for highlighting the good work that our pharmacists have done on the front line so far, how they've adapted in this COVID-tinged world to keep us safe. As the Honourable Member for Runnymede suggested, this is where we are now. We have to learn to live with this disease. And I am an optimist, but I am also a realist. As my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said at the beginning of this debate, the recent steep rise in the number of cases we are seeing is something that should concern us all. But our first priority is to preserve life, as the Honourable Member for Hitchin and Harpenden laid out. We have to adapt, and we have done. The excellent speech by the Honourable Member for North East Derbyshire, and again running through that speech from the Honourable Member of Runnymede and Weybridge, showed us how we have come such a long way. We are continuing with our plan to slow the spread of the virus and balance those very tough decisions about health, the economy, and protecting individual freedoms. I would like to park one suggestion immediately. There are no plans to keep students at university over Christmas. I really don't think either that it helps those young people when they're learning to launch into the new phase of their life, when honourable members and right honourable members suggest that those things might happen. It is, I think, to quote the honourable gentleman, better to deal with the facts. Colleagues' contributions to today's debate have been wide-ranging, they have been thoughtful, and they have been most welcome. With the vast number of speakers here highlighting there have been too many speakers here to highlight individually, so I'd like to address some of the key themes that have been raised by honourable members across the House. Access to this place. What I've heard today has been that this House wants to debate the challenges, put forward their and their constituents' views. I know the words today will have been heard, and as the PM said, the aim is to provide more opportunities to honourable and right honourable friends via statements. The Honourable Member for West Suffolk and the Secretary of State has been here innumerable times, over 800 times, to answer questions, but we will have more debates questioning the government's scientific advisors, access to local data, and we're looking at further ways to ensure the House can be involved more fully, and there will be more details soon. We have, as a government, supported businesses in an unprecedented way, which many honourable members have mentioned: furloughs, bounce-back schemes, the self-employment income support scheme. And I thank all honourable and right honourable members for their kind words. But it's tough out there. We know we need to balance the needs of the economy and our health needs. This COVID-tinged world is the one we are now trying to live in. The Honourable Member for Arundel and South Downs explained that for his constituents the challenges, particularly in the wedding sector, and I heard the Honourable Member for Southend West somewhat gleefully suggesting that the delay of 2 weddings in his household wasn't the worst thing in the world. I know he didn't mean that, and as a daughter who too has delayed a wedding this year, I think what has come out from everybody today is that the speeches have been personal, about the pain of love and the difficulty of decisions that have had to be made throughout this crisis. But we have had to make choices, and as the Honourable Member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, who highlighted positive interventions by the government, but most essentially I took why we must keep education going, why we must keep it open, why we must give the next generation that hope. As I take these themes, I want us to hold in our mind the critical thing that we started with, and that was that we stopped the NHS from being overwhelmed, and that is still our key objective. Whilst we know that people's lives have been disrupted, critical care has continued throughout, and I pay tribute to those in community care, primary care, and the acute sector who have enabled that to happen. Our response to create surge capacity of over 2,000 beds through our Nightingale hospitals are the key to forward resilience, and as are the now more than 30,000 ventilators available. Many honourable friends and members have spoken about cancer, and I would particularly like to pay reference here to the Honourable Member for Northampton South and the Honourable Member for Wokingham. But I would like to reassure them that the NHS's recovery approach has looked to restore urgent cancer care immediately. The latest figures from June are over 180,000 people have been seen, over 90% of them in 2 weeks. We have formed a cancer recovery task force that met on the 22nd of September, and it will meet every month in this financial year. It involved charities, it involved stakeholders, it involved clinicians. The National Recovery Plan will be developed over the coming weeks and published. We must carry on treating. Cancer hubs where teams work together in COVID-free environments are up and running now. The message is clear. Come forward still. We still need to get people to have confidence that we are there and we are open. The Honourable Member for Luton South mentioned particularly in her area, and I would flag in particular that certain areas such as gastrointestinal and bowel are particularly difficult because of the diagnostic pathway, but we are working hard to make sure that those patients are seen as quickly and as speedily as they can. Many people raise the curfew. Several countries have introduced curfews like us at 10 o'clock at night. The contact tracing data indicates that patterns of behaviour show that our inhibitions reduce as the evening goes on, because usually we've drunk a little bit more. So having a curfew at 10 o'clock balances the need for businesses to operate against people's ability to enjoy themselves. But we will, of course, keep the situation under review. One or two members in this House said that we should have seen better. We should have been able to look into the future whilst telling us how good they were at explaining to us about the past. If only this were true. However, several members have said about some of the challenges locally in testing, but it's important to remember that when we started, 2,000 tests a day were all we did back in March. We passed the 20th million test today. It should be recognised that we've built the largest diagnostic network in British history and have one of the best in Europe and arguably one of the biggest in the world. And I would pay tribute to those who fought so hard to get us there. We have mountains to climb. We have had mountains. And for every time you go up one side, there is a dip the other. None of this is easy. I don't think we've ever stood and said we've got all the answers, but we keep going, because that is what makes us able to deliver for the people of this country. And I really welcome the Honourable Member for Ellesmere Port and Nesson's support of what the government is doing. We have risen to these challenges on each occasion, each week driving the system to be bigger than the week before. We have 5 major laboratories backing up 258 mobile testing sites, 76 regional sites and 122 walk-through sites. In London, in August, we had 8 local testing centres. We now have 22. So whilst, yes, there have been challenges, actually it's due to unprecedented demand, and the curve of us returning tests to people is now beginning to go in the right direction. We are seeing huge improvements in data flow, and we are making sure that the directors of public health and health protection teams, mayors, local authorities are involved in these conversations. It is right we are challenged, but it's also right we recognise what has been done. No, I'm terribly sorry, with only 2 minutes left. So on care homes, the Honourable Member for Harrogate, Knaresborough and Wealden, I understand the need to see loved ones, but it is a balance of protecting those care homes. As I sat on the bench, one of my care homes texted me and said, "All is well, I feel in control." May that long continue. and we are getting 100,000 tests out to care homes every week. The strategy for winter is about national guidance, local systems, and allowing care homes the ability to know their individual residents and do their best for them. I thank the Honourable Member for Wealdon for acknowledging how far we have come. In PPE, we've delivered more than 3.5 billion items. The strategy out today, and I pay tribute to Lord Dayton for all the work he has done. We are building those supplies. We have resilient supply lines that we didn't have before. We started distributing to 226 NHS trusts, and we now send to 58,000 settings. The PPE portal is a blueprint for rapid mobilisation. The Honourable Member for Burnley highlighted how we are using local factories in this country, in these 4 nations. This is where new business opportunities have arisen. It is not all doom and gloom. In treatment, we have dexamethasone. We've secured good supplies of this, and that has helped mortality for the sickest patients. We've included that we also have the recovery programme leading clinical trials that has been stated, not by us, but as the most impressive on the planet. By 2021, we will know more about the good and the bad treatments. Once more, showing how the NHS, private business and academia work successfully together. I would like to congratulate everybody involved in these, and the global vaccine industry has responded with a speed never seen before. We are at the forefront of this science to find a vaccine for this novel organism. There is a huge amount of planning going on, so we are ready to roll things out. We are walking a tightrope, and many members have acknowledged them. There are no easy decisions, there is no silver bullet, but we know the thing: hands, face, space. And if even the Honourable Member for, I forget your constituency, Wakenbrook, can download that app, I urge everybody to download